just northern, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind, you lie. Time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Day 2 of the Western Europe qualifiers here for the Esports World Cup. You're back with Sneeze and Trent bringing you the action. Yesterday was all fun and games, everyone's starting out, it's still trading little heroes, playing some slow games. Today we mean business. Today we need to say goodbye to 3 out of the 4 teams that we're seeing already. We're gonna start things off. No Mercy, 1-win team versus OG. This should be a very fun match because I think the sentiment of this entire qualifier so far has been these teams that are getting an advantage of trying to play fast. There have been some games where they've been able to succeed. There have been some games where they've been just kind of dragged out and punished for taking it a bit too long. So 1-win and OG, I think 2 teams that can bring the action for sure.
Yeah, starting to develop their own strategies here as well, where we're kind of seeing them filter down their picks into certain ideas and concepts of what looks really broken right now. And this morning, that was Undying for 1-win. And I'm sure OG checked that out as we head into the draft. And they're going to be considering, maybe we don't want to hand over the Undying, because Kasane was a beast on it earlier. And of course, you never know what role it could wind up in. Maybe it gets into this core role and it looks all right. So I would keep an eye on that. But yeah, so they're going to play each other, and then the winner of this will then play the winner of our other side of the bracket, which is Navi Jr. and Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten the chance to see 1-win and Navi Jr. play a little bit already. This will be the first time, at least for you and I, that we're getting to watch OG. OG, I mean, what hasn't been said about them already, right? This is a team that was at the very pinnacle of Dota, and then since that, and changing things around and trying these various rebuilds, there has been very mixed success. We're probably just going to throw the draft up real quick. I mean, you guys see the full picture. Unfortunately, we've already had to say goodbye to Passion UA. So that's our first elimination of this qualifier. But that's how they go. We got to say goodbye to all of them. Only one can take a spot in Riyadh this summer. And OG are probably hoping to kind of get back to that former glory with this new iteration, right? We've already seen them perform in some recent sort of tier 1, tier 1.5 tournaments, some online qualifiers as well. I want to say that this is promising. I don't know if you'd agree. I think I want to say that as someone who's seen them struggle for so long.
Yeah, it's, it takes time. So it's it's definitely a promising lineup. I think that all of these players have shown potential before on their previous rosters. So there's no reason it can't work. I think they look like they haven't quite sorted out their hero picks, at least in the games I've seen. Where I feel like they really need that clutch last pick a couple of times, like specifically for Stormstormer, where they're like, this ties it all together. I feel like their drafting is almost there, and that's probably the thing that at least seems to be holding me back in my opinion, but I'm looking forward to see what they bring for us here today.
Yeah, nothing too crazy to start us off though. This has been a Kidaro favorite. Bringing out the Naga Siren as the first pick has been an OG strategy they've been using throughout their recent games. On the other side though, 1-win, a team that has gone through a few changes themselves. I think they were very much the close qualifiers, merchants of Eastern Europe for a while, right? It felt almost like if you couldn't get past 1-win, you weren't gonna make it very far. They were always in that position. But since then, they've swapped out a couple of their key members. Cloud, Chira Jr., I believe the previous position 5 also being switched out. So this is a very fresh face for them, but boy, do they look scary. Especially that Undying, like you mentioned, it's actually banned out by 1-win themselves, so they don't even want to deal with it.
Yeah, just seeing that first pick on OG side, they're just like, yeah, no, not going to happen. So instead, OG go back for the Naga Siren. This was their pick in both of their matches versus Avalis, which they were defeated. But, still having confidence in her. It is also a hero that 1-win has used in the past when it's not banned out. So perhaps that's also part of the reasoning. They just want to make sure that it's not an option for them. And we'll see if it winds up with the combination of the Lina. That's obviously been a big go-to for pretty much everybody lately as a formidable lane that you don't really want to deal with.
Yeah, it just brings so much firepower, quite literally, I think, as a position 1. I think that's the role that I've liked it a bit more in. Just yesterday, we saw OG try and pivot it to the mid lane. On Stormstormer, it didn't really feel very inspiring, though.
No. I'm trying to figure out how these axes keep getting so farmed. This hero is a problem right now. More and more, I just keep seeing it, and it keeps doing really well, and I'm just like, why? Why is this working so well in this hero? Shouldn't he be having a worse time in the lane? But,
yeah, I'm a bit confused. People keep telling me that it's the chipped vest. People keep telling me that Blade Mail stocks are going up. But, that aside, it still feels like maybe this was just undiscovered tech, right? Maybe Axe was always this sleeping giant that people didn't really pay much attention to, because the meta carries have kind of shifted over. I think we were talking about it yesterday, how it's a lot more of these machine gun turrets, range cores. I think last patch, it felt like there were only 4 to 5 viable position ones. Maybe that's why Axe wasn't seeing the light of day.
10 seconds
Yeah, might be.
remaining.
Oh, and also just like, I guess the offlaner pool getting a little bit
5
weirder and
seconds
nerfed
remaining.
and stuff there as well. So it all stacking up to give us the big old axe.
This might also be a
But,
momentum type thing where SSS literally just won an Axe game going 11, 7, and 22. So that's a performance and a half. It
turn
just,
to
you know, you already got the ball rolling, and this is not something we mentioned just yet, but OneWin did play a series before this, and if they do end up beating OG, they will be playing 3 best of 3s in the same day just for survival every single time. So that's got to put a little bit of a mental tax on you for sure, something we might want to keep
10
out for,
seconds
keep
remaining.
an eye out for, let's say if we go into a game 2 or maybe even a game 3.
5
Yeah, you don't want to
seconds
be
remaining.
you don't want to be going 3 games in all of these, you know, like 9
One
total
wins,
games or
turn
something.
to
So
pick.
Yeah.
OneWin gotta make sure they're well focused here as they ban out the Medusa, and we'll probably get another support to not give away too much here. Some of our larger ones are still in here, like the Jakiro, I guess is probably the biggest one. The Lion has been picking up a
10
bit of steam.
seconds
There is a
remaining.
Naga Siren there.
Mm-hmm.
There's that's kind of something, but
5 seconds remaining.
don't have to. You definitely don't want to show too much here. I think Jakiro, S-Kiro will be great. AA maybe could be solid too.
Enchantress.
Ooh, they're Ench gamers.
Ench. Okay.
Kasane's bringing it back. I mean, he's been doing what, Ench and Chen when it's there, so.
Yeah, Ench Chen Undying, he's off of the deep end of like pure position 5, right? I think most of the times when you think about core players
10
transitioning into
seconds
position
remaining.
5, you want to sort of ease into it, maybe play some of those. I don't want to say
5
easier,
seconds
but
remaining.
less mechanically intensive spellcasters. But I guess this makes sense because Kasane has always been a bit of a zoo player himself. So, you know, moving to position 5, he's favoring these heroes that have summons themselves. Not too surprising when you put those pieces together.
Yeah, he recognizes the strength of the creeps early on because of all that nonstop gameplay of Lycans and whatnot. So I think that we also saw them using it versus Navi Jr. They attempted to go Beastmaster one game and then Lycan the second game, but couldn't get the win there. But that might be something that, you know, could have been partially Kasane as well, just trying to convince his team that, hey, Lycan's really good. Just trust.
That's true. I feel like Lycan players are always on that agenda. You know what I mean? They're always trying to find a reason to bring the wolf back out. It's like they want to just hit creeps. They want to pressure the map. They want to sort of... It's a different type of game that you're playing when you're picking
Dire
Lycan. But
team
not sure whether we'll see that hero out here. For now, it'll be a gyrocopter. So probably the position 1, I want to say, given that you're seeing the off lane already. Axe is a hero with... I want to say very little flexibility. He's almost always been a position 3.
One
Very
wins,
rarely,
turn
in some
to
cases,
pick.
we've seen him flex to position 1. Quick picks coming out from OG. Snap out the Pangolier as well to secure a bit of that team fight.
Now, this was a problem for them earlier. Well, I shouldn't say earlier. Yesterday, when they had the Stormstormer Pango already kind of decided, and they got monkeyed, and then they had
10
to swap it to the
seconds
Stormstormer Keep It Light. At least I assume that's why they swapped it. Was partially
5
because when he like
seconds
swapped
remaining.
into the Keep It Light. So maybe that's partially what they're thinking.
One
Because I
wheeze,
mean,
turn
OneWin are
to
definitely a
pick.
monkey team. Mankushi is like a Monkey King gamer. But you know, Sven is still in the pool, and Sven has looked crazy. So it's gonna be position 1 Sven instead. Mankushi not gonna be snagging up his old friend of the monkey. His most played hero still, I think, as well. Despite the hero being so much more mid-based now. But
10
yeah,
seconds.
Sven
Dire
has
team
looked
pick.
great in a lot of the games that we've been casting. I mean, speaking of Navi Jr., they were crushing with this hero and making it look absolutely ridiculous. And some games that were slightly getting out of control, and then they weren't too worried about it. So perhaps OneWin, just seeing those 2 losses to Sven, were like, yeah, maybe we'll just pick it.
I mean, it's just amazing into the OG heroes as well. In fact, when we
10
did see the Sven,
seconds
there were
remaining.
some situations where the Pango was there and then he just got chopped into half instantaneously.
5
Pango not
seconds
really a
remaining.
hero with a very high HP pool. Really, all you need on Munkushi now is you talk
Dire
about him being a
team
monkey
back.
gamer. Every time I think of Munkushi, I think of the Sven because I feel like even before Sven was the hot pick that he is in this current qualifier, at least feels like Munkushi's fallback pick every single time he has the choice. Now you just need people to hold him down, and the Batrider does a good job of it, but OG gonna opt for the
10
Timbersaw of
seconds
Mixar.
remaining.
At least that's what I'm assuming as the lane matchup here. I haven't
5
really been
seconds
too inspired
remaining.
by this hero, I'll be honest.
Yeah, he hasn't looked great in our
Turn to
matches.
ban.
I mean, I've seen some better games from him across the board in some of the other qualifiers. He definitely still has his very powerful burst capabilities. I think he does pair pretty nicely with Pango. Like, you get level 7, level 8 on the Timbersaw as the Pango is also trying to move around, and you just have this crazy amount of burst. The two of you can, like, Pango holds them down, you just cut right through them, and then you got Gyrocopter who just casually throws an ulti out in between farming some camps, and you can see how it is going to be very powerful, especially if you're trying to get aggressive at all as one win. It's also good for engaging into the enemy territory and trying to find their
10
stacks. And they've got a
seconds
Bat
remaining.
Rider, a
Dire
Sven,
team
and an
back.
Axe, as well as an Ench who could be helping to prep stacks. So
Right.
if I'm OG, I'm thinking a lot about stacks because I want to shut down this Axe. I want to be blocking the camps. I want to make sure that this Axe is forced to just like stay in the lane and he can't just retreat back and get uber farmed once he's his Vanguard.
Yeah, I think that's the whole gyrocopter
10
plan as well, right? You want to
remaining.
keep shoving out the lanes and you want to be min-maxing more than your off-lane
5
opponent. If
seconds
he's somehow getting
remaining.
more out of the lane than you, even though you're the one pushing it in and going to farm stacks,
Dire team
then you got a
hit.
problem. I think this gyro very susceptible as well. They picked it very early on, but one win now. They have 2 cores that are amazing. The gyro can very much kill himself on the axe. The Sven can chop him into bits. I think it's going to come down to that. Those Naga Siren Illusions, maybe scouting out some of these triangle stacks, scouting out maybe some of the sort of jungle stacks near the
10
wisdom
seconds
area of
remaining.
the off lane. I do wonder what kind of position 4 they might pick
5
to tie things up, though. The
remaining.
Tusk's
One
still
wins.
available.
Turn
Earthshaker
to
as well has been something Daze has gone back to, but they opt for the Shadow Demon instead. So some perch, some save. I don't know
Okay.
if I like this. This is a lot more defensive than I expected.
Yeah, it's a long-time classic versus the Axe, and then of course it's okay versus Bat Rider, just single target
You may now
save,
select
and
your
then
heroes.
perhaps even just slowing down a Sven during the more important parts of his engagements. If he isn't able to just get the immediate cleave off of the stun and just like win the fight off of that, then there's quite a bit of pressure on you as a Shadow Demon for sure. You can definitely make some big saves. Squadix just gets a last overall pick, Ember Spirit going to lane versus the Pango. He'll be fine with that. And in terms of Ember games,
Oh, this is
looks
free.
really good. I mean, yeah, there's not much to catch him. I mean, you have to worry about, obviously, you get hit once. There is chain stun in a sense. You get rooted, and then, Pango rolls and stuff. But for the most part, very solid looking and has some decent lanes to rotate to as well. You got Sven stun to help you out if you pop in there really quick, and then you're going to have a decent tempo with the Axe as well, as long as he has a good start. So, yeah. Looks pretty
I
good
think,
here.
this
Very
is like-
weird facets across the board right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say Spellbound as the switch up. You trying to purge anything specific? Thunderbolt makes sense. Shredder makes sense. I guess we've seen Pangoliers opt for the double jump for that laning dominance. Chain Gang is fine. Stoked is fine. It's really just
Most
the
of the
engine.
Shredders. I mean, I
Yeah.
haven't seen Shredder in a while. Even the side lanes, like
Yeah.
I feel like Shredder has just been dead for me. Like even most of the side lane Timbers I've seen are taking the chakram just because I don't know. It feels more consistent. Feels like it makes the laning a little bit easier. But I mean, Shredder is hilarious when you do get a bunch of trees. It is a good time.
Okay, well, we'll see how he makes use of it to perhaps get some laning advantage, because that's kind of the major difference, right? If you go for that Twisted Chakram, you got a lot more burst damage in a very short span of time that you can throw out. It's relatively safe as well, but to use the Shredder efficiently, you gotta be connecting on trees near your opponents, hope that those little quills spray out and slow them down. I'm not sure how he's gonna fare up against an Enchantress and Sven, but that's something that Mixer seems to be confident in. This is for elimination. This is gonna be their last chance here. OG versus one win. Both these teams, I think on both ends, something to prove, right? One win, they want to sort of climb above that moniker of just being
Prepare for
okay,
battle.
right at the gateway of tier 1, right at the gateway of tier 1.5. I'm hoping that some of these roster changes can help get them there. Similar story for OG here. I think for fans of OG for a long time, it's been tough. The despair on social media has reached an all-time high, but can only go up from here. That's what we're all hoping for, at least if you're an OG fan. But yeah, I think these two teams very evenly matched in that regard. Definitely a lot to prove.
Yeah, going raw off of the drafts compared to what we have seen and what I've seen across the qualifiers, I do like one wins draft. I feel like these heroes have looked pretty successful. I feel like the axes have been crazy. The Ench rotations have looked just as powerful as ever. And these have been some very
30
successful
seconds to
heroes.
battle.
My concerns for some of the dire stuff is just, Pangolier. Some games it looks incredible. And then other games, you just don't get a few kills on your Rolling Thunders. You have to just like sit back and chill. I think the reason I like the Radiant drafts is that I think OG have to work a little bit harder for this one. Like I really want to see them getting in there, scouting with Naga Illusions, stopping these stacks, invading these stacks, using Song to come in and contest people when they're farming these stacks. Like I think they have the
The
capabilities to
battle
do that.
begins.
I just don't want them to just chill and be lazy, or else I think they're in for a bad time.
Yeah, they got to put the foot on the gas and make sure that they drive it all the way home. If not, this fan is going to hit critical mass. And honestly, the tri-core of OG, I'm not sure if they reach a point where they can outcarry a Sven. I know Pango can scale. I know Timber's really strong. But, I mean, I guess it's just small sample size for me. Haven't really seen the Timber get to that point in a convincing fashion. We'll see how OG try and pilot things in the early game. I completely agree with you, though. I think that in terms of proven strength, we know the one-win heroes and are strong and what they can do. I mean, apart from this being a relatively free Ember game, this is also just an excellent Mage Slayer game, right?
Oh yeah, true. We didn't even talk about that. Yeah.
Through damage, Stormstormer, Mixer, I mean, hell, even Daze is not going to be spared from some Shadow Poison reductions. How's this lane go,
very
though?
good one.
Kasane and the Sven. This is looking scary though. They got the setup on the edge. Level 1 Wisp already used. Okay, well, they make it look so easy. Kasane just going down for first blood. Just an easy little disruption. Maybe not really expecting the damage to come out.
Yeah, perhaps overestimating the heals you're going to get. I mean, the damage was just ridiculous from the Shadow Demon as well.
Yeah.
It's like a long time coming, but I guess he must have built up a bunch of stacks as well on the Ench.
Yeah.
With his innate would be my assumption, because that was just way too much burst damage out of the Shadow Poison. Or sorry, out of the disruption, rather.
My sprites are with us.
That's one of the downsides, I think. Kasane as well, not going for the overprotected Wisp, right? He went for Spellbound as a facet, so he doesn't have that additional little bit of healing that you would usually get on the Enchantress. See whether that ends up being the right decision here, as one thing you don't want is to give this Timbersaw a hot start, because like you said, it's these stacks that are going to be important, and Timber, once he gets that level 6, he's got to clean them up real nice and easy.
Yeah, Kasane making an interesting play here where he unblocks the camp here, just seeing the current state of the lane. He's just like, yeah, actually, I'm going to deward that. I'm going to make sure it's there. I'm going to grab it with my Ench. Obviously, Ench loves to have the creeps when she can make use of them, but sometimes it gets a little funky, and then you have to just like drop back and grab a different creep anyway, but small camp's not spawning, and yeah, that results in Daze getting a pull-off here, so
Yeah.
little awkward. Little awkward.
I wonder what the plan is here, because I think at this point, you're not going to interact much with the Timbersaw, right? The kill might not be happening. All you really have is a stun. He can always Timber Chain away as well. So, I don't really know what this is about. Honestly, I'm a bit confused about Kasane. You know, I'm sure he has some sort of an idea. Whether
Yeah,
it's
I
a
think
good one
he wanted-
remains to be seen.
I think he just wanted both camps open. Like he's freed up his small camp as well, and so he's just gonna get level 2, presumably get his enchant, and then just start
Dire's
throwing
middle
creeps
tower
at Daze,
is under attack.
trying to make his life hard.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, for now, it's resulted in them positioning a bit further to the left, and that's going to allow him to grab a Lotus. So all part of the plan there. You're playing checkers, he's playing chess.
Exactly. It's too good.
Who knows?
Other lanes, I guess I could take a look at here, perhaps. Ember's doing great mid lane. So's Pango. So Stormstorm and Squawks are just totally fine. Meanwhile, up top, as you can see there, you saw Triple S there, just chucking out some battle hungers. And meanwhile, Sweet and Strong is just grabbing waves. No net early or anything from Kadaro, so there's just no way to deal with someone just running away with your creep wave. And I just have to sit there and watch and be worried about potential spins.
Yeah, that's the awkward thing, right? With the Naga Siren first pick, you immediately snap pick up the axe. This is not a hero that cares about your illusions. In fact, he welcomes them into his house
Dire
with a
are
cup of
scanning.
tea and maybe some biscuits as well, right? He's just going to get more spins from it. He's got to farm faster. So a large part of what I feel like is this Naga Siren's strength is, I guess you'd say, nullified. He's going to try and make the most out of it by sending them to the mid, maybe denying some water runes as we see here, but it's still limited use.
He's doing a good job of using it to move the creep wave a bit. But unfortunately, he kind of mixed in his hero as well there.
Ruh-roh.
And he's going to lose a lot of life.
I don't really know whether this is what you want, because my impression, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Trent, but every time a gyro is picked, I feel like this guy is engineered to win the lane. right? And when you're getting pushed back like this and SSS is just having the freest old time in the world on the axe, it just doesn't sit right with me. It just makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, especially when you have a Nagasar. Like, Nagasar is viewed as a lane winner right now, I would say, for the most part. You pick her early because you're hoping to win the lane. That's kind of the idea. Like, you have net, you have this punish of a rocket barrage. You pick a really strong hero to combo with the net, which they've pretty much done here. And, yeah, not ideal, as you're saying. Shad's trying to fix it, though, by trying to get these, like, flat cannon plays in there as Triple S. Small camp, but...
Oh, no.
No, look like it's going to work.
Darrow, not sure whether you want to pop your illusions out there. Just gonna give SSS a bunch more spins. Last auto attack will find it sweet and strong. Grabs himself that Naga kill. Very nicely done.
As you see Kasane here, also still just running after Daze. Can't really contest the Timber Saw. Is not gonna have any damage to deal with him with reactive armor, so tries to at least lower Daze's capabilities for making moves around the map. Because Daze is kind of free to do stuff. Like, Timber does not really need any help right now. Like, Mixa is at level 4. He's got Timber Chain, so Daze is free to make rotations and try and make plays. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have a place to go. His best thing to do is just try and get as many stacks as he can.
Yeah, but look at what Kasane is doing. He's just continuously running into the triangle and using Enchant to diminish that stack. Hidaro again tries to contest the rune, grabs the AD away from Squadix, but now might be in a load of trouble. Sweet and Strong sets it up so that Kasane can come and deliver. Last touch there for the Ench. As Stormstormer can't do anything to help his support.
Sweet and Strong gives him a couple smacks on the way out as well. And yeah, Kasane is continuously depleting that stack, like you said. He's now taking the Centaur as well. Daze does have a big stack off to the east. He's been working on those far ones off to the side, which are good, but it's not ideal. You want to get as many stacks as you can because there's a lot of heroes that need stacks on both sides.
Yeah, we talking so much about OG's capability of stealing stacks. We didn't even mention the fact that Kasane could do this shit, right? Like, he's just going in there, nabbing him and using it against you. I think Daze lost, what, 80% of his HP to one Wild Ring Ripper just running after him and auto-attacking. That was miserable.
Yeah, not good defense against that, unfortunately, here.
Bot lane, looking for the Centaur Stomp. The setup on Munkushi instead. Nice net mix-up. Trying to come in with the damage, but can't get too close to the Sven. He is doing a lot of damage, but they're looking for the angle, looking for the chain. They will cut down the Sven. Very nicely played from Mixa. Looking for a second setup. Sweet and Strong has TP'd in, though. There's the bat backup. Bouncing back the Naga. Kidaro able to just dispel that. Now might be Sweet and Strong in a bit too deep. Mixa coming back in, biding his time and making it happen. Daze able to pop those Shadow Poisons, and OG with a bit of patience make the play pay off.
Yeah, he did a lot of work that fight. Getting the kill on the bat and the Sven, and helping to get the kill on the Sven. At least a big chunk of that last bit of HP was just Shadow Poisons. I didn't think they were going to be able to get it, but now Mix is level 6 as well, and that puts a bit of a worry into Munkushi. Hard to just stay in the lane unless you have the confidence to fully commit to the Timber Saw on those kills. So they'll get a little bit of breathing room while Mixer goes home to regen, but pretty tough after his Daze. Does survive this.
That was very, very cute from him, denying that in this room. Kasane, like you said, going to be the target of this Rolling Thunder. Kidaro has connected, and Kidaro will help Stormstormer get that kill. So nobody gets the rune. Very sad for each mid laner, but still, the result in Stormstormer getting a nice little pickup. Meanwhile, we see Triple S. He did wander over to try and help his team out, but his net worth is just going to skyrocket now with the farming of this stack.
Yeah, this is every Axe game, ladies and gentlemen. You buy your Vanguard and then you go farm your triple or quadruple Ancient stack that your lovely supports have prepped for you. And Shad is going to have to consider his space up top here and how much, how much safety does he really have. He's going to run through and try and go for a call down play here as they find Munkushi.
Johnny Mungushi's got to know this is coming, especially with how aggressive OG are positioning right now. Slightly off the mark with the Timber Chain.
Sick.
Still not really used to it. Kasane, yeah, that might just have been a tree cut from Munkushi. Doesn't save him in this situation though. Way too many heroes and way too little move speed. Who was that who cut the tree? Was it Munkushi?
It was Munkushi, yeah.
Wow.
His playing blade was on cooldown. He's gaming. Unfortunately, he didn't game hard enough to survive.
Could he have gamed hard enough to survive? I don't even know whether that's physically possible.
I don't know. Not in that case.
Dire's top tower
Okay,
is
well,
under
that
attack.
opens up this tier 1 bot tower for them,
Radiant's bottom
at
tower is
least.
under
That's
attack.
going to help them close out the map. At least the Sven's farming space is going to be slightly limited. This is what you
I think
need, though, right, as OG? This is what you were talking about, Trent.
Oh, I mean, it's really important because Shad kind of had nothing going for him up top. Like, this axe was running at him, you know? And it's kind of scary. Now he gets the kill down bottom. Now they're going to bring a bunch of people to try and chase Triple S here. And he needs to find a TP out or something. Or I think he's just dead.
That was a little bit awkward because the taunt came through after the Rolling Thunder, so Stormstormer couldn't change direction. I'm not sure whether it's going to matter, though. Way too much damage coming in from the call down and Mixer. 3 calls come up to address Triple S. Meanwhile, mid lane, a move being made by OneWin, looking towards Kadaro, who still doesn't have the level 6, meaning that he is easy sashimi to chop down Squadix. Grabs that one.
But wait.
Still has a regen rune running. The setup is there. They still punish both supports, though. The rest of OG sweep on over and get some nice return kills. Squadix is likely to be able to escape this one because he just has so much resources, but yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to punish that as well, that is a big deal.
Dire's middle
OG
tower
getting
is
themselves
under
active.
It's a giant gold swing. After what, you know, you watch this axe get all that gold up top and you start thinking, like, where's
Radiant's
that
top
pressure going to
tower
go?
is
He's
under
going to start
attack.
running this Gyrocop to this blade mail, but then they just rotate, kill Sven, take some ancient, go back top, kill axe, and then get, you know, you sack Kadaro mid to get a double kill. Like, yeah, you're totally fine with this. This is great stuff for you. And Squadix, oh my goodness. That's a Maelstrom.
Okay, so much for this being a perfect Mage Slayer game. I think he's... I wonder what the thought is here. Maybe just worried a bit about their magic damage. They are all physical after all.
I got nothing. I don't know. That seems crazy.
This guy's
It's
cooking.
such a good Mage Slayer game, actually.
Yeah. I mean,
Dire
also,
are
I feel like
scanning.
with... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel
Dire's
like
top tower is under
if you go
attack.
something like the Maelstrom, you'd want like double impact over Chain Gang, just because you increase the Maelstrom proc chances.
Yeah.
am I
this
not
is,
tripping?
I'm trying to think if it's a Mjolnir thing that he's like testing out. I'm looking at his previous Ember games, and I've only seen him. I'm like literally looking at his builds, and he's been going Mage Slayer. I don't know.
Yeah, what is this cookery here? Kasane in the mid lane, he's gonna get cooked. Stormstormer makes that look easy. It is an Ench after all, still level 5. Meanwhile, top lane, Shad, that's a much bigger pick-off for the rest of OneWin. They'll be happy with that. Sweden Strong able to survive on a sliver of HP, but OG once again not gonna let the move go unpunished. Walking on over now onto Triple S. This is a very tanky boy though that I'm not sure whether you have the damage for. Maybe with this diffusal it's gonna be enough. Starting to pull him back in. A lot of bonus armor from that call. You gotta watch yourself on the Pango. Don't want to get cut down, but luckily for him, not enough mana on Triple S to try. They will finish him off. So OG, they've been doing a very good job making two-pronged moves.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing this, Squadix. Let's see what you got here.
Actually,
Maelstrom
now that
Chain
you
Gang.
mention it, it makes a bit of sense, right? Like with the whole... all the uncontrollable damage coming out from OG, that is gonna make that Mjolnir go crazy. Like the electric shield and everything. Over like a Mage Slayer this game?
Yeah, that's the part that's surprising. It's just like
Yeah.
it's just so solid. And like you already have a Sven. It makes me think that he wants to delay this game out. Is kind of what it feels like. It feels like he just wants to farm a little bit more.
Yeah. Almost like he's just gonna try and avoid fighting and maybe just grab a pick off here and there where he can. Although
Yeah.
I am surprised about that because I know that we talked about the Sven outscaling and everything, but it's not like the Ember is weak now.
No? Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, he mostly does Mage Slayer, so he sees something in this game where he likes it. So I'm looking forward to see how that how that goes for him.
So trying to put pieces
I mean-
together. Shad, though, he is a lot more conventional in terms of the build. Falcon Blade, Crystallis, very straightforward and looking towards the Aghanim. So no surprises here from the Gyrocopter. Everybody else pretty stock standard as well. 100 more gold until the blink for the axe. That's where we might see a bit more movement from the OneWin side.
Yeah, they're also close to Sweden Strong's blink too, so he could do like smoke up with the axe, get the kill. That'll get
Dire's
enough
middle
gold for
tower
Bat's
is under
blink.
attack.
Make a move after that. We do have nobody on the Dire Wisdom Shrine here, but it doesn't look like the Radiant are in any chance to or opportunity to take it, so it's fine. Have already secured their own.
Now this bot side has been an completely abandoned effort from One Win. I don't think they've rotated anyone down here in a long while, just trying to leave that space up to Munkushi.
Oh, well, they're
Now
going
coming
to now.
through.
They might kill Mixa.
Arrow. They have to try and break things up. Nice save. The song as well. Okay. OG, they're buying themselves some time here, looking for the setup on the Sven. Do they have the damage for this? The rest of One Win are here. Is this the fight that you want? In comes the call, in comes the dunk. Way too overestimating their damage. OG, and now Stormstormer's gonna get pulled in. Just give the One Win the perfect fight, and Kidaro, he'll be the only survivor. I thought that was a song TP out angle. They song and go back in, and they find nothing but a few chops.
Yeah, I don't know. He saw the axe, right? Was axe on the high ground or the low ground? Maybe he was on the high ground.
We're gonna need a replay of that situation because it felt like Kidaro, he walked up, he saw the Ench there, and you got to know there's no way there's just an Ench running directly at you. We'll see that again,
so here's
Kidaro.
The song. Where's the axe?
Okay.
He walks into the axe, right? He can see him, right?
Okay, by the time
Maybe
the
he
axe
couldn't.
gets to the low ground, Kidaro's like, ah shit, and then he blinks and then gets the call. So understandable, although on OG's side, you don't see anyone on the map, right? And you haven't seen the axe in a hot minute. You got to assume that the blink is coming sometime soon, and that just is the worst possible timing for them right when they were about to try and make a counter move. Yeah, One Win able to get a couple
still
of
on the
kills.
high ground. That has to be what it was. Because I was thinking like, oh, this is bad. My thought process was like, oh, this is bad for One Win because he's going to deluge the axe, stop the blink, and lock the
Right.
fight. But then he didn't actually see him, unfortunately. And then it just goes from being kind of an okay time to stay and fight to just disaster mode instantly once that call comes out.
Yeah, grabs onto Mixer. To be honest, it felt a bit aggressive as well from OG. The fact that they were trying to punish Munkushi there. I don't think that's the type of situation that One Win would allow anyway. Can you imagine if they just let their carry die like that? That's like 4-man rainbow TP rotations instantaneously, whether the axe has blink or not.
Dire are scanning.
Okay,
I'm
well-
thinking, I mean, this is one thing I've been loving about this axe, by the way, is that it's no cooldown. Like, this is a offlaner who, he gets these 3 items, and he is just a permanent fighter.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get pushed back off the map because you don't use mana to farm. So that's fine. And if you use any, it's like easily, you know, clarityable or whatever, who cares? You don't have any cooldowns, and you're tanky with a Vanguard, so it's not like you're losing HP while you're farming, so you can just roam. Like, you're a true roaming offlaner, no cooldown, just chasing and dunking people, and always putting this pressure on the map. And this is super deep ward. It's almost expiring from Sweden Strong,
Dire's
but
bottom
it's going to be enough to see Mixa, and that makes the jump super easy.
Here comes Squadix as well. The Farlock chains holding him in place, and another easy. Oh no, they deny the dunk, but still, the pain is felt by that Timbersaw being caught out in a pocket of the map there where he probably felt very safe. The Boots of Travel's coming out from the axe already, so his
dude,
map pressure
he's
is just going to
gaming.
amplify. Look at him go. He's not going to slow down one bit.
This is every chatter's dream right now. Oh, he was so close.
Ooh, that was close. That was close.
I don't know. I think you need a lot of spins to win that one.
Yeah.
It
He was
might be a
alone
little
too, right?
early.
There's no one there. Maybe he just thought the Blade Mail damage was going to be enough. Like, Stormstormer has the diffuser, right? So he's going to be smacking himself for a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's flexing.
Bit of a Boots of Travels flex there. Look at my new kicks, fellas. You ain't got shoes like this.
That's his main drain, you know. TPing and then one call. I mean, you only have 560 mana, which is kind of comical.
Yeah. He has that mana drought working overtime. You know,
Yep.
mandatory. Such an amazing new. Thank you, Valve, for adding this. I feel like as a support, I can just run around the map and cast my spells and not really worry so much. Like Arcane Boots itself, maybe not enough. But what is this? This is not looking too good. That's a BKB on the Ember. He's just running forward, paving the way for. He's just gonna be able to jump out to a Remnant. Completely fine. Meanwhile, the pull in, Stormstormer gets caught. Sweden Strong with the Blink Dagger. Now they're looking for more. I just need the song on the high ground to save Shad here. You can't afford to let your carry go down. They're trying to counter-initiate, but in comes the Sven with his own BKB. He doesn't care about your song. He's starting to slice up on your gyro. Looking to change targets now. Trying to make sliced fish Pidaro able to disengage. Meanwhile, Triple S calling up Mixa on the wrong side of the fight. The Timbersaw's going to go down as well. OG, that is not the fight that they were looking for. Again, it feels like they keep getting pulled into these initiations and they're getting jump scared by the one-win item pickups.
Yeah, the timings of when they get their items or when they start engaging onto them is just very, very good from one win. Like that BKB was just delivered by the Sven. He gets in the fight, you know, and he kind of ruins this whole song safety. They keep changing. Like when you go into a team fight, when you're good at Dota, you're thinking about all the spells that are going to come to play and all the items are going to come to play, and you've already prefaced the fight in your mind of what's going to happen. Much like he should have prefaced this axe jumping him up top and dunking him in half. But when these things just immediately change out of nowhere and you didn't have any chance to react, that's when a fight goes weird because, you know, you plan something that then, of course, changed, and then what looked like a smart play turns into a bad play, and it collapses really quickly. And it goes from being like, yeah, this is fine, and this is a smart play, to, oh, I'm an idiot.
It's just a little bit tough as well because you could see the intention from OG, right? They were hoping to bait more heroes into their gyro and have this nice little song turn around. They blow up a target, set up there, but just not really expecting the BKB and the Sven to come out of nowhere. And right now it feels like the pace that one win are setting just a bit too fast for OG to keep up. They don't have any breathing room on the map whatsoever.
No, they really don't. Now we're into Tormentor time. The Croaker's coming up here. Watch out. He's got the tendrils to the deep. Look at that guy. I like the sound of his feet.
You can
It's a
hear
loud
the sound
fella,
of the
you know?
wind. Is he just thumping around?
Yeah, oh yeah, he thumps.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pay attention. I have not heard the sound of his feet yet.
Dire
I
are
wish he would
scanning.
move for us.
I think that's what that sound was.
He's kind of got a sleeper build. I don't know what kind of workout he goes for, but his forearms are way bigger than his biceps. I'm not sure what's going on there. How do you even achieve this build?
Lots of roids, I think.
Yeah, fair. Got them on,
Well, he's going to guard the
supply.
Shrine of Wisdom while they kill Shad, so...
Yeah, rest in peace, Shad. Well, their position was very obvious because they took the Tormentor there, right? So, OG trade their off-laner and their carry for Shard. Yeah, that's the state of the game that we're in right now.
I mean, not great. It's almost kind of even. Call here onto Stormstormer down bottom. He'll be all right. Oh, wait, the tendrils? Hold on.
Oh.
He's
Wait,
forced to roll up.
That was a bit too close. Wait, Squadix isn't done. He's going to try and chase in. Nice blink away from Stormstormer. Knows that he's in trouble. And really, wherever you go on the map on OG, it feels like there is nowhere that's safe.
Okay, so positives, they got the Torment. They got the Silver Shard. That's great. They took it away from one win.
Sure.
I mean, they're casting spells in this Ember. I don't really know what the end goal is.
Are
I
they
guess
trying to bait out
hoping
a
that he sticks
BKB?
around. Yeah.
Dire's top tower
Just
is
trying to
under
scare him a
attack.
little bit, but Triple S is right there to back him up. Shad is rounding around the corner. Throw a missile out. Quadix will not fall for the bait. Looking at Shivas for himself, just further amping up that damage. Not a lot of heals to reduce, but just overall a great item for the Ember and for setting up the rest of his team as well.
All right, so recovery mode is... I mean, it's definitely doable with the Gyrocopter, obviously. We've seen these games before. We're thinking BKB, we're thinking Lifesteal, and we're thinking Rapiers, really, is what it comes down to. That's, that's
feels
the
like-
unfortunate situation you get into rather quickly in a game like
How
this.
long away is that though? And I mean, from the very start, we were already talking about OG needing to be the ones to be aggressive. It's not really panned out for them. I'm not gonna lie, I can't even really blame them. It just feels like all the fights that went wrong happened right when there was a crucial item pickup and right when one win were looking for a fight themselves. It's just maybe a slight lack of communication in that regard on OG's side, not really tracking the item pickups, because those have just completely ruined their tempo this game. Trying for something here, maybe a burst down with Kasane almost immediately. The Ench is always going to be an easy pickup. The Ember, not so much. An easy Remnant away for him. Even has the Arcane Rune and the BKB ready if need.
That's a great pickup. It's good. They need some little kills here. I mean, Stormstormer's ready to just keep chasing and getting these blink ultis. If they can perhaps find some vision across the map, if Triple S gets a little greedy. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a BKB just delivered, so that window kind of closed. I was thinking maybe they'd catch him being greedy with his boots of travel, but BKB kind of eliminates their chance to kill him, really, because they only have Pango Chainstone, which is nullified by BKB.
Yeah, these BKB timings on the side of one win are really, really strong. This is only going to be a matter of time before they try for maybe 1 or 2 pickoffs and then just try and convert that into Roche immediately. In fact, that's exactly what they're doing. Chat, yeah, that'll be huge. You need a song immediately. Kadaro not ready to let it rip, and it's gonna be far too late. Munkushi as a BKB just absolutely obliterates you. The taunt cancelling the TP out. Triple S coming in to stop the Naga. The chop slightly off the mark there, not enough damage, but they still will find her with the Battle Hunger. Last auto attack goes to Sweden Strong, and now they can just head into that Roche pit if they want, or they can just take these towers. Whatever they want, really. The map is theirs.
Oh boy. Oh boy. It's not one of those, huh? It happens fast.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top
You got an
tower
Ench and
is
an Ember
under
hitting
attack.
mid tower, Axe and Sven hitting bottom. Full
Dire's
confidence
bottom
mode
tower has
here.
fallen.
No chance to fight for the Dire.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And this is kind of what we were a bit worried about, at least I was. It's not really Mixer's fault, but it's just what does the Timber really provide you in these type of situations? You need some sort of catch, you need some sort of disable. But all you really have is damage that you can't connect because they're so slippery. Look at Squadix, he's just jumping away for free. Try for the chase up now. Offer a Chakram to tickle his bum. Nothing much other than that. Some fancy moves from Squadix, just dodge that homing missile. OG, it just feels like they can't really get these connections on the one-win heroes before BKBs come out, or some sort of counter initiation that ends in disaster. The 10k gold lead right now, up to 11. And like I said, it just really feels like a matter of time before they pop the God Strength at the right place, get a pick off, and then head into Rogue.
Yeah, and I like this too, where you, after the Boots of Travel and everything, you go back for a, into BKB, go back for a Halberd completion on your Vanguard.
Oh, that's
Or
nice.
Triple S, so that really stops some of this recovering. Oh, he's just going in. Shad, look out. One save.
It's gonna be good enough though, not against Munkushi. In comes the Sven, down goes the Gyro. That is never gonna be a good matchup. Sweden Strong looking for days. Nice little hiding place in the trees. That's not gonna be good enough though. Triple S finds him, another dunk. And OG, they are just getting torn apart here at the seams. Haven't really had a chance at all to put up any sort of team fight really this game.
No, and then you just take that God Strike immediately into Roche. Easy cleanup. Oh, good. The Gunpowder Gauntlets. Perfect for Sven.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Chunk,
Everything
chunk.
lining up. Honestly, this game, it just feels like all these small timings, all these little moments, small decisions as well, just working in one win's favor. OG, they needed to put their foot on the gas, unfortunately. I'm not sure whether their feet are even on the ground right now. They're just lifted so far up into the sky, floating away. I don't know where they've gone.
It's a hard game
Radiant are
to
scanning.
kind of reckon with when you're heading into game 2. Because you have to think about, like, what went so wrong? Is it purely draft based? Like, I don't think you can blame a game like this just on that. You get a lasso here. Into a dunk. Like, surely something along the game plan went a bit wrong. Like, what happened to our Pango mid? Like, did we ever have an opportunity to, like, create a fight with him? Or it's just going to be a montage of people dying, guys.
Yeah, I
Get
don't
used to
even
it.
really know what to say into this, apart from the fact that they didn't pop BKBs this time round. So maybe OG can get some sort of a counter. Absolutely not. I lied! Sorry, everyone. It was just a joke. Munkushi's gonna come in with a BKB, chop up the Gyro, make quick work of him. And yeah, there's nothing else from that fight. Honestly,
Yeah, I'm surprised they got out.
yes, I thought everyone was gonna die. And this is easy and clean Sven game from Munkushi here. As soon as we saw that hero pick come out, I was already feeling it. I mean, this has been the trend with this hero in this qualifier so far.
I mean, things looked best for OG when right after the Axe had gotten the Vanguard, and then they came bottom with the Gyro, they killed the Sven, they took the Ancients, they attacked the tier 1 tower bottom, and then the map was kind of split for a while, where both teams were just farming. And that was okay. That was like 5 minutes. That's fine for a Gyro, but then I guess it really just did come down to we lost the team fights.
Yeah, and it's kind of
it's that
awkward,
simple.
right? Because I think there was a moment, honestly, a few moments in the early game where I was praising OG because I thought they did a good job responding to some two-pronged moves. They would find a pick-off on one side of the map and then make sure they swept over and punished. But now it's just impossible for them to really punish anything because of these BKBs. Sure, you can get a kill onto the Enchantress for what feels like the 4th or 5th time this game. This is the only hero on one win that you're killing. Stormers got him rolling thunder off onto Munkushi, but he still has that second life. Now Squadix trying for the setup. Triple S gets a call out. Shad able to turn around with his BKB. This could be something here for OG as Triple S goes down. 1 second left until his BKB. Meanwhile, Mixer jumps in and finds the kill onto Squadix. OG down but not out just yet. Maybe we spoke too soon.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Perfect. Aha. The caster power comes
this
through.
was what we were plotting for all along. We just had to go all the way
Radiant's middle tower.
And you thought it was over.
Nah, that's Dota to be played. Dota plus win probability gives OG 22%, by the way, and that's close to 5k gold swing in their favor. It still is a 12k gold lead though for one win. So
that's crazy. That was a 10k XP swing.
Jeez.
Yeah, that is 91.64, I guess, to be honest. I mean, I'll take it back down a little bit. I'm inflating a bit too much, but that's a lot of experience. It's going to help their levels so much here. Sweetstar does have Blink Lasso here. Oh,
Yoink.
One range creep, you know? One little dude. I got him. He's over here. Get him, guys. Oh, and then he just drives back and kills him.
That's what you get if you snitch.
Yeah,
You
he
get a
did.
yeah. He snitched. You deserve that one. I'll be honest. I thought Stormer was goner there, but Munkushi not wanting to pop the god strength for that pickoff. Understandable. I think that might open up an opportunity for OG to actually take a decent fight. I think this was the first time that we actually saw one win slightly disjointed in terms of their cooldowns, right? Every single engagement prior to this, it felt like the BKBs were ready, the ultimates were ready. This time round, the Axe didn't have his BKB. He tried to jump in, save the Ember. The Ember still stuck around despite escaping the first time, so giving over quite a few very nice kills for OG, but Tempo up. Triple S now. Still has that BKB this time round. Comes the rest of OG looking to punish him, but one win are swooping in as well. This is no longer a safe location. Mixer slowed down by the battle hunger. Oh, this could be a very nasty wraparound.
they're
Look
on a
at the
ward.
Sven's location on the map. Yeah, they see everybody. OG, you need to try and song TP out of this one or escape something. They're just herded like sheep. Stormer's gonna come in now, but they can just slowly approach, and in comes Triple S. The song comes out, but I'm not sure whether it's gonna be enough. Sven has popped his BKB, starting to slice away now. They haven't been able to kill anyone just yet. Stormer hiding away in the trees. He's able to get the Rolling Thunder off somehow, and they turn around onto the Axe. Bumping around now, Munkushi. He doesn't have his BKB anymore, and Shed somehow still surviving through it all. Sweden Strong will pop his BKB, but trades out for the Gyro. First life of the Sven now coming back without a BKB or a God Strength. Kasane, easy pickings, and Mixer now the one on top. It's Stormer and him, the two left remaining. Ember has reset and joined the fight. Munkushi at full HP. Not a lot of damage to work with, especially into the Timber Axe, but you have that Shivas going into work. It's about to blow up on Munkushi. He has a nice Satanic though, turning around and life stealing up. That might just be enough to save him. Stormer still trying to play around. He might live to regret that. Do you have a stun? Munkushi not available for another 4 seconds. He'll get out with the gem and his life, but way messier for one win, honestly, than it needed to be. And somehow that's still a positive goal exchange for one win, just by, what, 500?
Yeah, basically even here. We're all just getting a little bit more stacked up on the golden XP, it would seem. Especially that Ember. Holy, he got leet. 1,337 gold.
Never refuse gold given.
Love to see that. That was a really interesting choice by OG. I think they did a good job fighting. If it wasn't for the ward that was on the ground from one win, that fight, I mean, I guess they probably wouldn't have taken it. Let's be real. For one win, if there's not a ward there, so.
Yeah, for sure.
But the idea of like drawing them in really deep, because now with the damage on the gyrocopter, especially with Revenant's approach, he's trying to take advantage of the fact that, like, hey, if you're going to BKB during the song, unless all three of you BKB, I can take you 1v1 right now. Like, I've got items. I'm feeling pretty good. That is crazy to spend over 25. That is insane. I did not know he was level 25. I'll be real with you. Wow. So he does a lot of damage now, Sneeze.
Yeah, where the hell did he get all this EXP from? Like,
he kept living in the fights, and he survived
so.
that massive one that we just had down bottom. So, good God, that's so much experience.
For those of you who are not Sven connoisseurs, it's the 50% God strength damage that he just got as a talent that made that poor Pango disappear. And you know, we were talking about Shad's ability to take anyone in a 1v1. Yep, the Sven is no longer part of that equation.
Okay, yeah, not that guy.
Yeah, not that guy. Everyone else, maybe. And credit where credit is due, I think Shad did a very good job with the tree line of that Tormentor area, trying to single out individual targets. He was able to put out a lot of damage. Honestly, he lived a lot longer than I expected. OG need to find some sort of creative way to replicate that scenario, put Shad in a position where he can do the damage and just draw out these BKBs. Because it feels like that's their only option to win.
Yeah, PKBs are certainly the main issue. That is one thing that, in case you guys aren't Pango players, or if you're wondering why Pango is, or some of the ways we've tried to nerf Pango, Pango, he cannot change the news every time. He can PKB before the roll is allowed to stun you with him. It's a pretty basic mechanic. I know most people know that, but surely there's someone watching who's like, oh, I didn't know that. So there you go. In case you didn't know. This is why PKBs are such a problem.
Honestly, not sure how Storm was able to tuck himself into that tree line and hide for so long, got the Rolling Thunder off, and that really changed the trajectory of the fight. A little bit hard for the Axe to walk out any further than that. Yeah, OG able to clean up for what feels like the first time this game.
Are fortified.
So what, he was almost level 24 right here when he gets the finish on to Mankushi. Back up to 24 and a half. Yeah, all right, that'll do it. Whew, he's almost
Back
level
into the
26
game.
now. Swift Blink, Satanic, Gunpowder Gauntlet. I mean, he is going to one-shot some people here.
They already one-shot Stormer just now. I don't know if anyone else stands a chance. I think the best bet they have is putting Mixa in front of him, and even that might be a bit dangerous.
Do they have an answer to the Yules yet? Outside of Edge. I don't... sorry, not the Yules. The
The Axe,
Timber
right,
Axe.
for the Timber.
Yeah. I don't think they do, right? It's just Enchant. That's all we got.
They heard a lasso come out. Who's
Corruption
that
save
on?
here.
Nice one.
Shad.
Shad. Okay. No one nearby enough to connect. I say that Mankushi's in. He's not really killing Shad 100-0 just yet, even with the God Strength. And now this has gotten a bit awkward. Mixa starting to connect in. The Ember looking for a target as well, but Shad, he's in the middle of the fight and he's doing a lot of damage into the Sven. This could be the turnaround that OG were waiting for, now controlling up onto Squadix. He's looking for the cut down on Kidaro, still surviving for now. Sweden Strong will chase him, but now Stormer, he's just in trouble. Shad, can he do enough damage to turn things around without his BKB and into the call? It doesn't seem very likely, but he's still standing strong. Daze throwing heal after heal out onto him. All these defensive tools, it's gonna pan
Unreal.
out. Somehow OG stand their ground, and it's just Shad at the end of the day. My goodness, Sweden Strong. Last member remaining for one win, and is this really how things are gonna turn around?
How did he survive so long in the Star Cup?
Give me a goddamn replay of that fight. How the
Like,
hell?
he's got... I
Like,
mean, that's
who-
just raw heals and help. Like, this guy has no lifesteal.
Yeah, like who,
You know?
who is healing him? I know there's a Solar Crest, I know there's a Glimmer, I know there's a Lotus, but there's
I
no
think
way. Like, look.
I'm guessing he got disseminated as well by Daze, but still, that is crazy.
Oh, it's the Shadow Demon shard. Because that
still
popped him all the
so
way
much.
back up to full. He does drop pretty low again here, but clearly not low enough because it's just Squadix in here. Triple S is focused on Stormer in this fight. Sweden Strong trying to chase down Kidaro. That doesn't really work out, so by
And
the
then
time they
there's
look
this
at
damage
Shad,
from Mixa, too. Like this right here.
yeah.
Yeah, they can't get through it.
Wow.
That was so close, man. Good patience as well there from Daze to allow him to get all that damage before he makes the save. The positioning from Daze and Kidaro is just exactly what you want, right? Lurking in the tree line, not getting targeted down, using their range to their advantage.
Yeah, those defensive tools were very, very important, and you can see OG when everything comes together and they're actually able to use their spells in a team fight. It seems like the draft is fine, but this is what you were talking about from the very start. It feels like OG just have to try that much harder. The positioning, the spell casting, the sequencing, it all has to be perfect just for them to be able to allow Shad to survive with 100 HP in the fight. But still, this is a huge swing for them. And if they can take one or two more fights like that,
Stormer.
tide of the game might just turn. Sweden Strong blinking forward, not finding the target. Finding Stormer though. Was trying to get Daze and there's no save. Kidaro and Daze couldn't get there in time.
That was 2,000 damage. 1987, one tap.
Dire's bottom
Damn.
tower. is
What
under
the
attack.
hell? That was... Zero, dude. Surely Storm's looking at it and was like, do I not have 20 armor? Like,
Yeah.
Is there an ET in this game? Like, nothing helping me here?
Can you imagine if you didn't have
God.
20 armor? Like, would he just like... How much damage over like 3k?
I think it would just kill you when you respawn. It would just like roll over like the minutes on your
Yeah,
cell phone
right.
plan in the 2000s.
Yeah. My goodness, somebody could have stopped this, man. He's a menace. This buyback from Stormstormer, they're trying to take advantage of the fact that God Strength is on cooldown, like our observer is pointing out. 40 more seconds and no way of refreshing that. Support's positioned up on the high ground. In comes Triple S with a call though, trying to bring in Shed to a compromising position. The BKB forced out from the Axe. Mixa's doing a good job putting out space. There's Stormstormer being lassoed again, but Swedish Strong taking a lot of damage for it. And now Triple S is in big, big trouble. The song comes out, Shed
It
saved.
saves him.
Kidaro, it's right on cue. That's what you love to hear if you're an OG fan. And Shed, he's gonna stand and watch as Triple S gets cut down. Mukuchi now with the BKB. 8 more seconds until the God Strength, but he's not surviving that long. Gonna try and extend his life with the Satanic, but it's just not gonna be enough. The voice line's already coming out. OG know they've won this fight, and it's all because of that initial jump in. OG, they just needed to plot everything out bit by bit and get the sequence right, but that time round they got it down, and now they'll find themselves the Roche for it.
Whoever's making the play calls has really stepped up in the second half of the game for OG, because they're putting one win in a sequence where like they can't play in rhythm. Like this forced buyback, like it seems good, like oh we killed the Pango, but the immediate buyback and delaying the fight till after means there's no God Strength, so he just can't be Sven. And so they try and delay the Roche, but you know you're controlling space with Naga Siren, it's hard to contend with. And then it forces the Axe BKB, and then it forces the Ember BKB, and then the God Strength still hasn't come back yet. Like, they're really keeping one win on tilt, really, and making it so they can't solidify and get a good fight again.
Middle tower has
The
fallen.
major problem right now that we just haven't really mentioned, apart from the supports obviously playing an amazing game. I mean, Mixer, he's up there alone on the high ground, throwing out everything and just pressuring them so much. You don't want to focus this Timbersaw. In fact, you don't feel really comfortable killing him because then you're just letting Shad have a free game. But I think he's reached the point where he's a problem you need to deal with. They haven't itemized to try and get rid of this Ags, and it's been a major thorn in their side. I think they need to start thinking about some anti-Timbersaw mechanics.
Yeah, but how? Like, how do you get a nullifier? Or like,
Radiant's top tower
I mean,
has fallen.
Yeah,
we need ench Ags? Two enchants?
I guess so. I mean, you already went for the Spellbound facet, right? Might as well dig your heels deeper into it.
Does it not give you 2 charges anymore? Oh, it doesn't give you 2 charges anymore.
It's
It just lets you
the
control
little
2
friends.
creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't you get, I thought it didn't, I think it used to give you 2 charges of enchant at some point, but now it doesn't. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Now, little friends, though, I mean, that could be nice.
For the 3 Naga illusions, that's really gonna do a number on them.
Genius.
Yeah.
Precious bounty.
I mean, now it's one win's turn to look a bit out of sorts. Honestly, they really had OG in that first half, but you know, we talk so much about Sven and the hero strengths and why we aren't seeing it more. It's so strong. Well, God Strength, right? God Strength, he's basically a transformation carry. When he doesn't have that up, he's just not quite cutting it, and that's what we saw in that fight around the Roche. It's very good play calling, like you mentioned, from OG. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think they were gonna be able to come back from that rough position, but here we are in this game, 41 minutes in, and it's a less than 1k gold lead. OG, for the first time, at an even game state.
Now, all that being said, I still think there are easy outs here for one win. I mean, there's a Pango right now who can just die, right? There's 4 minutes, no buyback Pango. That's pretty scary. So, God Strength or not, taking a fight without your Pango after is going to be a bad time. If they ever get one of these 2 supports to start the fight, it's also going to be much harder. They are definitely going to be saving buyback on these supports and being ready to get jumped back in these fights immediately because they're going to be needed.
Radiant's
You can
bottom
also see
tower
Daze
is
is
under
prepping
attack.
for the late game. He's going for this Wind Waker versus the Axe, which is something we've been missing. I think a lot of teams need to be considering this. He already has an Outworld staff for himself, and then he can get a Wind Waker for his buds. Try and keep them all nice and safe. They are grouping on one win. They've got decent vision. They see the Gyrocopter right now. Are they going to make this a moment? Oh, it's tempting. It's only for an Aegis, though.
They're thinking about it, but they know that there's
Lasso?
OG presence
Lasso to the
right
high
around
ground?
the corner. They're gonna try.
Dude, are they not going to lasso this?
Yeah, I thought they would go.
Do we not have enough Force Staffs? How many Force Staffs? 1, 2... Oh, man, I got to say that looked like a Force Staff play. I'm shocked.
I mean,
I'm
even
shocked
if
they
you,
didn't try and force that from the high ground.
yeah, even if you force stuff or you don't make it all the way there, if you're just kind of baiting in the rest of OG and then you get the support or something, surely that's worth more. I mean, especially if you can find Stormer amidst all the chaos, but not wanting to take that risk there. I think they understand that if they mess up that play and misuse God Strength, they don't connect, that's gonna be maybe a Rex already, because it's gonna be so hard to fight without that ultimate on Mukushi. You gotta be a bit more conservative with that. So I don't hate it. And yeah, I mean, things getting uncomfortable now for one win, as they were in firm control of this game, just sweeping the map non-stop, clearing up these kills. But somehow, someway, OG have managed to stand their ground with this gyro. The perfect setup again and again in these fights with the defensive usages of these ultimates. Songs on point as well.
Top tower is
Now
under
it's shared up
Right.
on your high ground.
50 seconds ago in this Aegis. Whoa, Daze, what are you doing?
Daze! Okay, well, you don't need to find the spot if he presents himself up on the high ground. A little bit of a misstep there from the Shadow Demon. You still want to try and take advantage of the fact that you have this Aegis, but is this really what you want? Song of the Siren comes out into 2 BKBs, holding the backline in place. This could be nice. You need to put Song in at the right time. Slightly mistimed there from Hidaro. I'm not sure whether that's what you wanted. And Shen, now he's getting chopped up. That's only the first life to get the lasso in. Stormer saved by Daze, but he's gonna pop right back out into death, surely. Burned to a crisp by the Bat Rider's fire and Squadix. He's trying to stand his ground, but he's gonna get out. OG, they just don't have the damage anymore. Shad's gonna come back in. The call onto 2, holding them in place. Impetus raining from the sky. Mixer still standing his ground. The hero of this fight right now is the Timbersaw, but Sven still on the back lines trying to clean up. This might be a dieback for Daze if he's not careful. But look at Mixer, still the raid boss, but surely now surrounded by 4. Surely he's gonna go down. He kills Mukushi before going down. That's gonna be a dieback on your Sven. What the hell even happened that fight? All because Daze walked up on the high ground randomly getting caught, but OG still pulled the trigger and somehow still are okay.
Yeah, it disseminates a hell of a spell, is what just happened there. That was a lot of damage just on top of that Sven because of it. The Timbersaw plus the Shouting is somehow just able to tear him down. I am shocked.
Yeah, that was crazy stuff. I thought the fight was lost there with Daze just getting caught out.
Daze?
Speaking of Daze, brother, you just bought back. Okay, well.
Teleporting?
Wait. Hello?
I mean, I don't know. I got nothing.
Yeah, what's going on in here?
I don't
Trent,
know.
Trent,
I
you
don't
need to
know.
analyze. You need to analyze that moment. What the damn hell is going on at this point? What's
Analyze
happening? Look
Daze
at OG.
nuts.
There's
That's all that it was. It was big nuts.
Yeah, that's true. Nuts on the table. Squadix now popping the BKB, forced to by Kadaro. I mean, OG. The way that they're playing, I don't even know what to say, man.
I don't know how he just
Radiant
survived
are
there.
scanning.
Yeah, okay.
I thought, you know, the way he was walking up to the
high.
high ground, it looks like what happens when someone's tilted in a pub game, right? And they're like, oh, you know, I got caught, whatever, I'll just die back, like walk up to the high ground.
Go mid-end. Yeah.
Yeah, go mid, and he just started pathing towards the tower. I'm like, surely not.
There were so many things that have happened over the past couple of minutes that we just can't even go through them all. One thing that was incredibly impactful, though, unfortunately, was Kasane running out of mana. Because he dumped his entire mana pool in impetuses during that fight, and then he ran out at the most important moment when there was like 20% HP left on Shad and 20% HP left on Mixa.
Oh, yeah.
If he had more mana, like they were dead. Like it was definitely there.
That's
Which is
something
kind
that
of
we
crazy.
didn't mention as
considering
well.
it's like 55 each.
Yeah, like the Ench has been putting on a lot of pressure with these impetus. It's really the only thing sort of supplying them damage, right? Because when you really think about it, Squadix isn't necessarily doing high amounts of burst, right? He's in there, he's doing nice consistent damage over time. The Axe at this point feels more like a single target control hero. He's just been calling singular calls and stuff like that. But yeah, a large part of your damage, if it's not coming from Munkushi, is actually this Enchantress just slamming home these spears, so have to keep our eyes out for that. Right now, OG, in spite of all the madness, I still feel so hard for them to put an end to this game. They need to Find
a
someone
pickoff
outside the
would be
base.
massive. This triple
Yeah.
S is just getting his way back in there. I mean, at this point, Shad has almost caught up to Munkushi in terms of levels. He's level 26. That is a level... Did I just see level 24 Shadow Demon? Holy. Okay, we almost got level 25 Shadow Demon
Yeah.
for days here. Purge? Well, I mean, 2 charges
Yeah.
disruption is pretty insane.
I feel like you gotta go 2 charges of disruption, but then the 30 seconds purge cooldown is also pretty nasty. You imagine
I
you
feel
just
like
keep throwing
versus
those out.
Sven, it's got to be... Well, I don't know. I mean...
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, Purge is so insane versus Sven, but then whoever he's hitting, you disrupt them, and it's also miserable for him.
I think
don't know.
simply get level 30, maybe, you know.
Yeah. Play for that
Get
timing. A little bit of a smoke play.
Nature attends.
One win, trying to wrap around and maybe find someone, but Shad's in their way right now. Not too easy. A late game Lincoln's coming out from the gyrocopter, just to block that lasso and maybe the stun coming in from the Sven. I don't mind it too much, although it can get broken by a simple enchant, so... Okay. Might be the final Roche fight of the game. Both teams holding their breath here, not wanting to make a single misstep.
Yeah, this is a hard call for one win. I don't think he can test it because it is a Naga Siren. Like,
You're getting good vision with these flame break
they
spams
think
in,
they've
right?
got the move in. They're gonna try. All right, this is basically guess for game right now. Like you got to find that right moment.
Oh, that wasn't the moment. Rolling Thunder coming in.
Rolling Thunder.
Stormer getting stuck in the corner. That's awkward. That's gonna be Rolling Thunder down. Traded out for basically nothing, right? The Ember didn't even use his BKB there. Just a couple of remnants. Nothing really expended for the side of one win. Gonna try and clear these wards now. But it's such a precarious position for Kidaro to stand on. He can't afford to get caught. So that's just gonna be free vision here. Squadix gets that done.
Roche is getting kind of low.
Yeah, I wonder whether this is what OG want though. They don't have the Rolling Thunder, so that's a major teamfight tool of theirs down.
I mean, they have to find Kidaro. If they want the Aegis, they have to kill the Naga Siren. It's that simple, right? Because the song will come out, or you're gonna have to full commit your BKBs.
To the high ground, they found Daze in this tree line. Squadix coming in, triple S with the call, and they find the Shadow Demon. He's still surviving, even through the song. Disrupts himself for now, and now they're all caught. Now they've all found. They're in a corner, nowhere to run. Mixar shredding them to bits, and that's gonna be more than enough damage to take down triple S the first time, but they do get the Shadow Demon. Mukushi now on the run, BKB out, Refresher out from Mixar. He's gonna be on the chase. Can't find the Sven though. Triple S might just be the target. Buyback. This could be a dieback for him if he's not careful. Meanwhile, Kidaro trying to escape from Squadix on the other side of the fight. Stormer so damn low. Munkushi somehow able to break their ankles. Sweet and Strong out of the fight as well. And teleporting away, Sven somehow gets out. I thought for sure that Mixer was going to clean up on all of them, but that was not the case. Kasane though. Triple S, he's blinked away to safety. Somehow, someway, one win managed a Delta split. Wide open, and OG can't grab onto anything. One win just slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, and Roche has gone to the summer vacation home. Stormstormer nearly dying to him right now. He just bots 2. Kidaro trying to get a ward on the high ground. Nice plant right now. It's going to see them coming. Squadix, this is a dangerous time. They're going to grab.
Oh, lasso in onto Kidaro. You talked about the Naga needing to die, and that's exactly what happens. Buyback come in, but Stormstormer gets the Aegis. That's what they needed, but it's just going to be the first life going down very quickly. Squadix now popping the BKB. Song is out. They've held down 3, but where's the backup? Where's the control? Mixer needs to come in with the damage, but he's focused on Squadix at the moment. The BKB ends on the Ember, but now they've got the call on the Gyro. They need to save this shared Gyrocopter, but he's getting impedance down. He's not going to survive. You have the buyback available. Now stunning out Mukushi, going to work. It's been a while since he's been able to swing that sword, but now he finds the chance, and now he slices up Stormstormer. Buyback available on the Pango, but Mixer, it just feels like he has to do it all. He's been trying to find this Ember for what feels like forever, but it's not gonna be long enough. Squadix jukes him out, and it's a triple kill for Munkushi. What a fight here from one win.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, I don't know how they escaped the first Roche. It was the craziest chase across the map I've ever seen. So close to losing multiple heroes. They all barely get out from missiles, from Pango swashers, and then they have the absolute gall to go back and fight them at the pit again. Kill Kidaro, force the buyback, kill him again, and finally Munkushi gets to swing once more. But
it's been a while since we've Sven in action, but he doesn't have Gold Train. Buyback coming out. The fight's not over. Munkushi has the BKB get out. Mix up, finds his target this time. They try to TP out. Is that gonna work? No, the bash. They get him this time round. There still is a Sven buyback and a Kasane buyback. But OG hold. It is expensive, but OG hold. This game has devolved into madness, and if you are one win, you gotta be thinking, that first series, okay, 2-0, we packed up Passion UA real good, but OG, they are making you absolutely work for it. In a game that you thought would be over by the 25-30 minute mark, they have somehow dragged it out till a 50-minute heater of a game right here. One win. They've done a good job coming back in some of these crazy situations. Just balls on the table on both sides. But one of them's got to blow up. Yeah, the Sven has to come back and save this high ground defense. Maybe they just choose to lose a couple of racks instead.
I mean, if you can't force it out as OG, I think you're in trouble.
Gonna try now. Stormstormer with the Rolling Thunder in, trying to control out onto Squadix, but they're playing it cool. Trigger fingers. Getting ready now. Shad in a little bit of trouble. There's the buyback from Kasane to start Stormstormer being pulled in. He's taking a lot of damage, and the impetus will finish him off.
He can't.
Oh,
don't smile at him, Sweden Strong. Come on.
That's messed up. That's messed up. But honestly, I don't know about that Rolling Thunder going in.
Yeah,
the first bump, that was a little bit. I mean, to do that against a Bat Rider, you're basically asking for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm so confused. Trent, I'm so confused. What is happening?
Okay, here's the thing. They had to force the Sven buyback or they're basically going to lose. Because I think now you have... It's so hard to win this fight, right? Because you have Sven buyback and he's going to run at you. He's even got surplus for bots. Like, it's not looking good. They're just going to jump your gyrocopter. So it's all in on the supports again. Unfortunately, you're going to be fighting 4v5, but they really wanted the Sven buyback. Unfortunately, they didn't get it. I don't know.
Now, without the Pango, it's a 4v5 and a crucial piece of the harmony that's gotten you back into this game.
This
is going to be a missing note. Yeah, you...
Like, let the Megas go.
Okay, okay. That's...
Good bait, good bait.
Good bait, good bait. That's good start. Got a little frisky for the Naga. Went on an illusion instead of the lasso. That's on cooldown for a little bit longer. Chad will show his face right up front.
He tips it back.
Come on.
Yeah,
Alright, relax. Still no rapiers on the deck for the gyro just yet. Trying to put out as many rockets and scare them back as he can. Worried about the thing though, Squadix. Have to be concerned. God Strength comes out from Munkushi.
He's got full faith in these supports, man. It's a scary spot to stand in the gyro.
In comes Mixer, Hexa onto the Sven. They're trying to blow him up. There's the Song as well, holding them back. But there's the BKBs. They're gonna run out because it's low duration. Shad has already gone down. The supports couldn't save him, and now 9 more seconds until the Pango's back. OG, you need to be able to hold, but Mixer in big trouble. Timber Chain all the way to the other side. The Glimmer, the outward staff, trying to save Days. Disruption first charge coming out. Pango's back in the fray. Where's he gonna go though? The call! Triple S finds his mark and gets the slams down. Munkushi swings again and kills them all. That has got to be it. OG out of resources, out of course, and out of this game number 1. Despite their best attempts at a comeback, it just wasn't enough. Triple S ends the game with such a crucial call onto both the Pango and the Timber. My goodness, what a way to start this series.
Back in like 2020, I don't know, 2022, there was this phrase that Bulba used to use all the time. And he used to say, their draft is worse because they need more teams. They have to win way more team fights to win the game. And this was one of those. Yeah. This is one of those where OG had to win like 4 team fights in a row. And they did, but they didn't get the 5th one. You know, like, but it just needed 1 fight for 1 win. Just 1 good fight. And they could finally just solidify and finish this game. Oh my God. Now that's not all draft based. That's partially because of the lead that they had accrued with their draft and everything. But like, man, you get to a point in this game where it's just, you had to play so perfect for so long as OG, and they were actually so close to a very difficult comeback. But 1 win, eventually you're able to sort out all these insane saves from Kadaro and Days. And I mean, that's a win that you get as 1 win, but you got to be thinking like, okay, we got some problems. Like that Shadow Demon was a problem. That Naga Siren was a problem. That Timbersaw was kind of a problem eventually. So I'm really curious to see how this affects the draft.
it's just funny as well because you look at the cause on one win. It's not like they don't have backline jump, right? These guys should be your first targets. Like, you're jumping in, you guys are full focusing down, you're letting them get all their spells off. It's honestly crazy. I feel like Mixer had to do some Cirque du Soleil shit for 25 minutes straight to even have an impact in that game, and somehow, some way, despite managing to pull off acrobatics on Timber like we've never seen, they still don't manage to pull it off. Like you said, they just didn't win that 15 fight, but hopefully they can bring themselves back in game number 2. We'll have that ready for you after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Dire's bottom barracks.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really sure what to make of that game number one. That was some crazy shit right there. Welcome back to the Western Europe Road to EWC. This is Close Qualifiers with Dota 2. My name's Sneeze and I'm joined by Trent. And we had OG versus One Win to start us off. I think two very evenly matched teams. I didn't realize it was this evenly matched up until the very end. I thought it was gonna be over by 30 minutes. OG stage what feels like the craziest set of comeback fights we've seen in a hot minute. And then at the final hurdle, they kind of fumbled the bag. I don't even know whether I can blame them though.
No, I mean, it just gets to a point where it's, you know, it's hard Dota. It comes down to late game, comes down to vision, and they did a lot of good stuff in terms of dealing with the cooldowns of One Win. That's how they won a lot of these engagements, is making so the spend instant jump didn't exist anymore. They took that away from them, and unfortunately, they kind of got that played on them a little bit when we were going for this last roast. Everyone's battling outside the base for it. and they managed to somehow escape on 1 win in a situation where it looked like it was going to be a disaster for them. The fight resets, they come back in, and they take the game from there. And then, of course, the final nail in the coffin of the lasso onto Stormstormer as well into the well.
Yeah,
Kind of
that was
clutching it out there.
That was not. I think Stormstormer, he's probably gonna end that game feeling a little bit frustrated, maybe, because I know I would be if that's kind of how things panned out. But we do have a draft, maybe some adjustments in order for OG, because this will be what feels like their 3rd or 4th game at this point, trying to pilot this Naga Siren as a priority for themselves, and it not really working out. It just is one of those heroes that, like you keep mentioning, Trent, it's such a hard hero to execute, even when it was such a meta
10
trend,
seconds
people were picking it up in position 5. I mean, if you're gonna pick it and they have such an
5
easy answer in
seconds
terms of the
remaining.
offlaner and the axe, then it just kind of feels like it loses so much value.
Wee's turn to ban.
Yeah, it's so hard to
One
shift your
Wee's
priorities
turn
like
to
that
ban.
during a tournament set of drafts, though. Like, what's really annoying is that you're gonna see 1 win probably just leave it in again, and you're just like, because it makes you want to take it because you're like, well, I know it was good,
Turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
but we're bailing.
Yeah, no, time to switch things up a little bit, and I think I like this, right? After a game like that, you just want to go in fresh. You want to try and clean slate it. You know, we can pull off a reverse sweep. Let's just try a different strategy that we've practiced before. So this Naga
10
isn't really
seconds
working. It's not
remaining.
feeling comfortable for these players. Let's try and make things happen on the Nature's Prophet.
5
Just a
seconds
hero that has
remaining.
springboarded into being an obnoxious position 5. It was already an
Dire team
obnoxious
ban.
position 1 because of that Ironwood Treant. Remove that, and now they put Healing Sprout. So thank you.
Yeah, the monkey paw curled a little bit on that one. Finally, we got rid of this really annoying facet that they always take. Oh no.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're trying with the money tree. They tried to put,
10
to
seconds
compensate by
remaining.
putting the memeiest thing possible next to it, and it's just not enough.
5
You know.
seconds remaining.
I haven't even actually seen anyone take it in my games. I can't for the life of me imagine that it's any like there
I mean,
isn't
it's-
even an
it's
angle.
So good. I can't imagine not taking it in a pub. I
Right.
would be forced to. Like, it's just
Okay.
too cool. It's like I'm playing Animal Crossing and I got the money tree growing. you know?
Oh
Like, what-
yeah. You shake and then
I'd
you got
have
bells
to do
drop
it.
into the ground. Like yeah.
Exactly. Like, I feel like it's a must.
Yeah, but differently from Animal Crossing, when the bells drop on the ground, it becomes a MMA fight free for all for whoever grabs those back. So it's not quite.
Wait, you
as
didn't
fun and-
punch a villager to get to the bells before? You know?
We're playing 2 different versions, I think.
Kick
it's
Raymond
just,
out of your way and grab that
regional
shit?
differences. What can you do? 1 win. They go for the Darkseer that has been quite a stable pickup for some of these Eastern European teams. Whenever they do have it as an option, that's going to be a stable position 3 that they grab. I think we saw Navi Junior opting for this
10
straight
seconds
off the rip as
remaining.
well.
Yeah, there's several teams where this is like a
5
first ban.
seconds
I
remaining.
don't think it's one that 1win have gone back to, though. Like, this has not really been something that they're going towards. So kind of interesting to see them bust it out. I mean, they've not to say they haven't used it. They used it versus Balaclavas earlier in their run 2 days ago, but
One Wee's
it has not
turn
been
to
a
ban.
consistent one for them necessarily. They also used it for the TI qualifiers versus Winterbear to get themselves a win. And it was in the same situation when their opponents first picked that Nature's Prophet. So could be to them that they see it as being a good matchup if it's the 5 Prophet.
Yeah, I wonder what the idea is here,
10
because at the end of the
seconds
day,
remaining.
I think the main thing that really messes up a Darkseer in lane is if you
5
can all in
seconds
him,
remaining.
or if you can just kind of deny the search escape, right? Prophet doesn't. I guess he doesn't really do either of these things because you can just tree cut and walk away anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wonder, because Prophet is the type of hero that can move around the map a lot. Darkseer, you know, he always feels to me like an offlaner that just wants to sit there and farm his side of the map as long as possible, get those aura items before joining his team. So I wonder what the idea is there.
Yeah, I mean, they've also counterpicked Darkseer with Nature's Prophet themselves.
One
So
Wee's
they're not
turn to pick.
they don't think it's like an unplayable thing or something like that either. Like Kasane has picked it into the Darkseer before, so who
Right.
knows? Guess they just wanted to play Darkseer on 1-win and maybe get a good combo. The Tusk is still in,
Dire team pick.
which I've been enjoying a lot. And they're gonna do the CK though, so they're on this grind. The 4 CK, they used it in 2 wins versus Navi Junior in the other qualifiers. Sorry, in one of their wins versus Navi Junior. My bad. in one of the other qualifiers. But if you're seeing the CK and you haven't
10
seen support CK
seconds
for some
remaining.
reason, and you're just going to be like, what the hell is support CK? Well,
5
it's because
seconds
he has
remaining.
a facet that lets us stun 2 people. Kind of cool.
Yeah, it's like the Venge shot, but basically for free. You get that straight off the start of the game, which is honestly really strong, especially for this setup where you're trying to get an aggressive partner along with the Darkseer. CK has really just fit into that role very nicely. The minus armor from his spells as well, and I think the Reality Rift kind of
10
acting like a
seconds
pseudo
remaining.
repositioning tool, right? Not really one that you can control all the
5
time, but still
seconds
pretty handy for
remaining.
pulling in juicy heroes like this Nature's Prophet, perhaps.
Yeah, well, we're going a different way. Things have not been going the way of OG in this qualifier. They're not happy with their performance overall. They've won 2 out of their 6 matches so far. And so they're just throwing out the strats. They're picking all new stuff. These are 2 heroes they have not yet played. So that must be the rule right now. Guys, we're picking something that we haven't used yet.
They're like
we
A-list
gotta find a new
strategies,
plan.
and those things
Yeah.
aren't working, so they got to go to they flip a couple of pages back. What else did we try before? Well, let's run through the Rolodex of strats. The Underlord coming out as a response to the Darkseer and the CK. I can understand the value of the pit into this Darkseer clump of illusions and whatnot. Atrophy Aura is also going to be pretty useful. I guess you're just looking to go aura for aura.
Yeah, and also, I mean, there is the thought of flex. Like, we don't know where this
Underlord carry.
Underlord's going.
One
We've seen
Wee's
some
turn
mid
to
Underlord. We've seen some safe lane Underlord. We've seen plenty of off lane Underlord.
Ooh, true, yeah, this could be a page out of the OG Latam book, right? Tai Lung played it in his debut game, that new 16-year-old mid laner that they brought in, replacing
They were
Dark Magor,
watching
of course.
their sister team. They're just like, ooh, that's all bad.
Yeah, I mean, one day in the same boot camp, I think they were all at Mr. No Tail's house
5
at
seconds
some point.
really?
And yeah, they all came into
Ah,
boot
I
camp
didn't know
ahead of
that.
all of their respect. I think the CSGO team was there as well. It was a whole cross-cultural
The hell, I
exchange
didn't get
type-
invited.
Well, are you part of the OG CSGO team?
Well, once CSGO's getting invited, I feel like there should be some more invites out.
Yeah. Did you start handing out? Okay, you guys, anyone working for
One
OG, you need to get
Wee's
on there,
turn
okay?
to
Trent's
Pretty big
mailbox is
house.
patiently waiting.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Jeez. All right. Well,
Dire
Mankushi's
team
Monkey King potentially
There we go.
is busted out here. We've been waiting for this one. Could be Mankushi, could be Squadix. We got a couple different options here as we head into their last overall pick. I feel like Monkey King is their happiest hero when they're thinking about their last pick because they have a great position, 1 player on it, and then of course it's Monkey King mid. You can't really be upset. It's also a
10
classic
seconds
go-to versus the Underlord, so that's probably what they're thinking.
5 seconds.
Yeah, just pick that Monkey
remaining.
King first, and then wherever the Underlord ends up going, you can kind of follow him around the map.
Dire
The
team
only
back.
exception is if they somehow pivot this Underlord to be a carry instead, although I do know that this Underlord is quite a mixer hero. I know he likes to play it quite a bit. That's that Storm Spirit. So it might be an awkward matchup into the Monkey King, but I think it's still playable.
Yeah.
10
yeah, that's fine.
seconds remaining.
There is a
It's
bit of a
worth it
concern.
for Storm
Wee's
Spirit, you
turn
know.
to ban.
Look, so in the Enchantress games we've seen so far, Trent, she does the thing where
This
she
is
brings a
true.
creep over to your lane at 4 minutes and then takes your tower. And my main concern is I see a Lich, I see a
10
Nature's
seconds
Prophet.
remaining.
Yeah, you got Frost Armor, but you don't really got good wave clear.
5 seconds.
So-
remaining.
Yeah, and this he did lose his extended duration on creeps on the Sinister Gaze as well, so that's no longer a
Yeah.
cute little counterplay either.
I mean, it's going to be really painful for OG if you need to rotate that Underlord to the mid lane that early on just to defend the tower. But then you think about if OG lose that mid tower very early on, that's going to leave the Storm very susceptible to just being chased down in his own jungle. And OG, I'm just getting flashbacks to game number 1 where there was this whole period in the early game where 1win were just what felt like everywhere on the map. Anywhere you show up as OG, you're just trying to get some farm under the tower, you just get picked off. Feel like similar scenes could happen in the early game for 1win.
Well, they're trying to think how OG might fix that problem. Banning out of Doom, banning out of Sven, seeing some heroes that could perhaps try and isolate and destroy
10
someone immediately at the
seconds
start of the
remaining.
fight, or at least take them out of the engagement. Kind of the 2 best things that Sven and
5
Doom are able to
seconds
do.
remaining.
And now they got one more band to try and protect this mid Storm Spirit. Puck is definitely the big one. Outside of that, I mean, Ember, it's kind of a nice Ember game again.
Yeah.
Like Squadix was
I
kind of
guess-
popping off here.
I guess you're just worried about the pit, right? The Ember would make so much sense along with the Darkseer as well, the Ion Shells and the Surges and everything.
They're going to just respect that Monkey King can easily go mid, and then they could have done Lifestealer to get like a second hero that's good versus the Underlord. The Ursa was already banned by 1 win, so generally it's like Ursa, Monkey King, and kind of Lifestealer versus
10
Underlord. And
seconds
those are
remaining.
really the only big 3. I don't think anything else like really ruins your life as Underlord.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
This kind of seems like if the Monkey King is going position 1, it's like you might just have to go back to your jungle stacks angle, right? I'm not really sure whether you can try and stand in the lane and contest, even with a Nature's Prophet backing you up. What will they
I mean,
opt for
potentially might
here?
be a Lich, I think, as well.
Yeah,
Like, they might actually
true.
send the Lich to the lane would be perhaps a much better
One
matchup.
Wheeze, turn to pick.
Ooh, okay. The Pango.
Okay.
So I think we got a
Underlord
position
carry.
1. Yeah, they're going to take the Underlord out of that matchup in the lane and shove the Pango in there by the looks of it.
I mean, I did think that this might be an option for them because they picked that Underlord
10
into
seconds
Darkseer
remaining.
Chaos Knight, right? So you already know what your, I guess, off-lane duo
5
is going to
seconds
be.
remaining.
Like what you're laning
Mankushi
into.
Bloodseeker. Let's go.
Oh. I mean, they don't really have a good way of stopping the Pango roll right now in comparison to the previous game with the Bat Rider. The Bat Rider's now banned out. You still, in terms of classic counters, maybe have something like a Beastmaster. That's a bit awkward and not really played in the mid lane anymore. What do you got? 1 win? Go for the Ember.
Choose
Okay,
your
safe
hero.
option.
How boring.
Yeah.
How boring
True.
and good.
How boring and good and potentially 2-0 series winning of them to do that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very cozy, I would say, for 1 win. Like, it just looks like they're playing a lot of heroes that we know they like. Squadix is feeling it after that last game. But OG have easier heroes to make moves. Like Storm Spirit out of the mid lane, Underlord safe lane is like a Spectre style where he's just kind of farming, doing his cleaving thing, probably going to buy Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, and then just show up when asked for with the Fiend's Gate. You have Zip, you have Pull into Fiend's Gate. Nature's Prophet comes in, Sprout, Rolling Thunder's coming in. He's got the Thunderbolt. It's all doable. But 1 win just looked sturdy. That's how I describe that team.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether with this Pango last pick, whether they have enough damage to actually burst through some of these targets, right? Because sure, in the early stage of the game, maybe a couple of spells come through, you get the Enchantress, maybe you can even get the Monkey King. But once 1 or 2 items come up on the 1 win cause, I mean, you're going to have to really hope for some nice bounces on the Chain Frost to do them in. And you're not even counting the auras coming out from Darkseer as well. I do
It'll
wonder
be,
whether OG will run into a damage problem.
Yeah, it'll be double bounces. They need the Lich bounces, and they need the Wrath of Natures. I'd like to see that ward on their Ancients and make sure that when they're going for these early engagements, they have that max damage Wrath of Nature coming in every single time. It's just free. It's like guaranteed 300 to 400 damage. Easy nukes.
Yes. Doesn't really cost you anything as well, right? Maybe just 1 less ward on the map, but I mean, you need to win these early skirmishes. If not, it seems like 1 win might be able to run away with an early game lead again. We are into game number 2, ladies and gents. This is the last chance here for OG to preserve their life. A chance at vying for a spot this summer in Riyadh, playing EWC with the rest of the big Western European teams. There's only 1 slot available. 1 win have already trampled through Passion UA, and they are kind of looking to trample over OG as well and move on to the next stage of this lower bracket. Let's see whether they can do just that.
Doing a lot of 360s here in the mid lane. 1 winner feeling it. All nice and happy, zooming around. They got the zoomies. They're like a happy dog. Well, I
Yeah, I
mean,
think
Monkey
after you
King
win
literally
a
is a
game-
dog right now, so he's really got the zoomies.
Yeah. I feel like you win a game like what happened in game number 1. You got to be feeling good. A little bit of a buzz. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there were some
30
moments there
seconds
that
to battle.
it felt like you got away with murder, especially that Roche pit. Everyone gets away. You look around, all of your homies are alive. You're like, okay, boys. Let's get back into it. Not all done just yet. Smoke moves out
Very
from both
split up.
sides. Yeah, I'm wondering what this is about. Because even if they run into someone here, it's not like they have the damage to actually kill them before they get back to the safety of their tower. So I'm not really sure what the plan is here from both
The
sides.
battle begins.
Okay.
So it might be 3 for 1.
Certainly seems that way. Stormstormer's gonna go over and grab. Yep, okay, 3 for 1. That's just because Mixer was somehow able to sneak past that initial movement from 1win, so tucks himself right where the bounty rune is spawning and manages to snag that away. So a decent start here for OG. I don't think they would want to get off to any first blood shenanigans anyway, because it's gonna be a bit awkward for them to try and make that happen and probably have to expend a lot of resources. But off to the races we go. Kidaro already bossing up, trying to do damage into Triple S. Kidaro, who's doing damage into who? Kidaro? What are you doing up there?
I mean, that's a lack of respect. That's what that tip's for. That's like, oh, you don't remember support CK? Because, yeah, I mean, just run on in and just smack him. Ion Shell's flowing, like, just, yeah, that was just a lack of understanding. It felt like Squadix now getting low versus Stormstormer. He has a Fairy Fire. Doesn't have to pop it, though. Just chilling.
Oh, close. Slight coming through. Still going for the chain gang facet, so liking that after game number 1. Wanting to emphasize a bit more on the control. Knows that he has the damage coming out perhaps from his Kasane Enchantress or the Mukushi Monkey King. They're not too worried in that regard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stormstormer, you're really hoping that he shows up in this game number 2, right? The Storm has the potential to completely control the early tempo of the game. Once he gets that level 6, look for these rotations, look for the rune plays. That can really put OG a step ahead, but
it's hard to, though, because that's what we've seen with the CK, especially from 9 classes. Just every single rune, he's always there. It's so annoying, because he's tanky. He's an annoying hero to deal with. He's got a 2-hero stun, so oftentimes you can bring multiple heroes, and he'll just stun you both and run away.
I'll see whether Stormstormer can get a little fancy with some of those ball lightning dodgers. Those will be very important. Very realistic that, you know, if he makes a slight misstep, gets clipped by the Cloven Chaos, he just ends up getting burst down and dies. So he has to be very careful.
For now, Kidaro will grab the other water rune, and Sweetstrong will just pull the waves through.
Yeah. Are you that worried about squaring up into Shad? I guess there's no reason to, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like I would want to make sure that I have max HP for level 3 on my Darkseer, so that we can do a double stun, level 2 Ion Shell, and try and get a kill. I would just want to make sure that we have the advantage going into the trade, so I would just be prepping for that.
That seems what the plan is. Classic Darkseer shenanigans, you know, you send your position 4 to stay as far away as possible, you know, sap as little EXP, get to that level 3, which he's just managed to hit. What about this bot lane? This is the last pick Pango for them.
Ooh, Sweetstrong gaming? He pulls Kidaro out of the Lotus pool. He wants this Lotus. I don't know if he can get it, though, because he doesn't want to waste the Firestorm, but he's forced to.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sweetstrong was like, you got a Firestorm or what? Because I'm gonna stay my ass here.
Yeah. Turn that into a fun little battle here, but now that is the dreaded level 2 Ion Shell. They can just clear through that camp. Chad's gonna share the XP. Gets at least a couple of these last hits. Ooh, nice punch from Triple S. Oh, they are really battling it out up here. I like this. Every last bit of gold is being fought over in that top lane.
Darkseer lanes tend to be down to the very small margins, and 1win are showing us that in this sort of little battle of resources and whatnot, they're the ones who are feeling a bit more comfortable. I mean, they overall first picked this Darkseer anyway, so I think this has to be a combination that they've probably practiced. Here comes Sweetstrong to the mid lane. Nice chains into the stun and TP out. Prophet's here to help. Doesn't really have a lot of mana though. Enough for a Sprout and enough to punish Sweetstrong. They should be able to finish off this kill on the Chaos Knight and get Stormstormer a nice little water rune while they're at it.
That was a great bait. So Stormstormer kept walking into him intentionally because he had vision showing him hiding behind this tree. They knew he was there the whole time.
Right.
And so even though he was running right at him, they were ready for that TP in from the Lich as well as in from the Nature's Prophet, because they understood they would commit for it. So that gets Stormstormer an early Galvanized charge. Unfortunately, he didn't respect the respawn. No, brother!
Okay,
Not
well,
like
rest
this.
in peace to your Galvanized charge.
Wait.
The TP wasn't ready this time round. And Stormstormer, just as soon as he's found himself an advantage, it immediately gets snatched back away. Really, just nice recognition from Sweetstrong that maybe the supports would just start heading back to their lanes and getting the punish out.
It's like the support player in me just wants to curl up in a ball and die when my mid does that. It's like we worked so hard to get you that. We all work together, and then it's as simple as just a TP back in because they have to last hit the creeps because they're a core player, so then they die.
Dire's top
You know?
tower.
Stormstormer, He's going to try and kill him when Sweetspark comes back to kill the ward that killed him, but he's going to give back the Galvanized charge. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'd be tipping that too. That is definitely tip worthy. Brother, what are you doing, man?
You know what? I don't even know what's happening. I feel like this game, the sense of when they can trade and not has just completely gone out the window. Like, now Stormstormer's gonna get aggressed upon. He still doesn't have the level 6, but at least has a Lich and maybe a Nature's Prophet TP in if needed. Takes a huge bit of damage though from Kasane, who's already raining in some of these impetus shots. And the madness doesn't stop. It's a party in the mid lane. Look at Sweden Strong. He's back here. He wants to get his lick back.
So I hear we're playing mid. We're just everybody gotta get that 6-minute rune.
Okay.
Is not liking it.
Oh,
Alright,
Squadix gets the
cool.
regen. That's huge. Okay.
Oh my gosh, what are we doing? All right.
Okay,
so
I will say that this is legitimately
Every generation.
slightly detrimental, right, to the Nature's Prophet because he wants to be rotating around the map in different lanes, and now he's just forced to sit mid.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd. Hopefully he can start getting some stacks going here as well. Try and help out his Underlord and his Storm Spirit. The top lane has just turned into a complete 1v1. Sweetstrong finally returns. That's now 3 points Iron Shell. They're going to go for a play here with the wall. Any help, Chad?
He's putting out quite a bit of damage back onto them, though. I don't think they feel comfortable chasing through the pit somehow. So that's going to be the end of that.
I thought there was going to be like a monkey TP the way they were setting that up, but they're going to try and play for the Wisdom rune, or Wisdom Shrine down bottom with Squadix instead. That's why.
Speaking of the monkey, I haven't really looked at this entire game, but he's setting up onto Mixer, gets the kill, Squadix with a dive. Here comes Stormstormer though, looking for punish. Jingu available, but nothing to hit, and Kadaro now, with the help of Daze, will pull in Kasane. They're trying to make it to the Wisdom Shrine, but Daze TP's on over, denying that snatch away, and now Squadix, he has to be so careful. Remnant's still available, and he's going to jump back out to safety. He knows that he can't contest. They lose support and core. I guess they trade out the Pango, but overall, still a win for OG.
Getting them back a little bit here, and that's now 6 galvanized charges as he got the 3 from his ultis. So Stormstorm in a much better spot right now, is second on the net worth. Surprising after everything that happened in that mid lane, but Sweetstrong decided to feed him a couple, has helped him out a lot. As Sweetstrong did return to the top lane to try and bully out Shad. It has worked. He's going to be surged in after him right now to keep chasing his Monkey King's coming too. How much minus armor are we at right now? -5?
Okay. Done now. The pit's still going to be a bit annoying though. Beautiful body blocks in from the CK, parking his booty in front of the Underlord. And Triple S is going to be around the corner to finish the job when Kushi gets the smackdown. This is what we thought was going to happen when that wall initiation came out at first, but Munkushi finally makes it there to the play.
Yeah, no help or anything from the Dire. They don't see a way that they can turn that play around right now. There was no TP available on Kadaro, so he wasn't able to assist. There's also still just level 5 on Mixa, so he doesn't have an ulti to come and join in as this offlaner. And he is really low level.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about how miserable of a game this Pango has gotten so far. It's still level 5.
I mean, he kind of got shafted into a 1v1 versus a Monkey King, so... I mean, Munkushi is also relatively low level. I mean, he just hit 6 1/4 after they killed the Underlord.
Life, much like your head, lacked a point.
Well, this game is kind of going the way we somewhat expected. The Darkseer CK lane was able to get quite a bit of traction. You bring everyone to the mid lane because the Ench wants to go there. Sure, you are able to resist a lot of the pressure initially, but you're still dealing with just the constant flow of creeps over here and not a lot of options, honestly. It feels like OG have been just kind of TP tied a little bit.
Yeah, now Stormstormer is doing the long walk back to base as his tower is being assaulted. No.
Dire's middle tower is under
Not
attack.
gonna live much longer here on this Ench creep, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, there we go. What are we gonna do? Are we coming in to defend this? What's the plan? Alright, coming in.
Oh, you let this go through Squadix. Remnant not available just yet. They try and focus down Kasane. He's got the Wisp working overtime though. Pull him back in with the Sinister Gaze. It's gonna be enough. Squadix trying to put out what damage he can out onto the spots. There goes the chains. The heals coming out from the trees. Slight's not gonna be enough. He has to jump away. Day surviving on a sliver, but surviving, and that's what's important.
He just dies. He just TP'd in to try and help Shad and dies.
Yeah, the one thing about Kidaro this game is he's not really respecting this Darkseer. Nice rolling thunder, Mixa saving Shed for now. They want to keep the chase going. Stun connects and Sweden Strong finds the last touch with that Ion Shell. There isn't anyone here to capitalize on that rolling thunder, and Mixa, now he might be the one in trouble if he's not too careful. Being chased down now with the stun, Daze has joined the fray, but the Boundless finishes him off. And now Daze is the one in trouble. Triple kill for Triple S as the Darkseer stands on top.
And they all tip Stormstormer.
Dire's top tower is
Okay.
under attack. Dire's top
Cool.
tower is
What does he have to do? There's some...
I guess he's
personal
laning,
now.
you know. He didn't show up for the fight, you know.
Yeah.
Just tip Stormstormer. That's the plan right now. I mean, Triple S is just thrilled. He just gets a triple kill up here. All he's doing is throwing iron
Dire's
shells on
top
people
tower
and
is
doing
under
some jump
attack.
rope and
Yeah.
having the time of his life.
He literally didn't even do anything. That was like set up completely for him by his team. He's like, yeah, you get an Ion Shell, you get an Ion Shell. Sweden Strong, go kill. That's exactly what he does. That's why the CK has been so amazing.
I fully understand Kadaro's play.
Dire's
He
bottom
TPs
tower
in
has
as they're going
fallen.
on the Underlord with a wave there, because if the wave dies, he might have hit 6, and then he gets Chain Frost, and then the fight is just theirs, but he just gets targeted and blown up instantly. And it's like, so close. All right, they do have
Yeah.
some stacks here.
Okay.
So, you know, the ulti is almost ready for Daze. We got to get some zipping assassination plays here. That's the plan.
What he's playing around with this arcane room though. Still poking away in Stormstormer. Again, another creep coming in to do some damage to the tower. Bit of a duel between the brothers here. Kidaro waiting for his opportunity. Not going to
Dire's
find it.
middle
Squadix
tower is under
back out to
attack.
safety. And again, look at the pressure coming in. One win. Not giving up any ground. And still, no level 6 for Kidaro means that the wall comes through onto the Lich. They have a
Dire's
Lich
middle
illusion.
tower has
However
fallen.
much that's worth. And somehow they still don't kill him thanks to the Sister's Veil. Pull back in, but last light, Squadix will find him. Nicely done.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, what are they getting in return for this? Underlord is just hitting creeps up top. He's got his Mask of Madness on the way by the looks of it. Yep, it's coming on the courier. Mixa is close to defusal. 450 gold away.
So gonna die here. Boundless strike, nice swashbuckle up to the top side. Has to use the rolling thunder. Bumps away Sweden Strong right as he comes in for the reality rift, but they're still looking for a fight. Gotta be very careful about that physical damage coming through though from
Dire's
Squadix.
bottom tower is under
And yeah,
attack.
look at one win. They are just swarming OG side of the map. This is literally what happened in game number 1.
Radiant
Yeah,
structures
it's
are fortified.
it's quite similar. This Ench again is just a nice little engine for them. And now Stormstormer, he's dead mid.
Are you serious?
Dire's middle tower
How does he
is
get
under
found
attack.
there? Just an easy slight
He
chains or
just got
something?
rooted. Yeah,
Okay.
rooted and a lot of damage. Had to try and soul ring to survive, and then he just gets taken down. I mean, he's min-maxing. They have good vision as well, spotting like where he's moving between camps and everything, so they have a good idea when he's going to show up to defend these towers, and they're prepped for it. Everything is going one win's way. OG look like their comms are completely silent right now, and everyone's just looking at their next item, and there's a couple mumblings here and there. Daze has been in the Radiant jungle for like 4 minutes, just jungling.
Yeah.
He's like that Nature's Prophet in your pub that's just not talking. Usually he's sitting on the cliff, but we've evolved past that as a society now. Now he just
Yeah,
sits on the
you might
ground
have
and hits the creeps.
reported him on one or two of
Yeah.
your teammates already. You know, like you're just not even addressing him because you know there's no point. He's not going to respond. He's just playing his own game.
Yeah, we need a big like clapping wake up right now from Stormstormer where he's going to be like,
Dire's
okay,
bottom tower is
I have
under
4 galvanized charges. I'm not happy about it. All right, where's my Lich ult? You got a Lich ult? I got a Lich ult. Where's my Penguin roll? You got a Penguin ult? I got a Penguin roll. All right, we're going to smoke up. We're going to go. Oh, you know, Pit Lord. Mr. Underlord, do you have your ulti? I got my ulti. Okay, we're going to fight.
Dire's bottom
And then
tower
if this
is
fight
under
goes poorly,
attack.
it's disaster. You know, it's like morale's gone out the window. That's it.
Yeah, somebody's got to rally the troops. I
That's
think
what
is
he's doing. This I can tell you right now. That's what Stormstormer's saying. Like they're smoking up, they're looking, they're scanning. Like they are trying desperately to find something here. Because if they don't soon, this game's gonzo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like OG right now, Stormstormer's the
Radiant's
only
top
one sort of
tower
keeping
is
things
under
intact.
attack.
And I know that's crazy to say, but it's just
Dire's
everyone
bottom
else
tower
is
is
waiting
under
for a
attack.
TP opportunity in, right? Like the Nature's Prophet is
Radiant
waiting for a
are
TP
scanning.
opportunity. He's not going to be looking. You just kind of need to rely on this Storm Spirit to start
they're
things
they're
out.
getting
But
sandwiched. They've been scanned.
Uh-oh. In comes one win. Ready to clamp down on this Storm Spirit. It might be Kidaro. He has an ult, but it's just a zip away. Kidaro tries for the TP out, but no hope there. Will get finished off slowly but surely. Munkushi finds another, and Storm has to just TP back to base. So that entire voyage finds nothing.
Yeah, that's painful. At least the Storm lives, though, and they make some space. That's kind of okay.
Dire are
Okay, yeah. 5 enemy heroes in their own triangle.
Oh, here
That's
we
a lot
go,
more space than
Daze.
you've ever had. Okay, stealing the
Alright.
wisdom.
Very good.
We're doing it.
Insta TV's back. Don't take both, though. Don't do it, Daze.
I mean, he might mix us baiting a little bit.
He's a bad boy.
Look at him go.
Both shrines.
Ooh, okay, okay. Love to see it. And Mixa knows that there's no other stun. Stop him from rolling away, so he's just gonna drive by, pump a couple of creeps. No TP. God damn. Okay. Balls on this man.
I think he sees the state of this game and realizes that, like, if I TP out, there's no gold for me. So I gotta try and make my life here somewhere. As Sane's chipping down Daze.
Yeah, I don't know what the quality of life is like for Pango hiding behind the tier 2 enemy tower. For now,
they're
it
an
seems like he's
endangered
getting
species,
clobbered a
so-
little bit. Yeah, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. The conservation efforts from One Win not really being respected. Even the tendrils coming out just to mess with him a bit. That's tough.
Close
And
to
they
getting
do
this
find
done.
Munkushi though. They kill Munkushi. That's something.
Radiant's top
That's actually
tower
huge,
is
yeah.
under
All this
attack.
space being made, Stormstormer is just gonna finish off some of his ancients even.
Radiant's courier
Stormstormer's
has
mad
been
game. It
killed.
kills the courier. He's going max game mode right now.
Okay, okay, and he gets out. Okay, we're gaming. Stormstormer's back. Not in the game. Just maybe in that one moment where he might have died. Because I think if Squadix just walked on over there and slight chains, it could have just been. I don't want to say GG, but I just think, you know, you can't afford to lose anything after a move like that.
I don't know if OG are gonna be like really happy or really pissed when they realize they have an Underlord in their game. Because on the one hand, it's like, damn, you've been here this whole time. On the other hand, it's like, well, at least you're kind of farmed. So that's good news for them. They were coming up to try and gank the Underlord, but they actually run into Mixa. They were trying to follow the patterns of him farming back through the jungle.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Mixa just kind of was going in the wrong place at the wrong time. And that will give Shad the chance to escape.
I guess in comparison to losing Shad, you're a bit more fine to maybe lose your Pango there, just because if the Pango can get the Rolling Thunder off in the fight, I think that's kind of what you're hoping for, right? At this point, you're not
Yeah.
asking for too much, but I think Shad really needs those items to be able to stand his ground, and the BKB is why he's looking at Nick. So I think, you know, all memes aside, as much as it looks dire for OG, there is a timing there for them. With that BKB on the Underlord, that might be their opportunity to try and take a fight.
Dire's
Trying to go ahead of that
tower
though.
is
Smoke
under
move up,
attack.
led by Stormstormer again. Daze and Kadaro flanking him.
Dire are scanning.
You're trying to expel someone. Triple S is the one who breaks the smoke. That is unfortunate to say the least. Mech and Fight not a target. You can go on. Kasane again will be the target. 5 enemy heroes onto an Enchantress.
It was a bold spot to be. I'll say that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think they saw the Darkseer's TP in. I mean, they're going to see a fresh iron
Radiant
shot, so
are
they'll know he's
scanning.
down here. All right, they're trying to bait Shad.
I don't know who's baiting who. Sweden Strong's charging full steam ahead. Looking for a target. Daze hides behind the tree line. Can't find the connection on these spells because of the old growth as well, keeping them at bay. Pretty nice. Squadix finds the chains. Might just have to be a dead Daze if you want to beat him. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Kidaro? I thought for a moment there he was going to get clipped as well, but man, just
Radiant's
escaped.
top tower is under attack.
I
Okay.
think this is a no storm, no fight situation.
Yeah. Yeah. And your Storm, quick check on him. He is looking at the top lane, trying to farm away there. So, not really sure if you want to put up a defense here.
Port's really trying to chunk this tower down, maybe. Like, very aggressive into Shad.
Yeah, I mean, Shad still doesn't have that BKB, and they need to be careful. There is a shield that comes out. Sweden Strong hiding away with the Glimmer. In some trouble, pops that ultimate to dodge away from some of the damage. OG are doing a good job controlling the backlines, preventing any help from coming in, but there's the vacuum. Now Mixa is in big, big danger. He's not getting out of this one. Held in place, nowhere to run. Ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange. That looked a lot worse for One Win than it ended up being.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, for a
is
second you're
under
thinking
attack.
like, all right, we're diving a little bit too deep here, and we're not going to be able to get the kill, but they also can't really turn aggressively on either. They realize, yeah, we do not have it right now. Stormstormer had to use about 75% of his mana pool just to kill the CK. He's not at a point where he can just keep going and continue this engagement at the earlier parts of this game, so
Yeah.
he's kind of their one and done of these fights. Oh, get him, Shad. Look at that damage from the Underlord. 3 hits, half
wow.
your health.
All you
Dire's
needed
middle
was like
tower
maybe a
is
follow-up
under
stun or
attack.
something like that, keep him in place, but fortunately, it's not something that OG have the luxury of at this present point in the game. They're not out of it just yet, right? 5k gold lead at this early stage is a little bit painful, but not insurmountable, and OG have some pretty nice scaling heroes. And just, they might need a bit more space than what they currently have on the map to get to those points.
Yeah, I think the worry is some of these items, if they start itemizing to ruin the chances of Stormstormer's game. But he recognizes that. That's why he went to BKB first.
Exactly, roll in. Squadix will be a huge kill if they can find it. Jumping through Squadix. The mech saves him for now. You need one last swashbuckle. Oh, the pipe. Mixa, he can't finish the job. Meanwhile, Kidaro's the one who goes down. Now Mixa being set up upon by Munkushi. Tries to go down to the low ground, tries to TP out, and will be successful in this regard. They only lose the Lich for that. OG, they're doing a pretty decent job at forcing basically the full rotation of one win just to try and deal with their aggressive moves. Meanwhile, Shad is farming, Daze is hitting some creeps, Stormstormer's chilling. It's not too bad, all things considered.
Yeah, I was worried that the Wrath of Nature was coming through, but it had already gone off. I was scared they was going to like not pipe save him or something. Very close to getting the Ember. And unfortunately, that was probably their last moment where there's not going to be the BKB on that Ember Spirit, as he's really close to the recipe there, so much harder to kill him after
Radiant's
this.
middle tower is under attack.
Oh, what
Daze.
is... OG want to fight.
Okay, all right.
Invading, force damage, vacuum onto 5. That's huge. Mixa doesn't have that rolling thunder, but trying to put the damage into Munkushi. He's standing his ground though. Not really sure whether you can take this one. You don't have the burst for the Monkey King, or maybe you do. Shad's connecting with the auto attack, finds the kill onto the opposing carry, and now Triple S left all alone. Kasane there to try and help with some impetus, but Sweden Strong coming through with a double stun, swipes down Stormstormer, and now Kidaro next to fall. Mixa trying to take that fight without the rolling thunder. Definitely ballsy. Shad with a huge pit again. He might just be able to come in and start doing the damage. Daze buying back into the fight, trying to give vision with that curse of the old growth, and they're starting to lay in with the auto attacks. Triple S dancing away now. You can't outrun this rolling thunder up to the high ground. Mixa gets it done, and that's a wicked sick kill streak going the way of the Pango. Sweden Strong able to escape again. The Delta split from one win is pretty solid. OG, they basically throw everything to try and contest
Look at
this
that
Tormentor,
recap.
and they're successful.
Radiant's
That
bottom
Nature's
tower
Prophet did,
is under
well, at
attack.
least on mine, it's 2,100 something, 2,000, you got 2772, even more damage. Like that Wrath of Nature was gross on the buyback. It fired back through and slapped everybody for a big chunk of their hell, like 200 on the edge, which, I mean, these are hard heroes to bring down as well, right at the end of that too.
Yeah.
So big save there to finally get that damage. And what a play from OG to Fiends
Yeah,
into
really.
that engagement, because they recognize that, hey, this is a spot where we can actually fight them and get a good Lich ulti.
Yeah, the one place that they're going to be clumped up, that looked like a really nice vacuum, but I think one win, they must have not been expecting any resistance whatsoever, right? Because the second the Fiends game came through, it was so awkward for them. They're like, okay, I guess we retreat to the right. SSS turns around with a vacuum, maybe just to escape, but Kasane's doing damage the whole time. That allows OG enough vision to just jump straight forward onto Munkushi. Looked for a moment like Munkushi was going to be able to stand his ground, but as soon as Shad connects with the damage and the BKB, it's a bit too much. We're starting to see the win condition perhaps for OG. If Shad can come through with the auto attacks, heroes go down.
Yeah, it's also just a matter of fighting when those spells aren't available. Like he hits this insane vacuum when there's no wall, there's no Wukong's command. Because in that situation, it's like boundless strike into Wukong and you like, hit in the face a couple times by this Battle Fury Monkey King. It's a disaster. They'd be looking like this guy,
Yeah.
Cobalt.
I think that's the
Foreman, you know?
reaction after that fight from one win, right? You're looking at each other like, guys, I think what's happening in game one is happening again. We should be stomping them right now, but they can't be taking fights like that, and they're all looking at each other with that awkward expression.
We don't have any of the goblets, unfortunately, though, as neutrals. Nobody decided to hold on to that one. No
I
curios?
love, no curios. Everyone's
Sad.
in here and now.
We got an unleashed essence ring, I guess. Unleashed mana draft, unleashed essence ring. So that's,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what we've gone for, huh?
He's not going any further than the level 1 curio, I guess is what we're trying to say.
So a regular essence ring is 240,
Radiant
and an
are
unleashed
scanning.
one is 312. It's pretty good. That is a 72 more health. Yeah, that's value.
Really love the curios, like the addition of that concept to the game of like investing in your future. Teaching these kids
I
the importance
don't think
of,
I could say no to a curio ever.
Yeah.
It's just too cool.
It kind of feels like you're like building yourself up in some sort of roguelike game, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
investing for the future. Like, I remember people weren't too happy about the enchantments when they first came out. They were like, oh, you know, what are we, RPG now? Well, no, it's just a nice little additional concept. It just allows them to add fun new things into the game. You know what I mean? Why would you ever be mad about that? Now, Jace, this might be a dieback, though. I think it's looking like a dieback. Bonk.
I mean, Wukong's down, you know?
True. That's space. But that's also 55 seconds without your Nature's Prophet. So any sort of engagement for OG probably off the table until he's back.
Stormstormer is spotted just farming a camp. High five, very cool. Triple S and Stormstormer just being like, yeah, we can't kill each other, so just high five. You want to farm this wave? Yeah, kind of. Do you? Yeah. All right, well. Truce? It would appear they have a bit of a truce here.
The Triple S is breaking that truce though. He's calling Kasane over to maybe harass a bit. Stormstormer has to zip up to the high ground. Alright, no truce here. This is
Where's the
oh my
body?
goodness, okay.
Okay,
Relax.
so how do you get a fight where Shad can punch a bunch?
Great
That's
question.
my question. My answer would be Blink for Pango, I would think. Mixa is going eggs first, though. Which it is done.
Dire are scanning.
So that's pretty cool.
Radiant
All right, well,
are
it's done
scanning.
in like 80 gold.
I guess the idea is that they don't want to rely too much on
Storm,
Chat for damage,
BKB.
right? In comes Stormstormer, BKB, focusing out on the Sweden Strong. Nice Phantasm to dodge some of the damage, but in comes Lich out, finishing the job. They do lose days in the process, though, and now Squadix looking for more, trying to maximize the use of his BKB. Doesn't want to chase up into the high ground, doesn't know where Shad is. Meanwhile, Mixa on the back line, gonna TP away in that Rolling Thunder. That's support for support, okay. A lot of spells used, though, and a lot of BKBs pop.
Yeah, Arcane Rune also used here from Stormstormer. But 10 Galvanized. Still investing in his future. As Triple S gets the Vacuum AoE talent to try and keep hitting these very bountiful
Dire's
vacuums.
middle tower
He's grabbing
is
a
under
lot of
attack.
people every time.
Yeah,
The
picking
rest
up
of one
everything.
win will just steal their Ancients.
Days.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Scared them
Okay.
off. Up that ward.
I feel like this series, there's been a lot of things
Oh,
that
Stormstormer?
these players have done that I feel like they should not be allowed to do. I don't know how some of these plays are happening without being punished, but this is where we're at. I think
Yeah. It's like when you watch someone bluffing in poker and you know that they have nothing and you know they're bluffing and it's just like, man, I can't believe they're getting away with that. It's basically all it is, you know?
yeah.
Look at this cleave though. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Demon's Reach.
oh damn. It's so scary because the atrophy aura cleave effect kind of rises up vertically as well. It looks like it's coming towards me.
It's true. Oh, he's ready to chunk somebody. Nice beat.
Strong. Spot out. Glimmer. Still a lot of damage coming through. They're looking to try and finish off this poor Chaos Knight. Nice little vacuum there. Turn around on the fight. Daze goes down again, and looks like Shad is done with this engagement. BKB TP's out.
Crazy Rolling Thunder.
But yeah, I don't know about that. Now up to the high ground, but he's gonna beat a couple more shots his way. Okay. Well, 2 more kills. We're starting to see, even if Shad gets that BKB and gets some of the hits out, you're kind of fighting into Wukong's command, wall, vacuum, a couple of ion shells, and an ember just constantly chaining you. They had an inkling of where Shad was, but he parks himself right in a corner that Mushi just doesn't spot somehow.
Radiant's
Scans
Scanning
slightly
like,
off.
am I safe? Am I okay?
I think he's
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bob thinks
This
this
game.
game and center stomps. It's pretty good. Alright, Shad. Gonna hopefully find his way out of there safely, he's thinking. Stormstormer runs into Squadix, but... Oh, whoa, against... Oh, never mind. He was channeling. I thought he was TPing.
it scared you from
It was
over
just
there.
the Watcher. He did scare me. I thought he actually canceled a TP or something.
Sweden Strong was sneaking up on him. Could have been a stun into a kill. Nice little attempt there from one win, but 2K Gold League, this game is not as far away from OG as it might feel. I think it's really just about whether they can get Shad into a position to do damage. It's quite similar to game number 1 where with his gyro, he just needed to be in the right spot, backed up. This time around, OG, the ease of execution is not as bad, right? Like last game, they had to do all these crazy sequences to even find a team fight. This time around, you know, Daze TP in, pop curse of the old growth, you try and lock down a couple of heroes with a rolling thunder and send Shad their way. Pretty solid stuff, but one win. They are scaling very nicely up themselves. Radiance being looked at by this Ember Spirit. Monkey King already finishing up that Skadi. Big ticket items.
Yeah, he looks really annoying on Mankushi. Battle Fury, Scotty, BKB. He's even running around with a Great Healing Lotus too, so he's really hard to kill. I do think it's Eggs from Stormstormer. And I'm glad he's going for it now. He went for the Witchblade first, but that's like the only way I can see them utilizing Shad. Is like Zip, Eggs, and then he Fiends Gates in, like maybe an eventual Eggs or something, but he can't really afford that because he needs the damage. Shad's cycling through the items. He's trying to figure out what the answer is. He's now thinking about a Basher, which would be interesting.
I don't hate that too much. It gives them quite a bit more lockdown. Maybe you get a lucky bash, it keeps them in the pit post BKB. I mean, Abyssal wouldn't be too bad either later down the line. Just stop for the single target lockdown, stop the Monkey King from beating into you a bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright, into the rush we go. Dire, they don't know this is happening.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do you think they'd come over if they did?
Top tower is under attack.
I don't think so. I mean, they might do a YOLO play, but everyone's just farming. And, I mean, they've done a good job minimizing this lead. They keep bringing it back down after losing fights. But now this is going to be an Aegis walking on that Radiant team.
Radiant's
They're
bottom
not
tower
the best at hitting towers like most Ember Labs. But they're going to put it on Mankushi because he's the one they're going to send forward. And he is going to finish the Basher. All right, Shad is liking it. He's going Basher into potentially Daedalus. All right, this guy he really wants that hit to work.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who the priority targets are for OG, right? Because Shad obviously wants to get in there and you're hoping that Stormstormer starts out onto a key target. But who, like what's the sequence of the fight that OG need to have for them to win? Like, what are we looking out for? What are the signs that OG are winning an engagement?
I
Might
think
have to
it's
hold that thought.
Mankushi. Like, if there's no good ones.
Yeah, that's true. If you can somehow burst him down even through all that
Dire's middle
stuff.
tower is under attack.
Oh, Mixer. Has he been found here? Okay. Oh, there you go. A bit for the kill.
Okay, the Wrath.
Okay, that's cool. Very cute.
Dire's middle tower has
The
fallen.
beat.
Mid lane. Ooh. They poke Stormstormer a little bit. He'll back it up.
Oh, Daze with a very aggressive TP into Curse of the Old Growth. Not sure what exactly he was looking for, but there are 3 enemy heroes here. Daze is just gonna get found.
He had teammates, kind of. Yeah, that
Did
was
they ditch him?
ambitious.
Like, why did they just leave him like that?
I think he felt like they should be making a play, but Stormstormer's like, dude, I'm 1,000 gold away from my ex. Like, I'm not fighting right now, and Shad just, he didn't have it, you know.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Space Maid.
I think
That's what it
yeah,
is.
I think with the Underlord this entire game, we've been calling quite a lot for him to maybe join some of these earlier engagements, but turns out his greed is paying off, right? The fact that he's able to get towards these items is what is giving OG a fighting chance in this game. So
Dire's
credit to
bottom
him,
tower
you know,
has
being a bit more conservative
Dire's
in his
middle
gameplay.
tower
It's
is
ended up
under
paying
attack.
off. He's able to keep up and even be richer than the Monkey King by a significant margin given how much space on the map they've lost over this period of time. And this Underlord also just farms ridiculously fast, right? Like, this is disgusting.
Yeah, if he's left alone, he's just able to do his thing, and the camps just fall immediately.
Okay, so they've done a good job dodging out the Aegis so far. Unfortunately, the Aegis is currently pretending to be a tree and setting up onto Mixar. Beautiful blink away. I'm not sure if that's going to bail him out just yet. The rest of the team on one win is coming in to try and punish. Rolling Thunder will have to TP out immediately, and he does so. Okay. Stomp.
I mean, they're delaying. They're doing their thing.
Rule of
Yeah?
invisibility.
Grabbing the waves. That gives them the Aghanims. Again, they're going to wait out this Aegis. If they can just keep cutting these waves so they can't go high ground with this Aegis, that would be great. They have a good wave mid, but Kadaro's safely trying to D-push it from the high ground. But the allies are here. They want to keep this wave alive. They have a glyph, so they can still be safe from this one. Oh, don't give it up for free, Kadaro.
Oh, Kadaro being pulled back in. He can't stand on the high ground like that. Just easy pickings for the one-win side. Kadaro, this really has not been his game on the ledge ever since the early moments as well. Just kind of not really respecting the damage that can come out from the one-win side. Of course, there are Treants who are no longer Ironwood, but still very annoying now that you're playing with the
Sprites are with us.
Sprout Facet. You have
Radiant's
5 of
top
them
tower
again, so you can
is
just
under
move them
attack.
around the map. Old school.
All right. A minute left on the Aegis. They've used their glyph.
Dire's
Underlord
middle
is
tower
back.
is
Has an
under
AC. This is their fight. They're going to want Mix-Up blinking in the back line. They're going to want Dave's Suicide TPing in. And they're going to want this Lich back. So 5 more seconds. They don't want the buyback. And one win are going to respect it. They recognize the possibility of the Lich.
I just need
Radiant
OG
are
to
scanning.
die on 1 or 2 heroes on these side lanes, right? It's been pretty easy for them to find these pickoffs so far. It's just Mixar who's eluded them, but everybody else that they find, especially these supports, just very easy to bring down.
And Daze is just TPing bottom as we saw there and sending the Treants out to be
Yeah.
a nuisance. Mess with these waves.
What serve?
Hot. Out they go.
Yeah, following their instructions. All right, well, if I wanted to win this game as one win, I would probably be thinking about the next Aegis. I'd also be thinking about wards along the side of the map. I'd be trying to find some pickoffs here with my Ember and my Monkey King, you know? Definitely have the tools for it, and I'm not too worried about the Dire punishing me.
Yeah, I think that's been the surprising part for me. I thought that if you're trying to flush out these sneaky rats from the side of the map, right, the Ember with Chain Gang might be the person leading the charge, but he's
Radiant
spent
are
quite a bit of
scanning.
his past 4 or 5 minutes kind of trying to push out the mid wave and being the main person staying there instead of being on the hunt with the rest of his team. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made though, because it's not like Mixer cares so much about the chains, but I feel like if there's any pick-off, Ember should definitely be invited
This
to
is,
join that party.
We got double Obs and Sentries here from both teams.
Ruh-roh.
So the Radiant know what's going on. The Dire know what's going on. We're ready to battle out down here on this Tormentor.
OG, you gotta be careful.
All right, then we need a huge pull from Stormstormer if they want to get this damage. Shad also has no damage. He's coming into this fight without anything, so he needs a kill.
It's up. Gotta get controlled up first. Beautiful pull, but where's the follow-up? Shan trying to find an angle, but vacuumed away. He can't connect with any auto attacks. And Squadix is going sicko mode on the Ember. BKB on the backline, forcing the TP away, and this fight is gone. OG, they just get wiped. Only Shad and Stormstormer surviving, but the way that fight started out, it was never gonna pan out for them. Sure, they had a ward scouting it out, but the smoke caught them off guard. And what a clean one coming out from one win.
And that ward being left there from Kasane way earlier. Like, they had a sentry that spotted the Radiant sentry, but they didn't want to kill the sentry, thinking like, okay, they'll give away where we're standing. But unfortunately, their sentry didn't catch the observer, so that allowed them to get the perfect
Radiant's
setup.
top
They saw
tower
everything that was
is under
coming, and
attack.
that vision basically gives them the win there on one win. It makes it so much easier for them to play that fight.
Yeah, now they can head up to the high ground. Doesn't matter that they don't have an Aegis. Munkushi not under
Now,
threat at all.
in this same situation, OG won a fight last game. It looked exactly like this.
Yeah. Stormstormer coming in now. Kidaro looking for an angle but doesn't have the chain cross, so no damage to pile into the Monkey King. They're still trying to poke and prod at him. Munkushi has the boundless strike back to safety with the BKB running out. Again, one win, showing respect to the OG lineup. They know the potential of the damage that can come out from this Underlord, and they don't want to fall prey to it.
Yeah, they overextended just a little bit last game on a high ground push, and it really set them back. And it's what kind of helped OG get back into this game, where they had this very surprising like 5 or 6K gold swing. So this time they're just going to rest a little bit, get their tier 3, and start spending some of this gold that they've earned. Play here, and yeah, you can see that works in the back right now, like spotting where everyone's set up. The balance strike comes in right away. Beautiful Wukong's command. Everyone's just stuck inside. This is even pre-level 25 on one season.
Yeah, it really
I think
pushes
it's
stuff.
even worse, you know.
And the whole time, like, Squadix is just in there, right? He's over there body blocking them, keeping them inside the aforementioned Wukong's command. They're there with a nice vacuum as well, pulling in Shad, pulling in Stormstormer, so looked like a nice pull with the Storm Aghanim's, but it just wasn't enough because Shad can't come through with auto attacks on the key targets. Now grouping around the Roche Pit, 38 minutes, 10k gold lead for them on the side of one win. Not gonna respawn for a while longer though.
Yes.
Just need another pause here as we start to gather some tier 4s. I think, is that our first one there? We got we got a Giant Small on the Storm Spear. We got a Monocle on Shad.
A Pyrrhic
And,
Cloak for Monkey
a
King,
Pyrrhic
pretty
Cloak,
nice
yeah.
for the Shad, right?
Yeah, that's a
What else
that's
we
an
got?
annoying time. Although he's pretty tanky. He's got 3,900 HPGs. Why does he have so much HP? Seems really high. I guess he's got an
SNY.
SNY, a BKB, a Harpoon. It all adds up, you know?
Yeah, the Monkey King's pretty tanky himself as well, at 3.2k HP. On an edgy hero? Damn, okay.
True. Nothing to scoff at, yeah. Closing on that level 25. I do think the Wukong's ring is one of the best ones in the entire game.
Oh, for sure.
Like it just makes sieging feel so much easier. It's so difficult to fight into. It makes it very easy to isolate enemy heroes because their allies are just like, nope, you're on your own, bud.
Yeah, nobody wants to stand in that. By the time Monkey King hits 25, no matter how farmed you are, it's just, you're taking so much damage for free, right? It's never going to be a good idea. Speaking of level 25s, the Underlord, first one this game to hit his level 25, going to have that Pit of Malice root. So it's just one of those awkward things with Underlord where I feel like this game, the Aghanims would have been so amazing, but like you said, you just can't afford to go for it, right? You need those item slots, you need the damage because nobody else in your team is doing it.
Yeah.
This puts him in an awkward position.
Well, they're having some discussions here, you know, in the downtime, trying to figure things out here. We get our Pango back. And we're off to the races. So, refresher on objectives here. Roche is respawning pretty soon. It's a just over 1 minute spawn there total, so it'll be in about 45 seconds or so. We'll get this Roche spawning. And Tormentor, I don't even remember the timing. But not right now. There's your answer.
It's gonna be awkward timing though, right? Because if Roche spawns at that time in like 45 seconds, is that really enough to rush it before it starts walking over down to the bot side of the map?
I mean, I think for one, when it probably is.
True.
They have the CK, you know? What is that, -7 armor on the pole? Pretty cool.
Double damage.
Look at this CK build, by the way. Glimmer
Radiant's
Cape,
bottom
Ghost
tower
Scepter,
is under
Aether
attack.
Lens into Hex. This looks like an Ogre Magi or something like that.
Dire's middle tower is
And
under
he goes for the
attack.
Desum Bloodright.
Is that
I'll tell you one thing. I mean, I did do some testing with the Aether Lens, and it does work on the Aether Lens, but the way that it's coded for the Chaos Bolt is that it uses your cast range at 70%. So it does get
Right.
improved when you use Aether for the second
Oh, okay. Well, meanwhile, Daze just trying to be a little sneaky here, going for a bit of a Hail Mary play with the Curse of the Old Growth.
So
doesn't
Shad a
guess
little bit.
correctly.
He's punching bottom. force the TV back to Squadix. But yeah, in comparison to like Witch Doctor, like if you play Witch Doctor and you buy an 8 lens, it doesn't increase the bounce range of cast because it's not linked to your actual cast range. But the cool thing about the CS Chaos Knight thing is that it's linked to your cast range, so you do get a bonus on the bounce whenever you upgrade your cast range.
Look, Trent, you said a whole lot, but all I'm hearing is justice for Witch Doctor. That's ridiculous. When am I going to get my bounces back?
It's true.
Seriously.
Although it does bounce suspiciously far. It bounces further than you think, I think.
Yeah. Now we just need
but
to...
yeah, I don't know how the blood rate helps him, to be honest with you, on the CK.
Yeah, it's a bit... Maybe he just didn't really have that many good options in comparison. But it doesn't really... I can't imagine how it really helps him on any other spec. Because...
I mean, it did some funny stuff, though. Like, there was the OD one. I mean, I know it got patched, but, like, it was making astral orbs, or not, you know what I mean? The,
like, larger?
Yeah, it was making them hit in a splash zone.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. Mixer. He's taking a lot of physical damage. He has to TP out immediately. We'll be fine. That was a close call.
He does afford his refresher as well. I feel like Daze has been working so hard, and yet he's still so poor this game. Every time I look at him, he's like TPing in the enemy zone, he's farming camps, he's throwing out his treants, and yet he's only got like 1,700 more gold than Guitaro.
I mean, this dude has been sacrificial with a capital S, right? He's just the one going in, starting the fight, because Mixer needs that vision first. He's 2-10. The scoreline certainly reflects that type of playstyle. Okay, OG, you've waited out the initial Aegis. The second Aegis is here now. Can you afford to defend the high ground, or do you just need to give this away? What is the strategy here? One win, slamming on the high ground. You're going to lose one lane of racks for free. Pulling Kadaro again. The Lich just standing way too far up. I feel like this just keeps happening to him. I mean, now he has to buy back. He's trying to split push, but...
Hold on, that's a lot of damage, though. You get a cancel? He's going to get back. I mean, 2 catapults? That's something.
Okay. Got the tower down to maybe 60%, 40% HP. Speaking of a lot of damage, Enchantress going crazy again into Shad. They take a second lane of Rax, it looks like. Let's OG have something to say about this. They have a Rolling Thunder available. A lot of TP back in. There's Storm, the pull onto 3. They do have the BKBs, Rolling Thunder, very nice, but a beautiful vacuum, stopping Shad from landing the auto attacks, and they just turn things around onto the supports. Shad goes down, and OG, they are just bonked out of this game. I don't know how you win a fight without your underlord, but OG, they only have one option, and that's the try. The Rolling Thunder still bouncing through. That's their refresher coming into play. Mixer, he's trying to do as much damage as he can, and he finishes off the CK, but Munkushi still fighting fit and slaps down Mixer. Only Stormer remains. Don't know how much he can do. Your buyback now on the Pangolier. The TP, it's taking too long though, and he can't save the Storm Spirit. 2 minutes without your mid. And that's gotta be it. GG is called. OG, I mean, they put up a fight in both games. They really made one win work for it. But at the end of the day, I think it's fair to say that one win definitely looked like the better team and the team to survive in this EWC Western European qualifier.
Yeah, 100%. They have a really good handle on the current meta heroes and how they want to play them right now. And a little bit of their own flavor in terms of utilizing this Kasane with the Ench and everything, very similar to what we saw Celery doing on Mouse. It looks great. Like, clearly these heroes are valuable. Some teams are prioritizing it, some aren't. I think everyone should be looking towards this Ench because it's just classic stuff. Like, I think she was kind of written off, but the creeps have been working, and the impetus is still there in the mid and the late game. Damage is a problem for a lot of supports right now. So the ability to have this single target damage, as well as the ability to help cut waves and keep the game going in your favor if you get that laning stage advantage, is really strong. So
I mean, it's a very similar concept to what we saw with Mao's with the Jakiro, right, on Eki, just kind of transitioning to that right-click call, an additional little supply of damage. As we see how the rest of the bracket has shaken up, of course, that means we need to say a very painful goodbye to OG. I know a lot of their fans will be upset not to see them make it any further, but we have a bit of a rematch coming up. Looks like Na'Vi Jr. were able to 2-0 Tenacity, so any Zero Tenacity fans, apologies, because you're not going to get to see your team any longer. But we have Na'Vi Jr. up against OneWin. The previous time they met, Na'Vi Jr. able to very convincingly 2-0 them off of the back of a couple of Death Prophet picks. I'll see whether OneWin learned anything from that previous exchange.
So
now they'll have some time to take a break.
Just saying, going to the next series, guys. You know, Squadix Ember, he went a combined 28, 2, and 35 in these 2 games on Ember Spirit. So
Jesus.
maybe we keep that in mind heading to the later part of the draft. I think he's feeling it today.
Yeah.
You know, you don't let him get it when he's feeling that good.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing with OneWin, especially with their performance today, it's momentum, right? You can tell that there's a certain degree of their successes building into bigger and bigger snowballs for them. Started out with the Passion UA game, carried it into the early game, especially of this first game in the series, and hopefully they want to turn things around, right? Navi Junior kind of cruelly beat them to this lower bracket to begin with. They want to send Navi Junior back to school. But yeah, I mean, any thoughts about what we can expect in the upcoming match? I hope it's a bit more even because a lot of 2-0 so far today.
Yeah, I'm thinking even for sure. I mean, this was, even though it was a 2-0, like obviously it was fairly even a lot of these moments, and I'm not expecting, if it is a 2-0 victory for Navi Junior, I'm expecting a good fight here from OneWin because they look better than when they last played Navi Junior, and they're coming off 2 quick series, relatively quick at least, getting through these series here. And, you know, they're really warmed up. That's for sure. They've already played 2 series, and they've only played 1 on Navi Junior. So that's got to give them the advantage on OneWin, right? Obviously.
Yeah, obviously, that's how it works. Although I am a little bit worried. It's going to be a lot of Dota to play in one day. And I don't think Navi Junior is going to give them an easy time. But of course, for us, speaking of the time, it'll be quite a while before we get to our next series. In fact, it's exactly 1 hour and 20 minutes until then. Around there, that's when we'll be sort of starting to get into lobby and everything. The series is scheduled for technically 1.5 hours away. That's game start time. So as long as you're back on this stream by then, you'll catch all the action. But for us, we're going to take a bit of a longer break. We'll see you then for Navi Junior up against OneWin here in the road to EWC.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Top tower is under attack.
Come on, sprites.
Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's middle
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no.
So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and no, will you survive? And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da.
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no.
die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna
You know how it be in these close qualifiers for the Esports World Cup here in Western Europe. We already had to say goodbye to a bunch of teams so far, and now we'll wave goodbye to yet another one of these two teams ahead of us. Na'Vi Junior versus OneWin, a bit of a rematch from the upper bracket. This time, of course, OneWin hoping to turn their fate around. Welcome back to the Western European League of Things. My name's Sneeze and I'm joined by Trent. And this will be the final match of this stream. The final match for us in this region as well, as there are concurrent games going on. There's also Avalos versus Miles, but you want to stay right here because you got more chances to see those two teams later down the line, perhaps in the grand finals. But this might be the last time you get to see Na'Vi Junior OneWin stretch their legs.
Yeah, we got shenanigans all over the place, huh? We got this game going. We got Avalos versus Mouse. We got a little bit of NA starting. Shopify versus Wildcard right now. So, yeah, make sure you got all of the streams open right now. And don't forget the 4th slot for Slacks, who is also on the road to sanity. I was checking out a little bit during our break. So
right, what's he up to?
All of the most powerful gamers are playing. Well, he had determined that Silencer was his new grief hero. I know that. Sorry, I mean, new favorite hero that everyone loves to play with. Definitely not just griefing everyone involved.
Right, sure. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what his next plan will be. Oh, right, sorry. His next plan is support Alchemist. I don't know if we'll see that in this game. Maybe, but who knows?
Yep, two different ends of the Dota 2 spectrum there, depending on what you want to hop into, but we are going to hop ourselves right into a draft. We have that ready for you. Of course, the previous time we already mentioned this, but OneWin, we were both quite surprised because we didn't get to see that play out, but yeah, OneWin kind of getting slapped by Na'Vi Junior 2-0. We were thinking it was going to be a bit more of an even matchup. Didn't really pan out that way, but with the way these two teams have looked coming into this moment right here, facing up against each other, we think it's going to be a bit tighter this time around.
Yes, at least we're hoping so. I mean, the keys were the Death Prophet and the Sven. They played in both of the games and kind of crushed on the side of Na'Vi Junior. And currently, they're both still in. When they played that series, the bans were very similar, almost identical here, coming out from Na'Vi Junior. Instead, they're on the side of OneWin. And I mean, the other heroes that were left in are the Darkseer, the Doom, and the Timbersaw. So all the offlaners getting ignored. That's an interesting way to go about this because we've seen the Doom banned a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this hero, this little conehead is probably going to be the offlaner of contention. Both PMA and Triple S like to play him, and it kind of fits with the rest of the draft very nicely. A few Zayak heroes that love to combine with this enables some other core picks like the Ember, the Pango that we've already seen from previous games. Speaking of previous games, before we dive into the madness of this particular series, have to keep in mind that this will be the 3rd best of 3 that OneWin are playing today. Of course, they did 2-0 Passion UA at the start, took a 2-0 over OG, but these things start to add up, man, compared to Na'Vi Junior, who also had a 2-0 against Zero Tenacity, but their games went way more one-sided and way quicker. 23 minutes the first one and 31 minutes the second. So that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, at least they had long breaks in between the series, so that's gotta be helpful there for OneWin. And all right, so they're like, you guys beat us with Death Prophet and with Sven. So what if we just simply took a Sven? What if we began our game like that? That'll be the plan.
That's is that a little crazy, goofy,
10
ridiculous?
remaining.
Like picking your Sven first like that? Are you not worried at all
5
about it
seconds.
being
What is there to be
counted?
worried about?
I don't know. I'm trying to put that together right now.
Dire team ban.
What kind of carry-to-carry matchup is a Sven really scared about? I'd put my thinking
Or a
cap
laning
on.
matchup. Like, I mean, you already see a Darkseer, so you kind of know it's going to be Darkseer and potentially a strong hero alongside it, but they don't seem to care.
Yeah, okay. Just full faith in the Munkushi Sven, I guess.
10 seconds remaining.
Also interesting that in this new iteration of OneWin, Kasane seems to be the one who's drafting. I'm not sure whether it's actually, one of those situations where it's just the coach on his PC or something like that, but still, given that he's the new addition to the team and whatnot.
Yeah. And, I mean,
10 seconds remaining.
where to go from here is the real question.
5
Yeah,
seconds
Because, I mean,
remaining.
they covered the Darkseer by banning the Ursa. They go into the Darkseer pick.
One Wee's
We get rid of the
turn to
Oracle
pick.
counter in the lane. We get rid of this Kasane Ent that's been crazy. Do they just want to chill and pick their 5? Do they not want to reveal their 5 in case they like? If there's a really good 4 you wanted here, like the Willow, I feel like is going to be contested a decent
Dire
amount, at
team
least by
pick.
Navi Junior. But we'll grab the Bat for Sweden Strong, presumably. So looking very good on that. Bailed out of game earlier today using it.
Yeah, I wonder
So
if they're
they're
going to
pretty
go
happy
back
with the
for
start.
the Kasane Chen, because that's the one position 5 that hasn't been taken out that he's been liking a lot, right? They ban out the Undying
10
themselves on
seconds
1
remaining.
win. Ench is already taken out, so the Bat Rider, we've seen it played by Sweden Strong mostly on this team. I think it's something that he's very comfortable on. We saw them succeed with it against OG just now as
10
a
seconds
very nice,
remaining.
just kind of pick off hero throughout the game, and more specifically up
Dire
against the
team
Pango, so
pick.
maybe dissuading that a little bit. Out comes the Riddies Pugna, though,
Yeah.
a bit of a Siggy for Navi Junior.
Yeah, this was one thing I was considering. I knew there was something I was going to mention because they were using it in their games when they had the Sven, they had the DP, but it's a really nice hero to have just versus the Sven. It just gives you this really helpful save throughout the
10
entire game.
seconds remaining.
It's a very annoying hero to play against. You can also, not only can you use Decrypt to try and
5
bail out some of
seconds
your
remaining.
teammates because Sven doesn't have any way to get a very easy dispel. You can also just try and push down the towers while Sven is kind of a little bit slower to come online.
Yeah. I don't know whether this is the game where he magically goes Rewards of Ruin. I know you were talking up that facet a little bit, but it just
One
feels like
wins,
Siphoning
turn
Water is
to
pretty
pick.
solid. We did see Riddies pull off some magic, I think, on the Pugna the previous time we saw it. A lot of very clutch saves, cool plays and everything. Dark Willow gonna come out. So that's the other support you were mentioning. Not really the obvious pairing, I want to say, with Dark
10
Seer. You're
seconds
usually looking
remaining.
for melee position 4 that can run in and use the Ion Shell, but this
5
works fine as
seconds
well. Brambles to
remaining.
keep them in place.
Yeah, my thought process was that the Willow looks good because it's really annoying for the Sven to play against. Like, we already know his reliance on BKB for his just like one time, one swing situation. And then if you're trying to target the Willow, if she somehow doesn't die in the Sun Duration immediately into Shadow Realm, that can create some problems. Very easy to just ruin
One
team
wheeze, turn to
initiations with
pick.
the
Chen.
the big ulti, but I think you can still utilize Ion Shell a decent amount because of the Shadow Realm with the Dark Willow. Like, you can just like lurk next to people, charge up your damage, then nuke them. But it's not as dangerous as getting in the face of a Sven as someone like a Tusk. But as you mentioned, there comes the
10
Tusk,
seconds
the
remaining.
Chen rather for Kasane. So they're pretty happy with their support through a
5
couple of
seconds
signature heroes
remaining.
here. And I mean, Pango kind of stands out as the hero here, I would say, in terms of just like having some flex potential. Maybe an Ember to be considered as well for both teams right now.
I almost feel like the Navi Junior side might want a Pango for themselves, because right now they need someone who goes in, right? Because the Darkseer ain't doing that. And I guess the Chen is going to make it a bit difficult for him to do all that physical damage and have it matter, but right now the Chen's going to be a very nice pipe builder into all this magic. You're lacking physical, you need what feels like initiation and damage. Maybe you go... Is Void Spirit a bit too low damage? I'm
Dire
not too
team
sure.
pick.
One win, go for the Axe. Okay, so back to Triple S on a comfort hero pick for him. That's your catch.
Now, they do have a lot of counter initiation, like you said. They don't have good initiation on Navi Junior, but they do have good counters. So, like, if the Axe jumps in and
10
there's any
seconds
chance for someone to
remaining.
make a play, they've got a lot of good options here between Darkseer, Pugna, and
5
Dark Willow.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, I would like to see a little bit of a body. I think
Dire
it's
team
probably
back.
Pango here. They're going to grab the Deusa. Okay, we're bringing her
Huh.
back.
Okay. I mean, not a single diffuser buyer in sight. Now you can ban out the Pango just to be
One
safe
wheeze,
and
turn
sell
to
these other
ban.
counters like the anti-mage. I like that as an 18 pick. Kind of pretty smart to save it to that point in the draft. I'm surprised that One Win didn't just grab the Pango in this particular moment, because it looks like a pretty solid Pango game. I guess you're worried about the decrep making his damage moot.
I
10
also don't know if
seconds remaining.
they play Pango off lane.
Yeah.
I might have
Five
just missed
seconds
it, but
remaining.
I think I've only seen it mid from them. Actually, I don't even know how much Pango we've seen from them. I feel like they've just been playing against Pango. In fact, I'm looking through. They actually have not played Pango. Now, sorry, they did pick it at one point early on.
Yeah.
But they are not playing a lot of Pango right now.
It's pretty interesting because One Win, I think for the longest time, Chira Jr., their previous mid laner, was such a known Pango player. In fact, I think he was the subject of the initial copy pasta, like, holy crap, why are you still picking Pango in 20? Right?
Yeah,
And then now losing him, they're just like, yeah, screw that guy and screw
One
this
Win's
hero. We're not doing
turn
that
to
shit no
ban.
more. So pretty funny how that switched up. But Navi Jr. going for that Deucer now, making sure to protect it with a couple of bans. I mean, what else is really left to deal with her? Because right now you're staring down a lot of physical damage and an impenetrable wall in this Medusa.
Yeah, it is annoying.
10
'Cause, like,
seconds remaining.
she's balanced around the idea of like AoE damage is kind of bad versus her. Like you really do
5
need that single
seconds
target focus,
remaining.
and Sven is at least somewhat balanced around the fact that he can cleave and chunk people down, even though he does do
Team
insane
back.
single target damage too. I mean, looking through, they do play Pango on both roles. They just don't do it often. So I still think Pango's the ban here. He is just the best mid defusal hero, surely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
There's
think what other
Ricky.
options you even have.
Oh, Ricky with Shard would be nasty actually.
10
Versus
Oh, yeah,
Pugna.
this game.
remaining.
Oof.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
5 seconds.
Ooh, that could be
remaining.
nice. I
One
wonder if he's a
Wii's
Ricky
turn
gamer.
to
We'll find out. Tiny, that's, I mean, if you're removing the Pango, either banning it or, you know, those are the two heroes. These are the we are safe mid heroes. Kunkka, I guess, was kind of in that category, but he's fallen off a cliff in the past little while. I mean, One Win did use it in a win this morning, so if they're feeling like busting it back
10
out, perhaps they'll
seconds
grab
remaining.
It is
it.
a
But we have not
Squad
been
X
seeing a
hero.
whole lot of Kunkka. Yeah.
5 seconds.
I wonder why though. I
remaining.
feel like teams coming into this tournament and just in general over the past few pro games and qualifiers and everything, it's just such a flexible hero. I wonder whether people just learn to play with it or whether it's just not as reliable as they initially thought. Straying away from it.
Man, I would like it if they could kill towers. Is there like a DP maneuver here? No, we're just gonna grab
You may now
Squad X
select
Ember.
your
Okay,
heroes.
so Squad X went a combined, I think it was like 25 or something, 2 and 35 this morning on Ember in his
Yeah, it was
2
ridiculous.
games. He was destroying, absolutely crushing, having an extremely good game, virtually no mistakes across those games. Like there was like one moment he stayed a little too long and died, but other than that, his other death was like extremely worth it, and he's just on one right now in this Ember. So I'm a little worried for Navi Jr. in that regard, but I also thought that One Win would do better versus them the last time. They got off to strong starts in both games. They use a Beastmaster, they use a Lycan, they push the game down. We have a Chen here once again. Could be a similar situation, but Navi Jr. have shown us that they are really, 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 really good and annoying at pulling back and just chilling and waiting and winning that one pivotal fight when they need it. So we'll see if we get the same story again from this team, because it just keeps on happening. It reminds me of when you would watch Prime OG and they would
Ooh.
just somehow be down 15K and then have these buyback fights and win. And you're just like, you weren't supposed to win this game, but okay, cool. That's kind of the energy that they're exuding right now.
Yeah, it just feels like you got them with their hands up and then suddenly they pull a shotgun out of their butt crack. You're like, where do you get that from? Like, where were you hiding that this entire time? Navi Jr., they definitely have that surprise factor, although I feel like a lot of the pressure is on Niku this game, right? Like, you're relying purely on him and Zayak to make some plays. I know that the previous time they brought out the Dark Willow on Zayak, he was able to turn things around because the opponents would initiate on him, he'd get off a clutch Shadow Realm, and then they'd be able to turn the fight that way. But I do feel like the moves from Navi Jr. here could be a bit telegraphed. I wonder whether One Win will fall for it. And this is a Kasane Chen, right? Like, this is what teams have been banning out straight up against him. This is their last chance here for both of these teams. We've been saying it the whole day because we're journeying through the lower bracket of the EWC Western European qualifiers here. There's only one slot between the 4 remaining teams. Navi Jr., One Win, Avalos, or Maus. Only one of them can make it to Riyadh this summer, and One Win are hoping that it'll be them. Well, Navi Jr., you know, I'm not sure how much any of them have really traveled other than Zayak, but it could be a nice little after-school excursion type situation.
My Allah compares me.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
My Allah
The tips
compares
start
me.
to fly here to
Goat.
teammates. Just, you know, just a not tips across, just friends, friendly tips. Oh, was that a double smoke I just saw?
Oh. No, they don't
Maybe.
let that happen anymore, right? Because as
But
soon
I
as you
did.
pop,
I mean, I just saw it though. Am I crazy? I
30
definitely saw poof
seconds to
poof.
battle.
Am I wild? Am I wilding out here? Maybe I am.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just not paying enough attention. Maybe I need to wake the hell up. I don't know. Let me check.
Oh, you know what it was? I know what it was. It's
What was
'cause I
it?
have double audio coming from the stream. And I saw it on my left and yep, never mind. Just me.
no, that's-
Just audio stream, audio client. My bad.
Good. I mean, the smoke's gonna break anyway. Both these teams squaring up against each other.
The battle begins.
Dane running in with the Hellbear, but realistically speaking, that's not really something you want to contest. So, ends up being a 3-for-1 actually, because Triple S manages to sneak in, and I don't think the Medusa was even bothering to contest, because the last thing you want is to be burned a little bit on the mana for no reason early on. Off to the races we go here. One win versus Na'Vi. Lanes-wise, feels like this Axe is just going to have another free old time. Not really much that the Medusa and the Pugna can do to stop him. And the Sven and the Chen feel like should be pretty chill up into Dark Seer, Dark Willow. Don't think there's much kill threat there.
Yeah, this Pugna lane's interesting because one thing the hero's really good at is stopping pulls. And that is something that obviously most lanings, most off-lane duos want to do right now. Is just these pulling shenanigans over and over again. But Batrider and Axe are kind of scary. Like, if you get a place of this Pugna, despite your 330 movement speed, you can see one Battle Hunger already down to 270. He got tapped for a second there, but here we go.
I feel like Battle Hunger is one of those spells that just does such an insidious amount of damage early on, especially to these squishy supports. Riddy's already dropping very low thanks to that Blood Grenade. A second Battle Hunger coming through. This Pugna is used to being the one putting out the harass, but he's going to be the one eating a first blood. Great setup there from the one win side.
Oh, I mean, that's what said it was going to happen. There you go. Pugnas are just so used to bullying that they don't expect it when someone actually punches back, you know?
Yeah. Flip the script a little bit on this little bony boy. Not much the Medusa can really do about that situation as well, right? You throw out like a Mystic Snake, that's your entire contribution in the lane. I know as a support there are times where I feel like, you know, sometimes you're playing like a bit more of an aggressive position 5, and then you're laning with something like a Morphling or Dusa. You know those first 3 levels, you're basically laning alone, right? Like the second they go on you, even if your carry did want to try and help, it's like 3 auto attacks and that's all they can do.
There is one other thing we'll have to keep an eye on, and that is we do have Medusa versus Axe. We haven't talked about it yet, but
Oh, true.
you know, she does have 208 HP range. So we just got to make sure that Got the Juice is keeping an eye on his max HP pool in this matchup versus the Axe, because
Do you need,
we've
like-
seen it before.
Are you supposed to like text specifically to increase your HP? Like make sure you get items that specifically increase the HP pool?
At a point, you did need to. I mean, I'm not sure how much it has changed now, but when she was first reworked, yeah, like at levels, like she could be level 5, Axe was level 6, and he could just dunk her at full HP, and it was very funny.
Yeah.
But I mean, right now, what you get 0 strength per level, right? So
She's
you're
gonna
gonna
have to increase it
get
herself,
a little bit.
right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, we'll see whether Got the Juice makes any adjustment there, or Triple S can get a sneaky little dunk somewhere along the line. Lotus at 3 minutes. Easy snack there for the Axe. Yeah, I feel like these early lanes, at least the side lanes, we haven't talked about mid just yet, but it seems like it should be a pretty easy situation for one win to come out on top of. It seems to be the case in the CS chart as well.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, do they have any hope of winning a lane on the Dire? Not really. I mean, the best win they can have would just be the stacking and farming for the Darkseer, I guess. If Zayas wants to set that up.
Oh, did you want to do that?
Speaking of stack clearing, this might be another one of those games where we see one win posture aggressively to steal opponent Na'Vi Junior stacks, right? Because the Bat Rider going in with Flame Break or maybe even just a few stacks of Sticky Napalm can set that up for Squad X. Riddy's coming through to try and contest this rune, puts down the ward, try and chase away Squad X. They're going to get that water rune tossed back though. Riddy's the one in trouble, taking a lot of damage, already popping the stick. A last auto attack, Sweden Strong going to get it done. Dying now, looking for the brambles, tags onto the bat. That Shadow Realm should finish the job, just needs vision on the high ground. I say that, Fairy Fire, Niku needs one more toss, finds the angle, and gets that crash landing. Makes it happen, but Squad X with the TP back. Still trying to challenge this Tiny, but that should be the end of that. Niku can head on
Yeah,
over
this is
to
a
that
lot
one.
of HP. Like, you know, kind of got out of the Ember, but Niku then gets the bottom rune. Goes pretty good. Up top, this leaves Triple S all alone for a little while, but no harassment on him, and he's really close to Vanguard.
Also leaves
Nice to get
PMA
killed
all
that
alone. Kasane able to route him. That escape.
Radiant's
That's the
bottom
difference, right?
tower
Triple
is
S,
under
you know,
attack.
even if he's left alone up here, it's chill. Like the Medusa has no interaction with him. On the flip side, if you leave that poor little Darkseer alone, he could just get stunned and held in place.
I can't wait to see this axe here. This is gonna be good. All right, so if he goes back right now, and he does this ancient stack, he could get level 6 and he could just come and dunk this Dusa. Like, please, do it.
I think he's sort of doing the more high value play of denying his opponents that much space. As he knows he can do this, right? Like, he just tanks 1 or 2 Mystic Snakes. It's not a big deal. He's already at that level 5. He's getting so much EXP just by being in the lane. And he's just basically forcing Riddies to stick around. If not, it'll be a major trouble.
He's gonna stack this again. Sweenstrong is just like sitting on a giant piggy bank. All right, let's see if he gets the ancient camp. They've been missing a lot today. Oh, he got the good pull angle.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Ka-ching.
Radiant
Oh,
are
okay.
scanning.
Okay.
That was close.
well,
That-
whatever.
that-
He got the ancients.
Did you see that Prowler? That Prowler almost messed everything up for him.
I mean,
damn.
typical prowlers.
Yeah. They're ruining everything. It does get spotted
Alright.
out by the Pugna though, so they know this is being set up. If they see the axe disappear for a
Okay.
bit too long,
Dude,
Dire's
he's level
bottom
6 though.
tower
This is
under
gonna give him
attack.
level 6 when he kills this camp.
Radiant's
And
bottom
he,
tower is under attack.
Medusa has 180 HP. Please let this happen.
okay, we gotta keep
Oh,
camera
it
on
would
the axe.
please
We
be
gotta-
so.
I mean, I'm sure Triple S knows about this interact. Has to. He's such an axe player. As the Culling Blade.
She's like just dead. Like he could just.
Yeah,
like, one flame break.
Brother, get in there.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh
Okay.
come on.
You,
Oh, don't,
bro,
no, don't
no,
don't go
oh my-
farm. Don't do the logical thing. God, she's so close to her death.
She's
She's
right
just
there.
right there.
He could just die. He could just die.
Dire's middle
But
tower
instead,
is
no,
under attack.
we need to go farm the stacks. We need to make sure our economy's okay. Boo.
Dude, that was a greedy attempt on another HSI. I gotta say, that would be crazy to get that one too. Alrighty, so he's currently sitting at 3,130 gold on this axe at 7 minutes as we begin the Great Farm Fest. But wait, alas, they know.
Navi Jr.
they're too
on the
late,
prowl.
though.
They're a bit too late to stop that hard camp from
oh,
being
here it comes.
farmed.
Dude, come on, just flame break. What do guys? Just, am I wrong? Maybe I'm missing something. Is she not just dead?
I feel
Like,
like
could he
she's
not just flame break her?
Dire's
Like,
Yeah,
can she
I-
tread swap and it
under
doesn't
attack.
work? Maybe she. I mean, she has her treads delivered. She didn't have them before, so I guess that's it.
no, but
And now she's gonna have wand.
but it's still 275, like pure damage. You know, it doesn't
Dire's
really
bottom
matter,
tower
right? Like
is under attack.
there are no resistances that stop. Even if you tread swap, there's no way that's 275 HP.
I mean, it'd be 10 strength. That would get her over the limit.
I don't really know what strength it
Radiant's
is.
middle tower is
Mid
under
lane.
attack.
It will be
Riddies.
enough.
I thought it was
We've
gonna be
missed
a
our
bit-
window, unfortunately.
Oh man, okay. That would have been really fun to watch, but maybe later down the line. Maybe later down the line. Farm-wise, like we said, one win off to a very, very hot start. Triple S going to farm this, 4-5 ancient stack and get himself a nice chunk of change. He's gonna... It's like what you said, the second this axe gets those first 3 items, he's just constantly gonna be on the prowl. And Triple S, every single time we've seen his axe so far on this stream, he has gotten off to such a great start.
Yeah, it's just a, casual like 1,200 gold-ish from this whole stack setup that was there. And of course, Sweenstrong also very happy because now he's selling level 5.5. He was level 2 not that long ago.
Yeah.
And now he's almost up into lasso. So make sure that you are sharing that with your support.
Dire's
Getting all that
middle
XP and
tower
gold
is under
passed over.
attack.
Kasane's entire
help us help
following
each
just
other.
dies there. Very unfortunate. But, I mean, they... Navi Jr. have been trying to look for moves, but it hasn't really panned out for them. Whether it's dodge due to just kind
Dire's
of
top
coming in a bit
tower
too
is
late in
under
the
attack.
triangle, or just now that move to the bot lane, maybe trying to push Kasane away. They
Radiant's bottom
haven't
tower
really been
is
able to
under
find
attack.
much. They are just farming away. I wonder if they're okay or happy with that. Riyadh Strong has a lasso god. The Juice does have to be careful because if they pull him towards the axe, could just get chopped down. But yeah, you're right. With the tread swap, he actually gets
Dyer's
up to like
top tower is
364
under attack.
HP, so that's
Radiant's
out of
bottom
chop territory.
tower is under attack.
Disappointingly enough.
Damn.
I just wanted it so bad.
Radiant
No,
are
I get
scanning.
you. I mean, the thing is, this has been quite a slow early game, all things considered, compared to some of the other shenanigans in our games, right? I think we've been quite lucky that, for whatever reason, when there's Dota being played on this stream, people start frothing at the mouth in the first 10 minutes and go in a little sicko mode. We haven't really seen the same amount of pressure from the Kasane Chen. I feel like if it was an Ench or something like that, we already see him barking at the mid lane tower by minute 5 or 6. Right? Instead, it's
Yeah.
actually Na'Vi Junior putting pressure onto the bot lane tower, and it doesn't seem like OneWin are interested in responding at all. So that's going to go down for free.
Yeah, they're trying to get
Radiant's
online
bottom
quickly though
tower
here.
has fallen.
Going for a
Dyer's
early
middle
blink
tower
dagger
is under
on
attack.
Triple S, skipping over the blade mail.
Okay. So they just need that initiation, and then the rest of the damage can follow. Just as I say,
Dyer's
Kasane isn't
structures
pressuring the
are
mid tower. There he
fortified.
is with 2 Hellbears.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
And meanwhile, Triple
Kinda
S and he's got the juice just kind of stare at each other up top. He wanders back into the jungle.
Dyer's
He
middle
stays on the
tower
lane,
has fallen.
and the tower easily falls.
The way you were building that up there sounded like a forbidden love story for a moment. I thought you were gonna...
It
This
is
is
forbidden.
like
I mean, you can't look Medusa in the eyes, so. that
Oh,
makes
that's
sense.
true, that's true. That's tough. Just wants her to get his hands on her,
Are
but
scanning.
out of his reach, unfortunately. That kind of getting reduced already at this early stage in the game.
Dyer's
That's
top tower
kind of
is
been the
under
strength
attack.
of these Chen enchantresses. It's funny that they've just randomly popped back into the meta. I won't say they're in the meta just yet, but at least in the games that we've seen, teams are bringing them back,
Radiant's middle
putting
tower
on this
is
early
under
pressure
attack.
and getting themselves off to a very hot start here. 4k gold lead already at this initial interval in the game. Kind of significant, the fact that Na'Vi Junior have been mostly AFK farming and getting gapped like this. It's a bit tough.
Yeah, and when your Medusa rotates down here from her farming up top, there's unfortunately not much here for her to deal with. Like, there were no stacks prepped for or anything. They tried to use it to get their Jax here in a place where he can help out, and ooh, no combo.
That's a bit of
Dyer's
misexecution.
middle tower is under attack.
And the Invis rune is in the top side, so he not only gets the rune, but spots out that Blink Dagger. That was the reveal, and slightly miscoordinated there. I don't know whether that was just something that the Ember was always going to play his way out of. I feel like if Terrorize came down just a second sooner, it might have been different. But
Yeah. I mean, it's still going to be a hard kill, though. I don't even know. Like, with Vacuum, I'm not sure if you have even the damage to kill him either way, you know what I mean?
yeah, even if he popped the wall, right? I'm trying to do the math here. I'm not sure if that's possible. He can strong up to the high ground. That's a big reveal from Triple S. Could be enough damage to finish off Zayak. First chop of the game. Cha-ching. Nicely done. OneWin.
And into
Continue
the
their
tower.
tempo.
They're chasing, got the juice.
Uh-oh. Doesn't have a Stone Gaze level. Bump back, and Triple S can find another dunk. Makes it happen. The entire side of OneWin collapse down here in the bot lane and get themselves 2 pretty nice kills.
Radiant's middle
All right,
tower
well,
is under
all
attack.
3 of their cores have everything they could want at 13 minutes. This is a
Dyer's
recipe
bottom
for
tower
a
has
bad time for your opponents.
Yeah, I don't... What's the play here? Because, like I said, I feel like there's so much pressure on this Tiny to make things happen, but his Blink reveal didn't go right, and then now it's Triple S being the one initiating on you instead. Even if you jump on these heroes, do you have enough damage to kill them as the Tiny?
What, level 9? I mean, definitely not if Hand of God is up, and he'll probably get saved in time. Well, he can kill Chen.
Radiant are scanning.
He's the
They
one
can also
getting
kill
killed.
him.
Riot with the Terrorize, coming in clutch, needs that, but the lasso just gonna drag him over to the side. Riddies can't make it with save. Triple S dropping a little bit low there, but with all these auras coming in, it's not gonna be enough. The Mage Slayer cutting down the damage, and Squadix finds himself a pick. Continuing to slide, continuing
They
to
want
look. They have
more.
another
Triple
blink.
S.
They're waiting for the ethereal form to wear out. Riddies being spotted by the axe on the high ground here, but might just be a bit too deep. He doesn't care. Straight in, and there's the dunk. He was just waiting for the creep wave for the additional spins, and gets it done. A killing spree now for the axe.
Yeah, and they were coming over to try and defend this Wisdom Shrine. Like, that was your... When I talk about Na'Vi Junior being... recognizing, like, how to get back into a game, these are the situations that they were winning before. thinking things like, okay, they're going to go for the Shrine of Wisdom. If we don't give that up, we're going to be in a much better spot, so let's fight for it. But they don't quite get it synced up in time. The Tiny goes down first, and then he's kind of your big hope at actually getting full-on damage out and killing somebody and getting a lead in these engagements. It doesn't happen. And now you're down 9k at 15 minutes, and you lost both shrines, assuming that someone gets over to the Radiant one that isn't Niku.
Yeah, I think
He's
that's
getting
kind of the one downside of Medusa, right? In these games that Navi Junior were able to come back from, they were had some pretty active carries like the Sven, like the Kanka, like even the Abaddon, who had such a piss poor time. I mean, he's a carry that can at least get in and involve. A shield, a couple of slows, but I mean, even the TP or Dusa, what's she gonna do? Just stone gaze and then they disengage? That feels so bad, right? So I feel like the options for Navi Junior, the tools just don't really feel like they're there for them. And one win, they're just starting to scale and nothing's really stopping them. Sven's 2.5k ahead of the opponent Dusa. Your mid is gapping by 1k. Let's not even talk about Triple S. That guy's a monster right now. He's looking for Niku. Riddies, they know they have to target him down first. If not, he's going to go for the save. Just easy lasso to find Riddies. Finishes off with the stun from Munkushi.
Yeah, it's plays like that that are going to keep them in the lead if they're just not greedy. Like by immediately bailing off the Tiny like that and going straight onto the Pugna. It's because those are the ways that you're going to come back in this game as Navi Juniors. You get a sudden Pugna save that you weren't expecting, then they're able to turn it around. Or you find this really high early game damage from the Bedlam that helps you turn things around. So they're just respecting the possibilities of these two supports and ensuring that that's not going to be what causes the problem for them. Niku now, ooh, he is really close to some danger. He has a blink, so... Okay.
Gotta clear the creep wave, that flag bearer. Stick around to give it a punch and managing
Radiant's
to TP
bottom
out, so
tower
they won't
is
be able to
under
find
attack.
him.
Radiant
This
are
might just
scanning.
be the only option for you here. It's a 10k gold lead at 16 minutes, Trent.
That is
Talk
not
about this
good.
game being even. Riddies in the mid lane, getting singled out again. In comes the stun, in comes the call. A nice terrorize, holding them in place. PMA looking for a vacuum, finds two. Not too bad, but the Ember should be able to slide back out to safety. Just needs a remnant. Held in place, stuck on the low ground. Oh no, that's a bit of a misjudgment there from Squadix. And he pays the price for it. I swear he could have sent a remnant up to the high ground, but I guess he just uses his ulti a bit too soon and...
Yeah, I'm not sure what was slowing him so bad. He just got slowed like crazy when he went for it. It was either the Venomous Volley or it was something from the Pugna. I don't think he was decrept. But either way, he was really slow, and so he misjudged the speed his Remnant was going to be going at, and that's that's what caused the issue.
Rare mistake from this player, at least today. Another dunk. Triple S is dominating. One thing about his axe, he's going to take control of the first 25 minutes of the game by playing this fast. 12 coat of blood already.
That's crazy. Extra 5 armor at this point. And close to the Crimson Guard. Niku? Ooh, he gets surged, but unfortunately doesn't see Swedenstrong, I don't think, with the vision.
I guess it's the wrong way. I don't think Swedenstrong knows that he broke the smoke as well. I'm not sure whether they saw it because they had a ward at the entrance of the Navi Junior jungle. But
Yeah, I don't think so as well. Niku forced to blink out.
this is
Strong,
scary.
he gets War Cried. Is he going to go for it? It's a big jump.
He's looking. If he can get Niku, that'll be
Ooh,
huge.
what
But
toss.
Niku beats him to it. Toss back onto Riddies. You need to stun the Pugna. Maybe use the lasso. PMA just gonna throw out that vacuum. Use the wall. Any kill that they can get is gonna be worth it. The root, the terrorize. But there's the dunk in. Triple S immediately eliminates Riddies. This wall is still a bit awkward to fight through, but now the fight separated in a weird way. Zayak being caught out and another dunk. 18 coat of blood harvested now. Triple S, he is on one right now.
Man, that was a really nice instant toss reaction there from Niku, but unfortunately not enough to turn that play around for them. Now we're going to hit the Roach Pit, use that God Strength, use your Chen army. We got auras all over the place here. We got, oh yeah, he gives outgoing damage of 12% as well. What's up with that, Soul Croaker, huh?
Kind of insane actually. Does that just buff all your damage by 12%?
To the Radiant.
Like,
I assume
Everything?
it's only white damage, but I have to look at it. Good question. 'Cause sometimes it says all damage, but it's not really all damage. You know what I mean?
Radiant's
yeah,
middle tower
tooltips.
is under attack.
Classic. Okay, we'll see. Well, either way, it's going to be a bit hard to tell because the amount of damage coming out from the one win side seems to be a bit too much for Navi Jr. to handle. The only person who can realistically stand in the front lines is the Juicer or Niku.
Dire are
And
scanning.
good news, for everyone watching, you might be thinking,
Radiant's bottom
oh, you
tower
know,
is
this is
under
just
attack.
another close qualifier
Dire's
game.
top
Looks like
tower
one
is
win
under
are the
attack.
better
Are
team.
scanning.
Well, Navi Jr. have been in this situation multiple times at this point,
Radiant
right? It's
are
not their
scanning.
first rodeo. Their early games seem to be a slightly difficult period for them to get through. And it's always around these 25 minutes to 35 minutes where they try and find openings. And like you said, they seem to have that OG magic almost of coming back from what feels like unwinnable situations just by split-second decision making. It doesn't really seem that easy this game round, but still have the chance for the wombo combo with the Darkseer.
I can confirm it is only your white damage. This is your base damage.
Okay.
At least according to my sources. Still really strong, just to be clear.
Mushi, popping God strength already. They have really made this partner not look as strong as it did the previous time round.
Is Mankushi rich enough to buy eggs? That's the real question. Like, I mean, he's gonna buy a nullifier instead. That's just sad. Just buy the eggs. Come on.
Just go Superman. Just go Superman. Just do it for the style points. Flex on him.
Man, dispel. Oh, Niku Harpoon. Oh, my goodness. Is he
Niku.
dead?
I mean, Sweden Strong's there to chase him. That is just unfortunate timing. Right as he shows on the wave is when Munkushi decides to TP in. Finds himself another very, very nice kill, Munkushi. I mean, it just feels like one win are firing on all cylinders. It doesn't seem like they came from playing two other series. They look fresh, they look ready to fry, they look like they're just going to be the team to move on. I mean, if they keep playing at this pace, Navi Jr., as much as we were talking about them finding an opening, it doesn't feel like there's any space on the map to do so. Like, what are they going to wait for? What are they going to try and stake their
Dire's
flag
middle
on?
tower is under attack.
High ground?
Does feel like your classic 3-lane loss scenario here. I mean, high ground's one thing. I mean, tier 2s, it's fightable. They're just gonna, you know, wait for the Aegis. So just 2 more minutes.
Start the wall, look for the toss back on the axe. Pull him onto the partner. Not sure whether that's what you want. You're not really connecting with meaningful damage onto him, and you still have the Hand of God available. Good try there with the initiation, but Navi Jr. can't make it stick.
Alright, they'll back up a little bit here. I mean, how's our Dusa looking? Closing in on the butterfly gives you a chance, maybe, during the next engagement, perhaps. Like, I've
that's
seen
true.
some pretty
Dire's
wild
bottom
Dusa comebacks in
tower is under
situations like
attack.
this.
You dodge a
Pretty
couple of
shocking
spent
how much
shots,
damage
right?
she can put out. Yep, yeah, get a little bit of dodge going. He managed to clip their whole team. You know, he's prepping for the late game with a dormant Curio.
Yeah.
Dire's
He's investing
bottom
in his
tower
future.
has fallen.
Love to see it from young individuals.
We'll see if he finds it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Every time I
feel like
look at
he's
the
gonna end this game with a Curio, I think, but we'll see.
Every time I look at the net worth, I just get a little bit. I just get so sad. This looks. I mean, we know
Radiant's top
Navi
tower
Jr.
is
is a
under
team
attack.
that has the chops for it. It just. I don't think it's really being expressed this game. Right? We're seeing some of the limitations of their draft, even with the full sort of combination of initiation that they have with the Tiny and everything. It just
Dire
isn't even
are
enough to
scanning.
get triple S to half HP. And that's just the
Radiant's
net
top
worth
Medusa?
coming to
Oh,
play.
they saw her.
attack.
Did they not see her? They saw her with their vision, but they didn't notice her.
I don't think they really registered she was there. PMA is gonna get lassoed back. It's gonna be a first kill. Looking for Momokushi. He is hungry for some kills. Triple S already finishing off Niku on the sidelines. There's the stun. Nice little decrep there. Keeps the Sven at bay for now, but
Is under attack.
still 20 more seconds of his Aegis. Realistically speaking, I don't even know how they're gonna kill Momokushi the first time.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I see they lost Nico at the same time, huh?
Yeah. Yep. He's trying to split push top, I think.
Yeah, he was. Okay.
Yeah, game gets from harder to. I don't even know. I guess it's possible. I guess it's like you're talking about the Medusa comebacks, right? The butterfly, you know, she
Yep.
might get to this point where she actually becomes a big damage threat, and then you're not really able to slice through her. Copium.
Of invisibility.
Skadi up next on the menu. Forgot the juice.
Yeah, it's good. I mean,
He-
Sven's a very specific hero. We saw it earlier today for
Yeah.
one win. When you're playing these fights, sometimes you can't link him up, and he goes like 4 fights in a row without getting his God Strength, Stun, Blink, Kill You combo.
It's just a bit annoying because Navi Junior in an ideal world they'd love to try and force a fight when God Strength
This
is down.
is greedy.
This is
Look
crazy.
at them avoiding the Medusa. Look at
They don't
that.
care, yeah.
That's beautiful.
Very, very
They
smart stuff.
just run behind her.
A little bit of an RTZ situation for a moment, but Harpoon exists, which means that the Dark Widow does not. A call means that PMA will be next on the chopping block. Triple S with a kill, and now the Medusa. That's GG. That's done. 25 minutes is all it takes for one win to take the first one, and that is not a good sign for Navi Junior. The momentum fully in the favor of this team, and this one was not even close.
No, they tried to give him the same heroes as they did previously, thinking like, all right, well, we'll be able to take them again. We don't have to worry too much about this this Chen. We beat it once before. Oh, not this time. They got smacked around by one win. And they really dissected how to win the end of that game, too. Just like, you know, just ignore the Medusa. Kill everything else around this Medusa, and the game will follow.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Trent, maybe this is a bit of personal bias coming into play, but I have not liked the Medusa. I feel like ever since we had that entire stint where it was Undulation, Meteor Hammer off lane, as much as at that point in time it was a very different hero, I think people just kind of realized how to play around her, and it had a very harsh reminder about all the discipline that you need to look past her, control her, you know, get to her team first. And it's not really a hero that contributes a lot, especially in a carry in this early stage of the game. It takes a lot of time. That's always been the case with Medusa. To end the game 22-3, that's certainly a score and a half. And Navi Junior, it feels like God the Juice just didn't really get to play Dota. But to be fair, I guess you could say that about everyone else on the team.
Yeah, it's when you talk about these moments that Navi Junior were good at finding, they did not find any of those moments this game. Partially because one win just played really tight together. You're always being backed up by this Chen, which is going to be harder to punish. And they got a last pick Ember in a game where he was fine. There wasn't really a threat for him to play his game. We saw when they tried to do the blink reveal kill, they just don't have consistent and reliable ways to kill him. Even if they had have hit that terrorize combo off the toss back, like I don't even know if that would have killed him. There's a chance it wouldn't. So maybe just have to consider that this guy's played, what, 3 straight games now of Ember and is tearing it up. So might be a vibe ban coming up here soon.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think the one thing about one win that sticks out is there's no surprises. Like, they aren't doing any crazy flexes or anything like that. If they pick an Undying, you know who's playing it. If they pick a Bat, you know who's playing it. Like, all 3 of these cores have signatures that they've been using to get through these close qualifiers so far. And if you can't beat it, then it might just be one of those situations where you need to switch up the bans, because it's clear that they're just so comfortable. They've done it over and over again at this point today, and Navi Junior, they need to try and switch something up. But we'll see whether they're able to come back in a game number 2, or whether we're actually going to get one of our first few major stomps on this stream after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Navi Junior versus one win, game number 2.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's courier has been killed.
Perhaps our fastest game on this stream so far in the Western European close qualifiers for the Esports World Cup. My name's Sneeze and I'm joined by Trent. And this might be the last time we're going to say this, but we still have one game ahead of us. And we're going to have to potentially say goodbye to Navi Junior. Even though they were the ones to 2-0 win the previous time round, it might just be turned on their head. One win looked insanely dominant throughout the entirety of today.
Yeah, they really did. You know, I finished game one, and then I was messaging my wife. I was like, you know, she knows I'm doing best of three, and she said, "Who won?" Because like usually I'll tell her if like the underdog won or like the better team, you know, the more likely team won. And I said, I don't know, because like they stomped them this game, but they lost 2-0 them the other day. I don't know. That's what I told her. So that's what I'm telling you guys. I don't know what to think at this point. Can you really be that figured out so hard in but 2 days? And, you know, Navi Junior, we just saw them crush Zero Tenacity, who are another good-looking team in this region, and now they just got stomped in this game. So how fast can they just turn this around and try and get to their own style here?
Yeah, I think the one thing that stands out that we were even talking about since our previous series is that one win, it's very clear that they've solidified an identity, and not just that, but coming into today, they are playing so sharp. I think they're not really making as many mistakes. Sure, OG managed to pull back that game number one through a series of shenanigans, but I think one win coming into this second series, they're like, okay, no more funny business. We're just gonna get straight to work. We have a Esports World Cup to try and qualify for, and right now we have a draft that we're gonna pop up on your screen. Hopefully, Navi Junior can find the right pieces, because it felt to me like that Medusa is. I don't think that was part of the answer.
At least not if you lose your other two lanes as well.
Yeah,
You know.
no.
Dire team back.
You need to at least go neutral. You know, if you're AFK farming, you're hoping the Medusa can outscale her opponents.
10 seconds.
Let's see what the
remaining.
adjustment here is for Navi Junior, because they opt for second pick. That was what they chose in terms of priority. One win opted for Radiant, so not too fussed about the
10 seconds remaining.
selection priority. Nature's Prophet banned out. So the
5
Ench still
seconds
available, the
remaining.
Chen still available. See what one win want to go for. They could go for the Darks here as well.
Yeah, I mean, they played it with the CK, right?
Mhm.
They could set up for that very easily here if they wanted to. They're not sure either. You know, thinking about what they're going to trade in exchange.
One Wheeze.
I mean, what if they
turn
just
to
pick the axe?
Dire
Is
team.
that crazy?
A little
They're gonna
bit.
start with a Kunkka.
Okay. Keep it safe, keep it chill, nothing too crazy at the moment. I think a lot of their more specific first picks have been just kind of countering the first pick they see across the table, right? That might be why Navi Junior went for second pick instead. Because we saw OG go for
10
Naga, they go for
seconds
Axe immediately.
remaining.
They pick the Darkseer, they go for the sort of quote-unquote counter
5
immediately.
seconds remaining.
So, in the Sven, obviously. And this Kunkka
Now, this
gives them a lot of
was-
flexibility.
Yeah, this was their leading hero when they lost to Navi Junior. They were trying to right the wrongs of the past. And that was because both times they got immediately counterpicked by the Death Prophet.
One
And
Wheeze.
I guess
to
that
ban.
they didn't like that
Stands
matchup.
ready.
So they're going to try their Kunkka once more. This is the first, it's the second time they've even picked the Kunkka since they lost those matches. They beat Passion with it earlier this morning. But since then, they've been ignoring the Kunkka or had it banned
10
against them.
seconds remaining.
And yeah, they're going to try one more time. So we'll see how it goes.
5 seconds
It
remaining.
does give Navi Junior the Sven though, which they snap up immediately. I don't know if that necessarily warrants a Sven pick, but I do know that in terms of Kunkka as a core, regardless of what lane you put him in, the two big heroes that deal with him very nicely are the Sven or the Ursa, right? It just feels like he can never really outcarry them. So maybe we'll see this Kunkka pivoted to the mid lane instead as a result of this Sven pick, just because the carry to carry is not going to be that great. Although, I think this is a question we asked in the previous game. What is a good Sven carry to carry matchup at this point? I'm trying to scratch my head and figure out. I don't know whether anything comes to mind in terms of heroes that are relevant in this current meta game.
Carry-wise, no. I feel like TA is probably one of the better ones, just with refractions, but obviously she's banned first phase every single game.
Yeah, she's not
so
seeing the light day, so
Dire team back.
we're not going to get a chance to see that one. But they go for the Underlord and the Pango bans. And Navi Junior, again, in those two wins, they did rock the the Sven alongside a sort of like brawly and tough offlaner. They used Underlord in one game, tied
10
in the other, and
seconds
then that was all
remaining.
tied together with this DP in the mid to help just like push
5
things
seconds
along. Goes to those
remaining.
early eggs. We've seen like Treads eggs and then like Witchblade. We've seen BKBs out of the hero afterwards, just trying
Dire
to stay
team
alive. Kind of standard DP stuff. And now a Lifestealer ban. Okay, so I think they are trying to protect some sort of a beefier offlaner.
Yeah, that makes sense. I immediately think to whenever I think about a Sven counter, I just am transported back to that meta where Sven first got his Superman Aghanims
10
punch, and it was just the most
seconds.
broken thing in the
Turn to
entire
pick.
universe. And then we saw a bunch of Troll Warlord coming out as a carry-to-carry matchup just because the axes are so annoying for you to
True.
deal with. I wonder if that's something that we will see potentially, because I know Munkushi does play it. It's a bit of a new hero compared to what we've been seeing. I know it was all the rage just a few patches ago.
10
Ringmaster
seconds
coming out.
remaining.
Yeah, they used this this morning in
5
both of their
seconds
games
remaining.
versus Zero Tenacity. So they're gonna try and bust that back out here. Pretty good
One
save versus the
Wee's
Kunkka.
turn to
See the
pick.
boat coming in. Maybe you
Wind
can
Ranger at your
bail someone out.
service.
And one winner gonna pick up the Wind Ranger now. Almost certainly their position 4. This is gonna give them Kunkka Shard and the Gale Shard for the Wind Ranger. So good luck doing anything if you don't have a BKB. And once we get into like the mid game,
10
you're going to be
seconds
pushed
remaining.
and tossed all over the place and potentially even pulled out of the
5
Ringmaster
seconds
circle.
remaining.
Yeah, that's a
If
little
someone
bit
tries
spooky.
to save you. Yeah.
Just gotta blow the box away or like flood it. That's pretty funny.
I feel like they're going to mag on Navi Jr.
What's
They play that support mag, right? That was what they used in
Dire
that series
team
as well.
yeah, the Zayak mag, right? Out comes the Chen, of course, no reason to break or fix anything that isn't broken. I had the option of the Ench as well, but just liking that insurance policy. That's how I always see Chen. You know, if you are doing okay or decently in the game and you're getting farm up, it just makes
10
everything
seconds
so much
remaining.
harder for the enemy team as a whole. You try and get a pick off, you try and win a team
5
fight, you try and
seconds
do
remaining.
anything. There's a Chen with a bunch of auras, there's a Chen with a bunch of creeps, and he's just ready to back his team up.
Will this dissuade the axe pick, I wonder? Like, what can you pick here that's going to stop them from just going axe? Or have you... Well, no, I don't think that would stop me. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Triple S has looked insane. He's on Radiant side again. I feel like that looks really nice for the axe. Yeah. What? Okay, why would I not want to play axe? What? Like, they play this as a 5 and a 4, it looks like, on Navi Jr. for the Ringmaster.
I mean,
it
technically,
only
Ringmaster
5?
constitutes as
Only
like a
5.
save, right? Like the box is gonna.
I mean, kind
Clam
of,
up
but you can also
your-
call the box, so then they can't run away in the box. So it kind of goes both ways.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really feel quite as convincing now to play the axe into the ring, just because if you
Like-
try and jump in or you're trying to find an approach to the fight, you might just get whipped into the Wheel of Wonder, and then things get a bit complicated.
Dire
I will
team
also say that Axe, out of all the, I guess, carry heroes that he goes up against, it feels like the Sven is one of the more potent ones that he has to deal with, because at a certain point, Sven just does so much damage that you can't live through it, and you're not reflecting as much with the Blade Mail. I think we saw that
That's
interaction
true.
a few
We
times.
did see that. Yeah,
10 seconds
yeah. That was
remaining.
Navi versus Mouse, I believe, where we had the Navi Junior did take the
5
win
seconds
in the
remaining.
Sven versus the Axe. So fair enough. That is definitely a decent enough reason, especially because you have a wide hero pool. There's no bans in the offlane pool right now. I guess Timbersaw and Underlord, but outside of that, like it's pretty free reign here. Could go for like an Enigma strat at this point if you wanted. That looks kind of good versus Tide Sven. BKB would go a little bit crazy if this next support doesn't have any answer to it.
One Wee's turn to pick.
One Wheeze turned bad.
I don't know why they say it like that. Also,
One
I guess
Wee's
it's just
It was, I mean, I guess I could say it was because of the no banning rule. So they couldn't
Yeah.
be one win because it was a banning thing at whatever function it was. So they had to make it one Wii.
Yeah, but still, I thought the announcer would say 1W or something like that. Like why
One
is it
Wii.
one Wheeze
'Cause it's more
turn to
fun.
pink? Yeah, that's true.
5 seconds remaining.
Does the announcer say Navi Junior perfectly? That's even funnier. If it says Navi Juniors turn to pink.
One Wii. That's an Ursa. Okay, that's a
Yeah.
good carry-to-carry matchup, right? Talk about carry-to-carry heroes. I didn't really expect him to be there. I kind of forgot that he was still in.
Yeah, I feel like he
So,
gets
good
second
choice
phase
there.
banned in like every
Dire
single game.
team ban.
Yeah, that is definitely the hero. So it means that if you do disable the Sven, you can actually kill him. Also a bad time for a Tide Hunter.
Yeah, just kind of ticks quite a few boxes here for them. At least they have that lasso, so that if they catch him pre-Aghanims,
10 seconds remaining.
if he doesn't pop his BKB immediately, they can actually drag him back and probably burst him down.
5
I will say that
seconds
as much as
remaining.
Ursa can kill the Sven, same goes both ways, right? These two heroes are very explosive
That's
in
true.
terms of their
Dire
burst.
team ban.
I've seen a lot of situations where an Ursa with Enrage tries to man up to a Sven, and it's still not enough damage resistance to survive, right? You're still chunking through big portions of his HP. And Ursa, he can get pretty tanky, but overall HP pool, not a strength hero compared to
10
Sven, so
seconds
the
remaining.
growth there is going to be a bit limited. The Axe ban comes through. Finally, Triple S
5
will be
seconds remaining.
restrained from that.
Yeah, presumably you probably don't want to play
One
Eidolons into a
wins,
Sven
turn
either,
to
so
ban.
I guess we don't have to worry about the Enigma really, unless you're like a real Enigma gamer. It's probably not worth it. And that puts us into some of these, I mean, again, Lycan, they did pick it versus the Sven Tide before. Well, I guess it wasn't the Sven. They hadn't seen the Tide yet, but they wound up in a Sven
10
versus Tide.
seconds remaining.
I can't imagine going back for that. That sounds pretty spooky.
5
Yeah, I feel
seconds
like
remaining.
Lycan into Sven is already, like, you're not going to interact with him, sure, but I feel like Tide is the ultimate. Okay, we don't really want to pick Zoo into that, right? We don't really want to pick that many run-at-you heroes with creeps and stuff like that, because he can just plop himself down and mostly be fine. You don't really have a convincing Silver Edge buyer at the moment as well. I know Kanka can tack into it, but it just doesn't really feel part of the build. You want to get that Blade Mail Radiance, BKB ideally, and maybe an Ags or whatever the hell later down the line. Can you do a...
One wins,
available
turn
here.
to pick.
They're going to ban out the Storm. I mean, Triple S's big heroes. Let's see. All-time, Doom, Night Stalker, Beastmaster, Centaur, Pango, Sand King, Bristleback, Mars, Darkseer. I mean, the Darkseer's still in, which is interesting, but
Dire
doesn't
team
really
pick.
work that well versus opponents.
Beastmaster.
So he'll go for one of his other big favorites there, and one of the last ones that's pretty meta, in the Beastmaster. Similar idea to the Lycan, but more reliable versus these heroes, I would say.
The single target raw as well, right? It's going to be huge just because of the BKB piercing
10
capability.
seconds remaining.
Yes, you can save with the Ringmaster, but then there's quite a bit you need to save with the
5
Ringmaster.
seconds
That's
remaining.
going to be quite difficult for the Sven to really maximize his BKB God strength durations. So this is
What
going to
do
be a
versus
Kunkka
this
mid,
Kunkka?
I guess.
That is the question. You need, I mean, what are they lacking? Damage is okay. I mean, obviously
have-
the Sven damage is there, but outside of the Sven damage, it's a little bit weak.
I think you want somebody to play with these two supports, right? In the early to mid game, try and find these pickoffs. Someone who can take advantage of a Bat Rider bump.
What about Coddle?
Maybe a pump. Okay.
Choose your
Okay.
hero.
I feel like that was maybe the only option, just because it's such an obvious kind of dodge away from everything that they have. The stuns are rather limited on the side of one win, unless you're sort of getting an Orchid on the Kunkka. It was either going to be Puck or maybe some sort of
I mean,
Ember
Ember was
Spirit,
still in
Void
too,
Spirit,
I think.
right?
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, they're pretty similar. I kind of like the scaling. I feel like the scaling of Ember just feels so much more reliable. And the big AoE stun of the Chain Gang would have been really nice versus Chen in the army, and controlling the bear. It, like, wastes some of his dispels when he doesn't want to, but the Puck instead is more of a full commitment. This is we want to win the fight. When I use the coil, I want to use the Ravage, I want to use the lasso,
10 seconds
I want to
remaining.
use the Wheel of Wonder. Like, they just have Venn diagrams of circle spells
5
here that they're going to be
seconds remaining.
slapping all over the place. And that is a bad time for an Ursa. Ursa does not like to play in the swamp. He likes the nice grassy forest floor, which he can really sink his claws into. He doesn't like just swimming around. He's gonna be doing a lot of swimming this game.
Yeah, you ever smell wet fur? That shit's disgusting. I
It's
never
gross.
want to.
He's gonna be a gross bear.
Yeah, nasty stuff. Just fire, flames, some random circus clowns all over the place. It's tough. I like the Puck a bit more than the Ember this game. I don't know why, but I have the impression that Ember will struggle to do meaningful damage into a Chen, right? With the auras and Just kind of, yes, I know you can slide, and yes, I know that they don't really have a lot of control, but it just feels like these heroes might be a bit too tough for Ember to cut through, where I feel like the puck gives them that overwhelming, we throw our spells like you said, and good luck with that. The team fight from one win definitely a bit more lacking. Do you like one win's draft a bit more, or are you favoring Na'Vi coming into this game number 2?
I don't know. Sven has won the last 3 matches these two teams have played against each other. So I think I just go Sven. Seems like the logical conclusion. The hero appears to be unbeatable.
Yeah, I kind of also would like to see Na'Vi Junior put up some sort of fight. If they go out like this, it would definitely be a bit disappointing to say the least. Especially if, I mean, we know what high potential this team has, right? Like these guys are, as much as they are the sort of junior iteration of the main Na'Vi roster, these guys are serious contenders, and I think the level of respect for them has been growing across the entire scene, not just from other pro players and other teams, but I think viewers are starting to realize, yeah, these guys aren't just some sort of academy team, right? They can sort of play with the big dogs.
Sending the love to each other here with their pings as well, but yeah, exactly.
I'm
Win
afraid
rate
I mean, both
heart.
these guys,
I'm afraid
both
you're
teams are
just
trying to
not
level
very
up here.
good.
That's what we're here for.
See which one of them can do it. Na'Vi Junior don't really have a chance outside of this one. It's going to be a slight dry spell in terms of opportunities for them in terms of other qualifiers and stuff like that. So I'd love to make it here.
To battle.
At least make it a little bit further. Try and maximize the amount that you can learn. So what did we learn from game number 1? Was there anything in particular you think Na'Vi Junior need to make sure doesn't happen for them to have a fighting chance in this game number 2? Was it just the lanes that went too poorly?
That's a good place to start. I don't think you should lose 3 lanes. I'm going to boldly say it.
Yeah. Come out there and
The battle begins.
put that thought forward. See how... we'll see whether that's possible. Because the Chen is going to be very annoying. Zai doing a pretty good job already, bullying out that Hellbear. Not going to be available for 20 seconds. And putting on some pressure onto Munkushi. Off the mark there with Impalement out, so a bit unfortunate. And if he had a Flame Break there, might have been able to put Munkushi in a tough situation. But don't have it. Just have to block the creeps. Munkushi will try and mirror that movement. After the race as we go.
Yeah, try and get this lane in a good spot. I do love Itty Bitty Tide. One of the better facets in Dota. You know, he's adorable. He's so teeny tiny.
It's hard to take him seriously when he's so small.
A little shrink ray here.
Yeah.
Getting beat up by some Chen creeps. We do have the Hellbear convert. Just working in his eyes here.
They're putting quite a bit of damage on the Munkushi as well early on. Very nicely done. That's kind of the classic setup with some of these heroes like this, like the Ursa, like the Slut. Yes, they're pretty good into a melee to melee matchup, but only if you allow them to stand there and hit you. If you, most of the time, if you just throw a couple spells on them, it's hard for them to stand there and commit.
Well, you always got to punch that bear in the nose, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the plan.
Absolutely.
Or have a really loud whistle. Apparently works too.
Smack him in the nose, you know, put him in the mud, all things that he doesn't like. Wet his fur. All that stuff.
Denied.
Burn him with some fire, in Zayak's case.
Niku just being a total troll here in the mid lane with his dodging of spells and utilizing of the puckish.
Yeah. I know Puck isn't at the tippity top of the meta, but I always felt that the Puckish just... It gives you so much more opportunity for skill expression in theory, but then in practice, people are just walking up into tower and just pressing phase shift. You know, which is...
I mean, you're trading your survivability here. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on now. Calculating. All right, maximum damage from Wind Ranger, 170. Okay. Maximum threshold, 9%. So 10%. So it has to get down to about 65, 68 health. So hits this max. Now, does that calculate with the... It probably does with a 25%. Okay. So I think a full charge power shot doesn't quite kill, right? But wait, Tiebreaker power shot kills.
Yeah, he needs to
All right.
line up the Tidebringer, basically.
Simply do that right now.
Yep. Here we go. Any moment now. Okay.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Unlucky. Close though. And he dodges it as well. Okay. Yeah, nothing went according to your calculations, but I'm glad you ran them just for theory's
This
sake.
guy's good.
So annoying. Nice little pump fake of the Tidebringer, but Niku getting caught around this time. Something about the Wind Ranger you always got to be concerned about, right? These power shots from half a screen away.
Man, that was one of my favorite updates they ever had to Dota. I mean, if you guys didn't play, like, Power Shot used to be like half this duration. And then one day they were just like, what if it was huge? You know?
Yeah, what if it could reach you on the other side of the earth, like just cut right through and tickle you on the bum?
Yeah, I remember like the day they buffed it, I killed someone from like the tier 2 to the tier 3 in the laning stages. They were like running home, and I was like, this was a good change.
Yeah.
This, you know?
I will. You know, people always talk about how all these traditional heroes or the older heroes get power crept and whatnot, but I think as much as they've added new things, they've done a lot in terms of adding new fun feelings, right? I think another sort of example is the Warlock, where like now he has these little imps spawning, and sometimes when they all line up nicely and they explode on each other, it's kind of
Dyer's courier has been
satisfying.
killed.
Oh, wait, no.
Oh, yeah. No, we got lots of fun stuff for the old heroes for sure. I mean, Beastmaster's got the drums of Slom.
structures are fortified.
That thing's comical.
Yeah.
Not so much right now. Ooh, X pulled back. He's got no escape right now.
Rutro.
If he's down to the low ground, that's going to be one more Tidebringer. Oh, he doesn't save it.
Doesn't have anything to
But
hit.
chunked. Just not a fun matchup for Puck, as you can see. I mean, Niku's working really hard, but you can always just pump fake this Tidebringer, and it's pretty much like, you know, there's not much you can do. Like, you can't really wait it out as the Puck.
I mean, even if you manage to dodge like one or two, he's gonna land quite a few, right? And Puck has always been pretty tough to play up into this consistent physical damage harass. That's the one weakness of this hero in the laning phase. 16-0, lowest net worth, or lowest last hits on the cause right now. Not by such a significant margin that it's worrisome, but it's also 15 denies on this Kanka, so that's kind of significant.
Yeah, just a little bit there. You know, 15-0 is kind of nice to have.
Yeah.
Makes you feel pretty good.
Where are we at with these lanes? Very quiet early start. None of the side lanes really popping off in terms of kills here. I say that as Pakushi starts to run down Zayak. Nothing a Flame Break can't solve though. Is this worth it? I feel like he's lost a couple of Hellbear, like little Hellbears at this point. Just kind of trying to run into the Bat Rider and not respecting the damage.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how much XP exactly it has given up. So, because it definitely does add up over time. Very annoying envenomed weapon here. Oh, got him. I'm so good. Yeah. get
Oh,
another-
yeah. Reduce that regen.
Yeah. Oh, it's so low. Such a bad time.
You know, it occurs to me that these creeps are called Vul Assassins, right? Like, who do
That's
you
right,
think
yep.
they could assassinate? Because these guys look a little wimpy to me. You see how they're built?
Never underestimate an assassin.
True.
That's how they get you. That's why they're such good assassins.
Right. They got me by the judge a book by its cover. Damn.
Yeah, I mean they're just poisoning you slowly over time. That's why it reduces your health and stuff, but it just doesn't seem that worrisome. It's kind of like microplastics. It's like sort of the same idea of how we're being
Right.
slowly poisoned over time.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Could call them the microplastic assassins, but it didn't roll off the tongue quite as well.
Yeah, Vul just has a nice little ring to it, I guess.
Alright. Oh, good. Camera didn't catch that power shot up top. That's good news for Speed and Strong. Don't worry about it. He was going for some real YOLO stuff.
It's okay. You were there to see that madness. Thank you for your service, Trent. You can tell us just how sad that was.
It was sad. It was way off. It was
What was he aiming for?
He thought they were both going to run back, and he'd hit them both, but instead they just didn't move, and it just sailed like 6 feet north of both of them, so it just
Dire
looked a little
are
silly.
scanning.
You know, one of those. Little army moving in bottom.
Gonna
Wants
contest
to
the
make a
wisdom.
move here.
DMA in some trouble. Level 6 on Squad X. Pops that Kraken Shell, resisting quite a bit of damage. Power shot slightly off the mark again, but there's no saving this Tide Hunter. They're gonna have to swarm over to try and save this Wisdom Shrine, but Zayak alone can't get it done. Nice little move from One Win, just strong arming this location. And there's nothing that Na'Vi Junior can do. They were not prepared for this move at all.
Oh, are they getting anything in response? I mean, Niku's cutting the wave mid, but he doesn't even have the damage to like farm this. He's trying to he's trying to drag it back so that he can at least get the last hits here. Only 28 last hits. He's lowest on the cores.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Having a bad time on the puck.
Oh, and top lane as well, got the juice. Has to be bailed out by a whip, but Riddy is being slowed down by the boss. Triple S on the prowl, ready to hunt, and the helm of the Dominator complete means that that Centaur gets right in front. Stops him from moving. Now Triple S, oh, he doesn't even lose the Centaur. Nice little deny there, not even letting the Sven get that gold. And he already has it off cooldown, so he can get just another creep to continue the pressure. Rune's gonna be in the top lane. X marks onto Niku though. Squadix doesn't have the boat to try and get anything done.
I mean, all of that and not needing a rotation up top here for Triple S is just brutal. He's able to 2v1 them and get the kill. This puts them into a rune fight up top though, as Kasane's nearby. It doesn't have any help for Squadix though. They need it?
I think Squadix might just be fine, able to turn around the whip, the damage, it's enough. But Zaya has to trade his life for it. Kasane wasn't able to help. Did he just get the hand of God? He must have.
He did, yeah. Yeah, he got it after.
It's unfortunate, but
Oh, there's a power shot here, but it's only level 2, so it won't kill.
this Chen is kind of leveled. He's level 6 already at the 8-minute 50 mark. I guess that's just both Wisdom Shrines going their way, right?
Yeah, as well as, I'm sure with the jungling there and wandering around for these engagements. 1-0 and 2, now making his way up top. Puck loves it when people dive near a tower. They have the coil.
That's the dive that you talked about. Turn around and got the juice. He's dropping low though. If they can get what they came for, that'll be huge. Jumping away. Triple S in big trouble. Going to get taken down. That's a full-on rotation, and they're not able to finish off the Sven. Here's Squadix though. No boat available. We'll just have to work with the Torrent. Waiting for a power shot. Sweden Strong. He's trying to find an angle. Lines it up. Can't knock them down just yet. The Ursa here, but another shackle. Finds its mark onto 2. Sweden Strong. He's been on point with the shackles at least. Some of the power shots not so much, but still get the job done.
Yeah, he was almost able to save Beastmaster by that mini, just the mini stun of the shackle, bailing him out of the Ravage, but Ringmaster's there in the clutch. Niku has an orb, has a phase shift. Oh, a torrent. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. Oh, he's taking it.
They covered all their bases there. No way for Niku to get out. He's just trying to min-max, trying to get what he can out of these engagements, but it ends up costing him his life. And basically top 3 net worth almost all in the favor of One Win right now. It's just the Sven who's keeping up barely over the Beastmaster right now.
We're just continuing game 1. I mean, they've pretty much won all 3 lanes again. I don't really think you can call them either way.
Yeah.
I mean, now Beastmaster is even ahead of the Sven.
His tight underpick hasn't
I'd
really
say
worked
that's
out for them,
back-to-back.
right? It's like you're looking at PMA basically have the same experience that he did in game number 1, where he's playing this kind of traditional team fighty offlaner who has such a rough start that he's nothing but an ultimate bot. Not what it feels like. Haven't really seen a convincing use of the Ravage just yet, but really, what opportunities do Na'Vi Junior have to try and capitalize on it? I'm not too sure.
It's a tide pick that's dependent on your supports getting big, I think. Like, you need the damage from the Ringmaster and the follow-up as well from the Batrider too. And you're not going to have it if they don't have levels. So they're just going to have to try and find some XP for these guys so that they can follow up on this Ravage. And that's why you see them in the dead lane right now on Riddy's just trying to get level 6 so that if they have the Ravage, he can follow up with that play. He can stack up with the coil. They've got some good options. They just can't get them farmed enough here. And Zayat's currently, boots and like not even halfway to a blink.
Finally hitting that level 6, at least on both supports, so might open up some plays for them. But speaking of the supports, Kasane, he is doing such a good job keeping his farm going. We'll have that mech in just about 700, 800 gold.
Under attack.
Gonna make a lot of these kills. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Got that armor up, baby. How you gonna kill him? I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower.
When aren't you going for an Orchid? Sweden Strong. hoping to try and catch
I love
Niku
the
off by
orchid.
surprise. Nice little pick off though. Niku and Riddy's tag team up to get the kill on the Beastmaster. I believe that was the first use of the Wheel of Wonder, so not even needing the coil.
And the lasso. Yeah, they used lasso and Wheel of Wonder instead of the coil, so yeah, that's what they need, the supports to get these kills. Huge stuff for them, because now it also puts some threat into the Ravage. And PMA, because of the bad game, going for an early Yules, a classic counter pick to that Ursa. Really cool idea, but it means you need to find a fight and win it, you know?
Yeah.
You cannot
Radiant's
keep
top
farming
tower
with
is
a
under
Yules
attack.
and feel good about it.
I guess this is just the precursor for him being a bit more active, right? Because right now, without the Yules, if he tries to walk into a fight, he just gets ripped apart and sliced into little watermelon slices.
Zayats? Crazy.
He's going in. Onto Munkushi. I mean, there's an enrage, brother. I guess he's just trying to make some space.
4 seconds until TP.
I think he might be deceased. You're gonna try and chase it. I mean, this just
Space.
lines up the easiest power shot ever. Oh, there you go, Munkushi. TP'd in for that one. Just getting some nice revenge. Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, okay.
How did he even end up there? They didn't even take the tier 1 tower yet. Did he just swoop back there to try and aggress? That's pretty funny.
He was, I think he was trying to farm the camps, and then he saw that the Ursa was
Radiant's
coming. He was
bottom
trying to play
tower
off
is
the
under
Watcher,
attack.
but then
Radiant's
he
bottom tower
was
has
spotted by the
fallen.
Ursa, and so he started chasing him. That's what I saw, at least.
Okay.
He might have been hoping to stick around for the shrine or something.
Navi Junior, all their ultimates are up. They can maybe try to find another pick off. Use a wheel, use a... I mean, at this point, use anything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Just
attack.
try and slow down the quick crawl that One Win are making towards your side of the map. This is a carbon copy of the previous games that we've seen One Win dominant in. Very clearly
It's going a
have
lot
performed
better
well.
than last game, though. I
That's
think
true.
at last game they were like at a 10k lead right now, so
Yeah.
this is fine.
They were basically 1k gold
Fully
lead down a
acceptable.
minute, right?
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Goals
attack.
right now are just Sven has items. Like Sven wants to convert this Echo Saber into a BKB, and they want to contest both of the objectives, be it the early Roche, which could be coming up relatively soon, probably like 17 minutes. They want to make sure they have vision down. You want to be able to take that fight because it is an Ursa lineup, but you can definitely contest it. Just don't get boated, and you'll be fine.
Easier
hi.
said than done. We'll see.
False idolatry.
Do you still think that if Navi Junior run up 5v5 versus One Win, that they can still take the 1v like 5v5 team fight? Like, are their spells just still better,
Yeah.
or do you think?
No, I think Dyer can win that fight as long as the Chen, like if the Chen gets 100 to 0, it's
Put a
I
cork
think it's a
in
big
it.
win. And they have the spells to do that. Like it's not like a big if they magically kill Sven or kill the Chen, like no, they can definitely do it. Like he has 1,000 HP, he has Mech and Hand of God, but like one Ravage and he can just die in Tame the Beast, Lasso, and Wheel of Wonder. You wouldn't even have to use the Lasso. You could probably just Tame the Beast, Wheel of Wonder plus Tide spells, and that Chen's gonna go down. One orb flies through. There's a follow-up coil onto another two. I would like to see a Chen buyback.
I'm afraid
I
you're
think
just
that would be a
very
cool
afraid
idea
you're
at this
just
point in the
very
game because
good.
that's probably how you're going to lose a
unworthy.
fight, is if your Chen just gets burst down.
Found
But if you have that Hand of God to help your Beastmaster and your Ursa a little bit more, even from the buyback, that could be the thing that saves you.
Fuzzy wuzzy. Fuzzy wuzzy.
I mean, a lot of the Chen's value comes from being able to press those two buttons in particular, apart from all these creeps and the auras, of course. What's this pause about? What are they? Did they say what's going on? Just
Is there
a
a
bunch of voice
reason
lines.
before all of this spam? Packet loss.
Ah.
That was our reason.
Okay. I hope they find the packet. Okay.
Holy ominous golem.
Is that a
I like
mouth?
the way he's looking at me.
It-
Oh, I guess it is.
I never realized.
Yeah, I think it's moving in the port.
Yeah, now it kind of looks like, with that being the mouth, it almost looks like it has a little bit of a mustached.
like a beard too.
Yeah,
I see
like,
it.
okay. I always thought he was just a slab of rock. I didn't know he had facial features.
Oh yeah, he's got quite the mouth. You can see it when he's running.
Yeah.
He gets his head forward a little bit here to like help us momentum. Yeah, you see how he like leans forward like that. It's
Oh,
good.
he's got. Kind of looks like Master Uguay from Kung Fu Panda. You know that little neck peeking out type
That
stage.
turtle? Is that
Yeah.
the turtle's name?
Yeah, yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Is that the turtle's name? You're not aware.
I've never
of
seen
that.
it.
You've never what?
I've been holding out. I'll watch it with the kids.
Okay, no, fine. That's a valid excuse. That's a valid excuse.
I've also never seen Cars.
Wait, I feel like.
I hear that's a banger.
Wait, what? At what age are you planning to show them Cars or Kung Fu Panda? I feel like these are the prime years. You know, the early days.
Well, they're 7, 5, and 3. They're not quite there, you know.
Ah, okay. They
They've
wouldn't
seen Cars.
understand what
I've
it
never
means
seen
to,
Cars.
to be a dragon warrior or something like that.
What is this? A game of some sort?
Well, Niku gets away with using a coil defensively. Not
Dire's
ideal,
top
just
tower
tips coming
is under
through.
attack.
Sweden Strong's been a thorn in so many of his opposing mid laner sides, just constantly tipping them, being obnoxious, coming through the ganks and spoiling their games.
Dire's top tower
Easy
is
Roche
under
grab
attack.
for the side of one win as they head towards the tier 2.
Like the Squadix is so like mid already. Like his whole team is up top pushing and he's just grabbing the wave mid with his radiance. There's
Dire's
no
top
fear
tower
whatsoever.
has fallen.
No one does he have to be scared about, right? They would need to ravage him and then probably lasso him and have the Sven God Strength punching into him and hope for no misses to kill him.
Yeah.
And that's just your mid
Pretty
laner.
right.
Without,
And that's with Radiance and Sister Shroud, by the way.
yeah, correct. Without and let's not even factor in the Hand of God, you know, the mech potentially, the Beastmaster coming in, a whole bunch of fun little tidbits for Navi Jr. to try and chew through.
Niku,
Okay.
he might have to do it again here. Do a little dance. Possibly make a little love. Tumbler toy into the shackle.
That's nice. That is real nice. Sweden Strong gets it done. Can't finish the job just yet. Looking for the jaunt away. Okay. Still surviving because of the magic wand. Meanwhile, mid lane, rules used means that TMA doesn't have it for this Ursa. Has to pop the Ravage defensively. Okay. Lasso looking for it. Zayak a little bit late. In comes the Sven though. Start to slice
wheel.
away. Beautiful wheel. That's the setup you're looking for. The Quell coming through as well. Niku there with the help, but that's the Hand of God like we mentioned. Squadix, he finally goes down. Mukushi still has that second life, but there's the Yule defensively this time. Beautiful shackle onto 2. The box to save, the whip to help. And that's going to be enough to get the first life of the Ursa. This could be the turnaround. Navi Jr., this is their moment. Mukushi on the run, but getting sliced down. Got the juice, finds Triple S. And now with the stun out, they get themselves the Ursa. That is the power of the Sven. When you're able to put him in a situation to swing that sword, he is absolutely going to deliver. Sweden Strong, the next one to fall, an ultra kill.
Come on.
They give that over to him
Tragedy of
intentionally. And Navi Jr., they are so back.
These two teams and Sven, they can't lose with this hero.
Are fortified.
They make it look so ridiculous. Also, this is one of my favorite sets that's ever been added to Dota. That Sven set is so good.
Yeah.
And he's so good. 1,500 gold. Swinging for the fences. Oh, Kasane. They're like, hey, this guy's still sticking around right now. Can we do something about this? Oh, boat. Uh-oh.
Maybe he's there for save for now.
He's going to X in 5 seconds. Oh, I'm chasing this. Come on. Live a little, Squadix. Yeah, he's got no more help. All right, a little replay here where it all began. A defensive ravage, and they say, yeah, bet. We can still fight this. Why not?
Yeah, and it wasn't even entirely perfect, right? Like, the wheel was sick, the coil was sick, but Zai took a little while to connect on that lasso. The Ravage came out initially. Honestly, One Win could have just chilled for a little bit and taken the fight subsequently. But they allow for that Ravage to actually have some sort of an impact there. I mean, it was a nice snipe from Sweden Strong to find Niku, but that's basically all they get in the entire fight, right? They lose Munkushi, who's their big bad core, and suddenly, out of nowhere, look at the net worth. The Sven on top of everyone by a 4k margin. That is huge for Got the Juice.
That is so crazy, man. What a fight for your BKB. All right, well, suddenly they're out on the map, farming places that were just forbidden not even a few minutes ago. Remember, they lost in Aegis.
Yeah.
And now They're going to try and recover this by getting to the Tormentor. The Dire have scanned this. They know they're here, but, you know, I mean, Ravage is up, but I just don't think they're in the position to fight this. They have the spell, it's not the map control, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know how they get up here, right?
Radiant's
Because
bottom tower
this is
is under
quite a
attack.
dead lane situation for them. Nobody really wants to farm this area. A bit too dangerous.
All right, so how to stop that from happening again here as one win? The answer is probably getting BKB onto a Kunkka, which he's already doing.
Radiant
He's very
are
close.
scanning.
That's going to make a big difference, so he can just swing. And Ursa's also going BKB. A pipe is a solid idea. The Orchid as well. That could be a problem for Niku. He's going to have to be really careful he doesn't get Orchid and just die.
Yeah, Sweden Strong's made it his entire game plan to mess with Niku, I think, this game. I saw that earlier fight, even in the replay. Sweden Strong was not even interacting with anything going on. He was just waiting to line up the power shot on Niku after he jumped away. So that's his game plan, trying to get rid of the pup and make him a bit scared to show his face. Definitely makes sense. There's a smoke though. Navi Jr. on the prowl. Want to use that God Strength Wheel of Wonder and perhaps the Lasso as well. They spot out the Kunkka in the mid lane. They'd love to find the Ursa here. They have a ward spotting him out in the nearby area. They know where Mukushi is.
Regeneration.
That's still a big kill. Kind of get distracted by the power shot a little bit. In comes Got the Juice. BKB'd up. It's going to be a slice down. Trying to channel. Lose the Twin Gates. Can't stop it because Flame Break doesn't disable anymore, folks. Very sad.
Good one. Good maneuver.
They were so close to finding the Ursa though. That would have been so big. And less than 1k gold lead now. Navi Jr. clawing this game back from the brink. For sure. It like you said, it wasn't quite as bad as game number 1, but still wasn't the easiest situation for them to manage, but they found it anyway. And this is more like the Navi Jr. that we've been seeing this entire tournament, right? The fact that they can be down in the early stage, but still finding these openings and itemizing well to make sure they're prepared for these moments.
But then, you know, then we look back on the side of one win, and they still have a extremely strong push. One good win, and they can annihilate objectives. Blink in quick onto this Tide. Any response? Nice Yules onto that Ursa.
It's a different side of the map right now because this Bat Rider, Zayek, he's been plotted out. Some nice jukes attempted, but really hard to run away from an X-Marks. Well, even throw out the Lasso, not sure what that was about. Yeah, that'll be the only casualty from the mess. What happened mid? What did I miss? Did they clash into the Ursa?
They jumped onto the Tide, and he very quickly Yules up the Ursa before he exploded, which was a good idea. And then they tried to Hurricane him back with the Chen army, but it wasn't fast enough.
Really trying to fight without their Bat Rider right now? I guess Lasso was already used, but still.
Gotta watch that Orchid.
That BKB immediate. The Ravage comes out a bit too late, but they take down Sweden Strong first. Guadix forced to back all the way up. Good discipline there from Got the Juice, knowing that he doesn't need his BKB in this instance. Can hold on to it for now. Full retreat. One win. Want no part of this fight. They're gonna wait out the God Strength first, but that means that Roche pit could be opened up, unfortunately. Roche isn't up just yet, but it's very, very close.
Oh, it's a fast spawn. Yeah, it's less than a minute for this one.
By the time it comes up, God Strength is gonna be ending though.
And Ravage is down. They used Coil, so yeah, this is definitely set up to be a Radiant Roche, like 100%. That you do not want to fight into this. I can't see a world where that's a good idea. So the Aegis will be going towards the Radiant side, especially with the Chen army. I'm surprised they're not scaling it in there with one of their creeps, but they're desperate to find an engagement. Instead, Zayat's easy find. Roar to ensure. Now they can go back to the Roche.
Yeah, but Roche is on the move now. It's going to slowly make its way up to the top pit. There he goes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's gonna.
Sweden Strong doesn't want to go for a ride. Doesn't want to get chucked here. This is under dire vision as well. So they saw Sweden Strong run through here. They see Roche running through here. They know this is going on. Coil's back. God Strength back in 23. They could try and delay this with Wheel of Wonder. I mean, is it worth it though? Killing them with the Aegis is tough, I will say. Oh, nice off-center combo here. Good warding.
Start to get to work. Power shot to scout, impalement arts coming in. I'm not sure whether you can commit for this one. Got the juice looking for an angle in, but he doesn't
They're
really have a
respecting
blink
that
dagger.
too much. I think they lost the timer. I think they don't know that like everything's down still, you know?
You think so?
I
mean,
guess.
it's coming back up though. Like Ravage 30 seconds. That's really the only thing that's
Radiant's
missing right
top
now.
tower is
Everything
under
else is
attack.
available.
Yeah, I think they just weren't quite sure. But I think no Ravage. That was pretty free.
I mean, the one thing about
Alas.
the thing about OneWin is that they've been disciplined, right? They've tightened up. I think that's kind of what shell-shocked them a bit in the first OG game. They realized that, okay, you know, we need to be a bit more careful. We can't afford to give opportunities where they're not deserved.
Well done, everyone.
They tried. They tried to do a cute little Yule's cancel play on the Kunkka, but wasn't enough time or wasn't the right timing, rather, to cancel it.
You reckon Navi can rush this
Smoke out.
Roche?
No, I think they go for the kill because they want to fight with Ravage and stuff. They don't want to sit in the pit and wait to use Ravage. They want to be jumping in on them, I think.
That's true. Don't want to give them a chance to pop these babies because Kasane will be a huge pick. Start things
They-
off
they
by
can't
taking
casually
out the Aura.
roach.
Aura, man. There's the Ravage immediately onto the Ursa and pull him back. He's gone. Shackle not going to connect and got the juice. Sees another target. Swipes down onto Kasane. That's going to be an easy tier 1 and an easy Roach for them to claim. Just like that,
Radiant's
down
top
goes
tower
2 and
has fallen.
1 win. The caution seems to have been warranted because that could have happened very easily.
That's 2 kills. Or sorry, 2 swipes for an insta kill. And that was 1,500 damage. Boom, boom, gone. No chance of anything. Great Ravage confidence there from PMA. Just jumps right in there. Throw down the ward from side to help out. Nailed the head in. Power shot comes through. Unfortunately, not quite the right timing. Almost had something. And they give the Aegis over to Nico. Because again, transformation hero on the Sven. He doesn't want it. So Puck will take it.
I'm not really sure whether this is his fault, but apart from some of those... Oh, they actually used the coil for sweep and strong.
Wow, they're not believing.
Radiant's top tower is
Are
under
they
attack.
scared to just...
Dire are scanning.
Okay, I guess they're
Yeah, I
worried
mean,
about
they're kind
the
of
TPs.
alone.
Bottom
Yeah,
tower
they might
has
get
fallen.
jumped by some people. It's fine. What were we
Immediate
saying, though?
smoke up. No, I was gonna say I'm quite surprised that the Beastmaster, you know, I know he's taken up a lot of towers and he's helped with a lot of space on the map, but to hold that thought, turn around and start. I'm not really sure whether that's what you want though. The Ursa, Wheel of Wonder pulling him in, wasting so much of the enraged duration, and the TP out immediately. Sven knows that this is no longer engagement, he can win. Riddies might just be the sacrifice. Saves the Sven, gives up his life. Worth. Absolutely.
Oh man, that was close. That Wheel of Wonder was a massive save. No beat
That was
either from
crazy, yeah.
Ankushi. Again, unfortunately, not quite getting the timings that he needs on these.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like the Beastmaster, I thought he would be doing a lot more. Maybe it's hard to see it, exactly what the impact is he's having on the map, but I feel like I haven't really seen many of these raw pickoffs, or the map doesn't feel particularly closed. Maybe it's just the fact that Navi Jr. have played well to find themselves these opportunities and hold their ground. But
Yeah, they're playing pretty clumped, and I mean, Puck has a Lincoln's too, so that makes it a little bit tough. He doesn't
Right.
have any mobility because you're pressured to get these auras on the hero now. So even if he sees someone in lost situations, he can't even engage on them when he wants to. His job, I mean, I'd like to see a dragon. He's got the Thunderhide now, but if he starts like really annihilating these top waves, I think that's the most important thing he can contribute. Also picks up a nullifier to try and reduce the help of these supports. So that Force Staff from the Bat Rider and Force Staff from the Ringmaster, trying to ensure that people aren't going to move when they're locked down.
I mean, the big thing is also the box, right? Just being
Radiant's
able to take
bottom
that out of the
tower is under
equation.
attack.
Yeah. Yep.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Really, he's been very on point with these Wheel of Wonder so far,
Dire's
surprisingly
top
so.
tower is
It's
under
pretty
attack.
refreshing, honestly, the fact that he's delivered the lands at
Radiant's
killer
bottom
ones.
tower has fallen.
It's always fun to watch.
Yeah, we're getting better at him, you know?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big tower just gonna fall here. No sign of a
Radiant's middle
desire
tower
to
has
defend
fallen.
this. Coming here from the side of one win.
Okay. Opts for the Croaker instead of the Dragon. Just a couple of tentacles to use. Pretty strong creep though. Don't mind this too much. See the bad
All
right
right,
on
so
the
now
top
we have to
lane, the
consider
smoke move out.
things. How to win a game like this, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a good start. That's a good start.
I will rip you apart.
Yup.
Immediate side. Yeah, okay. First life down of the pot. Here comes the TPs from Na'Vi Jr., but the boat coming through. Slightly mistimed though, a bit unfortunate. I'm not sure whether there was a world where they could have timed that to perfection. I think it's possible. Maybe getting a bit too
Yeah,
antsy.
they don't have the best spells for it.
You basically have to clip the power shot right as he respawns, which is...
Yeah, or axes or something.
Yeah.
Try a couple collisions, you know? But, I mean, they had a little bit more time on that Aegis. Get rid of it a bit earlier than expected. That's always kind of handy for you. Now they're just going to sweep around here as a team that does leave PMA completely alone down bottom, but he's bluffing a little bit. Like,
Dire
yeah, I'm
are
not
scanning.
completely isolated and wouldn't totally die if you guys jump me.
Triple S now. Taking your advice,
Radiant
sending
are
these
scanning.
Helm of the Overlord creeps into split pushing this area. That's
Oh,
the
yeah,
awkward
this
thing
is
with
the
Na'Vi
play.
Jr. Yeah, you gotta be doing this.
This is how you
But-
win the game of Dota 2. This is all you're doing is Beastmaster. Don't get it twisted, guys. You're no longer an Ags bot. You are a Helm of the Overlord and Cutting Waves bot. That's what you do. Now, he does have another Thunderhide, though, so he's going for the buffs. Chen's got the Dragon as well. Oh, my God. They could just creep cut for days.
Opening a zoo, actually, I think. So many, such a
Being sick
variety.
zoo. Dinosaurs and dragons. Sign me up.
I'm not gonna lie, though. I feel like there isn't a single creep in Dota 2 that I look at it and I'm just like, yeah, you'd be so stinky. Like, all of them, I'm just thinking about the stench. The stench of this Radiant lineup right now. We got a real wet bear, a bunch of animals. Nice little nullifier. Breathing down from the Eels. That's not going to help him very much anymore. Something to keep in mind for PMA. Don't think this is a location that Na'Vi Jr. really want to fight, though. There's very clearly vision on that high ground. Niku will play around with it. Silence and a
Brave.
reward. That was really, really ballsy. Next marks nullifier. PMA in some trouble. The blubber gonna kick in. Other lasso. They found Kanka. Immediate Ravage. Squadix is in big trouble. Nice little pick off from Zayak as they look for more here. Got the juice. Did pop that God Strength. Don't know what other objectives there are available to claim. Maybe you start going onto the high ground with this move.
I mean, that's just a game-winning lasso. Zayas was struggling a little bit in these mag and back moves that we covered before to find these game-winning moves, the captain of the squad, but that's just straight up like everyone knew what was happening. I don't know. He just beat him out. Just didn't respect the potential for the bat, and Zayas has opened up this crazy can of worms right now. Now they're going to lose the Beastmaster.
They are opening up the Beastmaster. Got the juice laying into him, but turning
Away.
around. The boss is going to save him. Nullifier wasn't available. He's going to get back to safety. In comes Sweden Strong. Beautiful Shackle, but there's the Strongman Tonic keeping Got the Juice up and running. He's out of God Strength, but he still has a team to work around with. PMA able to take down Sweden Strong, and now Niku, he's unleashed. Lincoln's means that no one can touch him. And he is playing absolutely like it. Now Makushi's going to try and put his paws on him. But again, hard to lock down the pup without your Kanka. That's your main teamfight control. And like you mentioned, Trent, that lasso might have just been game-winning. We were looking at a Na'Vi Jr. that didn't really have many options out of the lane, but one mid-fight coming through just because of a strong Sven. And another lasso now into Triple S. Again, the Beastmaster in big trouble. Wheel, first miss of the game, not really landing the way that they want to. And now Niku, he's overextended. With the Kanka being back, they catch him very easily, and that is a gem on the deck. Riddies
Oh,
as well.
no, Riddies.
Couldn't make it to the high ground. Zayak trying to save his buddy. Don't want to fall for that trap. X Marks is there. You just gotta abandon him, right? Surely you don't turn around and give it up. They hold on with a
go.
buyback from Sweden Strong. Slight overextension from Na'Vi Jr.
That puts them out on the map. I mean, their bottom lane obviously has just been taken down here, but they at least get something back. And they're at a point where they're not out of this game. They're in a good spot for Roche. This would be a great time to get some vision up. This part of the map right now. It's gonna be nighttime for the next 4.5 minutes, so it's a guaranteed night Roche. So try and prep for that would be your ideal situation here. I don't know what our Tormentor timer's at. I feel like it's kind of soon.
I should really pay more attention to these things. I
I
wish
don't
they had an
remember when-
indicator in the spectator like UI. 42. Okay. I guess they took it at 30. Or I can't do the math. It's 10 minutes, right? So 32 is probably when they grabbed it. Shout out to our observer.
Attention?
Yeah.
How dare they?
We should be talking about the stenches of zoo animals just like us.
That's right, exactly. Important things. Oh,
Yeah.
Stinky old Roach is back up.
Yeah. PU.
He did get a great ward down in
Down.
behind there on
Are
Kasane. I saw him
scanning.
running his way over here. And so in terms of gems, have they lost all of theirs now with that death? I don't think they have a backup one, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just
It's
Sweet and
on
Strong
Sweet and
running around
Strong.
with the gem.
This could be a very easy wraparound given the vision that they
Oh, look at
have.
that ward. I'm gonna give it away though.
You reckon?
I mean, the way that they did that power shot was kind of like, I don't know. There we go,
Got the
jumping in.
juice. On the front line, nullified up. He needs a save and he needs it now. There's the lasso holding them in place. Nobody's hitting the Sven and he's gonna turn around, start beating into them. He needs some help though. Ravage holding them up in the sky and Triple S is triple dead. Niku now have to hold down onto the Ursa. Munkushi just blown right up. I don't know about that one win. It felt like they had the tool that they needed to win the fight with the vision, but that initiation just goes completely wrong for them. They couldn't get through, got the juice, and it seems like even with the counters, even with a BKB piercing disable and the Ursa slamming into him, they just don't have enough to beat this big bad Sven.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, it didn't even look close. he just lived, and then he pressed all his buttons, rolled his face across the keyboard, and started A-clicking. And that was it. Just walked him down after they tried to hold him back. You know, they're throwing out the Gale Force. They're throwing out the Tide. Seeing if they can push it back with the Wave, but just nothing. The Sven pushes on and destroys you. Oh, gonna go for one answer here in the Pyrrhic Cloak, though. That's something. Maybe that helps. But again, it reflects as physical damage, so Warcry just kind of laughs in your face a bit. That's it. That is a
Radiant's
nice
top
poor man
tower
shield.
is under
Look at that
attack.
poor man shield. They really didn't like his tier 3 items, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I don't...
Apparently not his tier 4 items either.
Is this really that value of a four-man shield? Does he not have options? What?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He just really likes it. It's just the, like, I didn't
Radiant's
get
top tower
Dezun,
has
so I'm just
fallen.
sad. That's my only explanation. He's just like holding his mad stones in protest that he didn't get Dezun on his Kunkka.
I mean, apart from Dezun, you could also do outward stuff, you know...
Radiant's middle tower
No,
is under
no.
attack.
No? Okay, my bad.
Only
Sorry.
Dezun.
Yeah, my bad, sorry. Initiation here, Zayak flubs it this time round, but doesn't even go down immediately. Still finds the lasso. Are you serious? Munkushi's the one in trouble again, trying to duel into the Sven. That's never gonna happen for you. Slicing him down, the second Ravage. PMA sends him flying up into the sky. The Ursa has to buy back. BKB popped on the Kunkka, trying to put the Tide back in the way, but he is just swimming and chilling. He's completely fine there. The nice Lincoln's there from Niku to protect him. PMA facing on with the Sweet and Strong outward staff, keeping safe. Munkushi back in the fray, but a nice heals up. PMA with the defensive items coming in clutch, popping the Enrage now. Munkushi wants to try and at least get something, but the cheese saves him again, and another Lincoln's. Niku, he's just popping these Lincolns on him over and over, and PMA is able to just waddle away back to safety. Very, very nice plays from the puck.
Nico and Riddies as well, also with the Lakers. They're just chucking them on PMA right now.
Yeah, very, very nicely done.
Oh, that's annoying. Alright, surely, I mean, I can't keep looking at this poor man's shield. Now you've got me
Radiant are
tilted.
Scanning.
Thank you, Observer.
Yeah, why is he doing this? Why is he...
I don't know. Protest.
It's not like he's that poor of a man, you know? He doesn't have to hit the cosplay that hard. He's got an AC, BKB, Radiance, you know? Got some valuable items.
I just wonder why he gave up on his third tier. Like,
Oh, Niku. Tackled up. No follow-up. Okay. I just didn't feel confident to continue the chase. Now Yule's up onto Mukushi. Niku still playing around. I guess it's just that first life that they didn't want to try and claim. Too risky. Here comes the Sven. Heard the God Strength coming out, just waiting for the opportunity. Coming in with the slice. The Glimmer Cave got to keep him alive. Nice roar though. And Torrent keeping them at bay. But there's the lasso through the low ground. And Squad X has that BKB. How much is it going to help him against Sven? Evidently, more than enough. Aura's coming out from the Chen. Somehow, some way, one win, don't lose a single member.
Every spell thrown in, the whole kitchen sink and whatnot that they had left there. But the big ones are coming back. Ravage in 24, Coil in 22. Godstrike is still wild at 65, so yeah, that's a sizable window here from the Radiant. That's probably what they're looking for right now is Nico with low HP nearby. This is the Aegis, but at least it gives them a chance to get it without spending anything too big, and unfortunately not going to be able to find it.
Yeah, they can't even grab him. The wave doesn't really stop him from just jaunting away easily. How do we even get into this situation? Really just one wrong fight against a Sven and this is what happens? What a hero.
Yeah, it kind of feels like that's how it went. Arcane Blink now for the puck. Haven't seen that in a little while.
That was
Very
not
annoying
another
on
item that
Octarine
you
core
could...
pick, actually. Yeah, that is crazy. So what's his current cooldown on his blink? Like 6.8 seconds. Cool.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah.
We're just missing a Yule, so we've got the invincible puck here.
Okay, this is a bit of a maybe silly question, right? Because there was a point in time where Arcane Blink was like increasing your cast speed and cooldown reduction and all that, but it doesn't do that anymore, right? Like all it does is to give you a bit of HP and mana. But I've seen a lot of people talk about how, you know, this really increases the survivability. In my mind, it's like a little bit of a small heal every single time you blink. Is it really that big of a deal? Is it worth that chunk of change?
Well, it also cuts the time in half. It's
Like the
a
cooldown of the
7.5
blink itself,
second blink.
right?
Yeah, blink itself is like half as long. So I think that's the craziest part to me. And the restoration and stuff is nice, but just the availability to blink multiple times in a fight, you just need that 3-second window where you find your gap and you're just like right back in, you know? I think that's the main value.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Did
It's one of
not
those ones
realize that it had a different cooldown.
Yes. Yeah. It's just not when we see all too often. Obviously, we're seeing a lot more now, which is good. But the Tormentor is up. The Dire are scanning, trying to figure out exactly what one win are thinking. If they have any ideas about going for it here. And you know what we need in this game, guys? If you've been... Oh, wait. Is that... Man, if Squadix knew about neutral items, he'd be so happy we could find a gunpowder gauntlet or something, maybe.
Yeah, or maybe a giant small, the sort of guaranteed
like-
crit there.
Yeah, that's what we need.
That he has a, what's that, a poor man shield? A poor man shield? Okay, cool. Yeah, just still a poor man shield for the damage block.
I just hope we make it to tier 5s.
Yeah, at this point, can we just not end the game before he gets a neutral item that he's happy with? Can we at least have that? Buyback from Sweden Strong, though. On the front lines, Navi Jr. making quick work of these racks.
Radiant's top lane has fallen.
Their force being a little bit annoying, but annoying doesn't really mean anything when you are 30k gold ahead. How the tables have turned in this game. And I'm starting to think, you know, if we go to a game 3, I don't know if either team is getting the Sven. We've reached the point in this sort of mini meta that has formed in this tournament where Sven is first pick worthy, and I don't even know what you pick to feel good into a first pick Sven.
These two teams both seem to think he's unstoppable, and they have proven so. As we get a shard here on the Bat Rider, which is now the no longer has a stack limit on the Sigma Napalm, and it deals damage to structures.
Okay. Siege mode?
How long does it take to solo Roche with this?
Ooh, that's a good question. This feels like a demo mode.
Someone should
type
test
thing that you
this. No stack limit.
This is a 10-minute
Unlimited
YouTube
power.
video waiting to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Solo Roche in your pubs and secure the game for gain 500 MMR. I can see it. It's a Reddit
All
post.
you need are 19 clarities.
You just need to wait for like the 25-minute mark where there's enough clarities in the shop for you to pull this off.
Now, with 900 stacks of sticky, your Firefly will do.
Oh, wait, no, I couldn't.
So the real challenge here is trying not to get reported before you get those stacks. Ravage in, Squadix down, easy pick off. Power of the Tide. You might have a BKB, but it's not gonna matter, especially if Munkushi. Yep, that's it. That's it. GG. They're done. They immediately disconnect, and this is where I think we were talking about it since the start. This is where the tiredness might start to set in. I think it would have been in Na'Vi, or at least it would have been in OneWin's best favor to take this series quickly, get a good bit of rest, and gear themselves up for tomorrow. But instead, here we are, tied 1 apiece, taking us the distance. OneWin, they just can't catch a break. It's been a grueling day for them already, and Na'Vi Junior punched right back in this 45-minute banger, where they are again, in their signature style, have a dog shit early game only to find 1 or 2 opportunities and come back.
Yeah, and then Sven gets a triple kill. Sorry, an ultra kill. My bad.
Yeah.
When he killed 4 of them. So it's just, they lost the lanes again. I would say is pretty safe to say. They came out very farmed on the Radiant side. They're pushing. They're taking over the map. They're controlling everything with their Chen, and then they just overextended a little bit. And the big saves came out. This is been a bit of a theme for us here today on this stream. Is support's playing really well to keep their Dumbo cores alive. And in this case, supports did it again, and then got the juice, used his Dumbo energy to destroy them. It really was that simple.
I will say that as much as we were talking about how Na'Vi Junior were off to a bad start, yes, that was the case because they were getting run over. But actually looking at the net worth and the win probability and the EXP, it wasn't that big of a deal. By 20 minutes, it honestly was still pretty even. Na'Vi Junior were doing a pretty good job keeping up in terms of farm, and I think that's just the Sven effect, right? The fact that he's able to always have that cleave. You don't need an item for it, you don't need a timing, you just need level 7. And when you retreat into the jungle early on, that's not too hard to get. Tidehunter also was able to keep up. So really nicely done. I mean, I'd have to assume that none of these teams are getting Sven, right? There's no way either of them are giving that hero over.
I don't think so, but I kind of thought that going into the last game, so I'm not sure now. Maybe it'll just be first pick overall. That's where we'll go.
Okay, well, we'll find out after a short break for game number 3 to see who stays alive in this road to EWC, so don't go anywhere. Na'Vi Junior versus OneWin, game number 3.
Game update.
Euro. Alright, you're back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Died to it.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. All me, one woman on me. All me, one woman on me. All me, one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. All me, one woman on me. All me, one woman on me. All me, one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no.
tide. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
It has been a day of Dota 2 for one win, that's for sure. It has been, what, 6 games for them at this point, and one final game that they need to win to continue on in this EWC closed qualifiers for the Western European region. Na'Vi Junior stand in their way though, and they are looking pretty solid in that game number 2. Just turned the tables completely after 1-1 fight. Turns out, this Sven hero is pretty busted, eh, Trent?
At least for these two teams, it appears to be. It's unstoppable. So we're gonna have to see if we're bailing on this guy. Like, we're just gonna ban him out and let him go off into the pastures of carries that nobody wants to deal with here, or if they can find some sort of solution, maybe, I don't know, upping the tempo even more. Because I mean, we looked at this game and there were some problems to start with. Like, the Tide was struggling, didn't feel like they were gonna get a good situation, and it was just that like one fight that just go too far. And they let a defensive ravage turn into something good for the enemy team, and that's not really a draft win. That's you just messing up.
Yeah, I think that moment made it so that there were separate moments later on that they were a bit too scared, right? Because they made that initial mistake. There were some moments I think you were calling out, you're like, oh, they could totally punish here. Oh, you know, they're showing too much respect. But that's kind of the ripple effect of you having made a mistake and then suddenly you feel a bit more, you're shrinking in a bit more, you're not taking as many chances. And that's something that, you know, once you're at this stage of the day where you've played so much Dota already, that decision making doesn't come as clean, it's not as fast, you know, you hesitate a bit more, you're worried, you're playing less to win and more not to lose. Hopefully that's not the case for one win, but Na'Vi Junior, they want to take things the distance, they want to continue on here. I'm gonna have a draft ready for you folks. One win team versus Na'Vi Junior so far. The drafts have been centered very much around the Sven and some of these Kasane heroes coming out. You know, Na'Vi Junior tried to bring out some of the Siggies in terms of the Pugna for Riddies. Didn't really work out for them. So hopefully they stick to their guns in terms of what has worked out for them.
Remaining.
Bat Rider for Zayak, some sort of catch, you know.
5 seconds.
I mean, the one who has
remaining.
worked the most is indeed gone. We will
Yeah.
not be seeing a Sven. He will not get to participate in 5 straight games for these two teams. He'll finally be removed. And at what cost here? Because what is our hero that is now being let through? Is it the Timber? It is the Timber for now. Was there any other big heroes? Oh, the Undying's Band.
Yeah, Undying's Band.
Oh, Bristle. Timber and Bristle are both in.
Huh. Okay. Well, now Na'Vi Junior need to make a choice which one they want to go for. I will say that so far the Timber hasn't necessarily looked too crazy. In banning this axe, they might have just opened up the Bristle for themselves. There we go. Okay, so first time we're going to see this gooey boy. I think a lot of flexibility whether he chooses to go for the offlane Snot Rocket build or whether he chooses to go position 1. That's why he's been prized so highly. I'll see what Na'Vi Junior choose to do with this.
So now, in the past,
10
they
seconds remaining.
I think they've banned it when they had first choice, if I'm not mistaken.
5
Or maybe they
seconds
haven't.
remaining.
Yeah, a couple times they have, but either way, I mean, they left it in this time, and they're gonna grab it. So this will be their first Bristle game in. Let's see, when's the last time they even got to play a
Dire
Bristle? They
team
played a
back.
lot of games lately,
Yeah.
and they have not played one this week. It looks like, despite playing like 20, 30 games or something.
Damn. Okay.
It has been a while since they've got a chance. I mean, it's Bristle. He's obviously been banned a lot. The last time they played it, from what I can see quickly, it was about 18
10
days
seconds
ago.
remaining.
And that was versus Avalos in Dream League. And you know what? They won. So there you go.
5
Unstoppable.
seconds remaining.
Did they play it on offlane? Is that where it went?
Oh, let me just take a quick look. I clicked the wrong game. Trent's
Sorry,
doing
don't mean to put
numbers
you on the
and
spot there,
stats,
Trent.
and they did. Yes, they did play it
Wonderful.
offline with Snot Rocket.
Okay. Well, I don't know how that necessarily matches up into the Terrorblade. This is another hero that we haven't seen at all today just because the
Dire
priorities have
team
lied
ban.
elsewhere. But now with the Ursa ban, the I guess the Sven ban and the TA ban, the carry pool has shrank a little bit more. So going back for this is one of the other heroes that was heavily prioritized throughout the entirety of the most recent Dream League.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
it's a hell of a hero. It's I feel like we talked about it a lot yesterday, but
5
then he
seconds
never
remaining.
really showed up, and then just got ignored in a lot of these drafts. So cool to see him again. We'll see if it has the full flex here. If Sweden Strong's been practicing his support TB, or if maybe Triple S is a bit of a off-lane TB gamer still in this day and
One
age. But for the
Wheeze,
most part, he's
turn
just
to
seemed like
ban.
one of the better carries that exists. He obviously has really high armor versus the bristleback,
Wheeze,
so
turn
that
to
can always be a
ban.
helpful thing during the laning stage. And then they go straight back for that bat, as you were bringing up earlier.
Yeah, thinning out the pool of heroes that you want. You ban out the Oracle, so you have that insurance of not getting your lasso cancelled by a false promise. And yeah, Sweden Strong looked amazing on it in the previous games as well. So no surprise that
10
they
seconds remaining.
pseudo deny pick it away from Zayak. Now you still have the Dark Willow. You still
5
have the
seconds.
Magnus.
That's my go-to here.
Right?
I was
Like-
about to say I'm willowing 100% right here if I'm Navi Jr. I love Willow versus Terribly. Guy's got no HP. You got like a bajillion magic damage. He's always running around trying to do something sneaky with his Sunder, and he just gets terrorized and just loses the fight. Or he runs at you Shadow Realm versus Lasso.
Dire team
I can't imagine a Dark Willow player not picking that
Sorry to keep
hero
you all waiting.
in one of these two picks, but they're gonna start off with the Ringmaster instead, which again, fair enough, has looked pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, worked out for them
Great
previously with the
wheels.
saves and everything. And yeah, I mean, if Riddies is going to land wheels like that, no reason not to give him this Ringmaster. Although I do
10
wonder
seconds remaining.
if it does end up becoming a TB carry,
5 seconds
is that
remaining.
still a good situation for Bristleback Dark Willow? I feel like you just farm stick charges in the lane and then you low HP pool, but you keep popping it back up because you have endless resources.
I don't know if you're in a bad spot though, it can still turn kind of bad because if the stacks are on you and you just get hit by one more Quills in a Shadow Realm, you're suddenly dead.
Yeah,
That's
that's fair.
One Wheeze, turn to
one
ban.
rotation through the Twin Gate or something.
Whoa!
We brought this hero up earlier.
Yeah.
Ricky. This is looking more like a support Ricky this early though. This is an unusual pick this early.
Yeah, I mean, we know
10
that for a
seconds
period of
remaining.
time it was being run in position 4, most notably, at least for me, in the
5
games that I've
seconds
watched, it's
remaining.
Aurora who like to run it on Mira from time to time. They really
One
value the
Wheeze,
smoke
turn
screen,
to
although I don't really see what it's bringing to the table other than maybe denying that Sunder or just kind of popping a smoke cloud on top of the Terrorblade. Not really a hero that ever wants to buy BKB, so causing those illusions to miss. Kind of a big deal, I guess. Interrupting the Bat Rider's little combination as well, but they immediately snap up a Slada into an ET. Trent, we are seeing heroes that we've not seen the entirety of the past 2 days.
Yeah, this is, I don't know. Navi Jr. have sent us down a very scary path here with this Ricky pick because that immediately brings out the Slardar. So no matter what role this Ricky's in, it's going to have a bad time. It definitely
10
can't go mid
seconds
now.
remaining.
I cannot imagine a world where that seems like the smart idea. So
5
to
To
be
be
able to
position
go
4,
man
right?
is-
It's not really an
yeah,
option here.
surely he's 4, but then that puts in the question of like, is that with the bristle?
Yeah,
Like, I guess it is. So we're
I
just
mean-
pulling the waves.
because if you go Ricky 4, then it's not really the best hero at stacking some of these triangle areas as well, right? It gets kind of awkward because you have to blink strike over, which means you need vision if it's nighttime. It's this whole thing, and you're not... I mean, if you try and play the lane, I think the other option for Ricky sometimes is you try and make use of your high base damage to bully out your opponents. Possible with the goo, but
Dire team
you really
back.
want to man fight an ET doesn't sound like the best idea. There comes the puck coming out from Niku, probably feeling good about his performance last game. We'll bring it back out.
Ooh, that's, I mean, not the best matchup versus the Slardar, though. You don't really have any benefit with your phase shift. Like, you're just going to get bashed into crushed. There's not much you can do. You just got to hope you're winning the
10
harass war and
seconds
just
remaining.
constantly clicking him down. But Slardar is a hard hero to do that against since he's just
5
so tanky in the
seconds
water.
One
remaining.
Wheeze, turn to ban.
And they don't have this rotating hero to the mid lane, really.
I guess it's just a good pick for the overall game, right? That's the only thing I can see for this part, because the magic damage is going to be amazing into Terrorblade. That coil is going to really mess up everyone on one win, because Slada is eventually going to get a BKB, sure,
10
but
seconds
doesn't really farm
remaining.
the fastest. He needs high tempo to make that happen, and it's always going to be annoying if he
5
breaks the
seconds
coil. So
remaining.
I don't mind this
One
too much, although
Wheeze,
I do
turn
share
to
your sentiment
ban.
that lane might just be a bit of a struggle. We'll see whether Niku can play his way out of this one. Last picks now
I mean,
of the draft.
It's interesting that they're still banning the Tiny because they because obviously you can run the slider as a 3, but I feel like the matchup is, from what I've seen, the matchups look great for the slider on mid.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
I'm surprised they'd even bother trying to ban something else.
5
I
seconds
feel like
remaining.
it's very likely Mankushi just finds some good last here. I mean, they could also go for a Monkey King if it does get left in. If Navi Jr. ignore the Monkey King and Squadix gets Monkey King mid versus the puck, that could be pretty
Ooh.
nasty.
Yeah,
And then you
true.
just slider off lane, tons of physical damage, lots of minus armor. That'd be pretty gross. There's also the Pango who's still in the pool, but it's versus the puck, so it's a little bit less likely. But it is also, it's kind of good for both teams in a way, with the Snot Rocket. But we're probably doing off lane Bristle, so we're probably picking a 1 here. I mean, 1 win, as you can see, they're adjusting for both. They're banning out that Tide Hunter in case it is a position 1 Bristleback.
Yeah. Also, I think I love the monkey shout because this is also something that if Terrorblade moves to the offlane instead, you have the Slada mid, and then you could put Monkey up against the Bristleback, and that is like the freest lane ever, right? Like you might even end up beating him back and not allowing him to have any sort of a game. I think even though PMA had a pretty solid performance as the Tide last game, his early game was still rough. It's been consistent that way throughout the series so far. So keeping that trend up, Munkushi definitely has his number, at least in the first 5 to 10 minutes.
I feel like they're going to Underlord, if I had to guess, for PMA.
I could see it. The route
don't
would
like
be
it.
pretty solid.
But I
It's
think
such
they
an
will.
easy Sunder target though, right?
Yeah, he's an interesting fella. I mean, they are taking their time on 1 win, trying to think what's the
Dire
worst
team
thing they could have
back.
to face against. They pick Doom. That's a good choice. I mean, yeah, Terrorblade has the Sunder thing, whatever, but it's still not worth fighting into a Doom.
I really hate this Ricky. I'll be honest, this is pissing me off. Like I don't know what the Ricky is gonna accomplish here. I'd love to eat my words and for Navi Jr. to show me
10
something
seconds
special, but I'm
remaining.
I'm so unconvinced at the moment. No way it's a 1, so it has to be
Team
4.
I wonder if
and
it's like
zero.
a life sealer or something. Is that possible? Like, do we have some sort of a playing with this thing that makes it work?
What would you even
Like
Just
pick an
the-
IO and you have IO Ricky?
is that something?
I mean, it was a long time ago.
What if
I'm
you-
trying to think
10
outside the box
seconds
because I just hate
remaining.
this. But I also don't want to
Yeah.
prioritize my Ricky into a Slardar draft.
5 seconds
I don't know whether you
remaining.
want to prioritize your Ricky into a Terrorblade core as well. Like that. Yes, the smoke screen's great, but
One
then you're just
Wii's
trying to get
turn
more
to
physical
pick.
damage into a very high armor hero already. There's the Abaddon. Still a bit. I guess this has to be the pause 1.
Pretty
I,
much, yeah.
I want to say. I don't know whether there's any other options. We've seen Got the Juice bring this out in pause 1 before, so
boy.
yeah, I
10
don't know if I like this
Good
very
Radiance
much.
game, but yeah,
5
I
seconds
got some
remaining.
hater energy for this draft for sure. It just looks very one dimensional, and if things go sideways, they're gonna stay sideways. It's gonna be really hard to recover. Very objective focused. I feel like you're pushing in with the Abba and the Bristle and like trying to get the objectives, and you get this jump behind with the Ricky and the puck, and you hope you have enough damage to blow someone up.
Yeah, I think the difference between Navi Junior successes that we've seen in terms of their draft versus this draft is they tend to lose the ability to have that comeback when their heroes don't really have playmaking potential. Like, what's the play that you're gonna make with a bristleback Abaddon? You know what I'm saying? Like
It's
how are you gonna
objectives.
find these
Things that don't move?
Yeah. Not really a big fan of this, and
Choose
1 win are
your
going to wrap
hero.
things up. Squadix back on the Ember. Why not? If you thought he would be deterred from it just because of a little smoke screen, you don't know him. He's already looked flawless most of this period. Gonna bring it back.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, with the Monkey King still available, I'm a little surprised because it does look like a disgusting Monkey King game. Oh boy, yeah, I cannot doubt the 1-win draft. I feel like they just look super solid. It just odds of winning just look so much better to me on the side of 1-win.
So the only caveat to that I might like to present at this moment is if somehow God the Juice and Riddies get off to a good start, right? Because this is going to be a Slada into a melee matchup, but this is an Abaddon that they pick very intentionally. They can dispel a lot of that goo coming out and the sticky napalm from the Bat Rider. They can win in those early trades up against the Slada with the shield. Ringmaster can put out quite a bit of damage as well. If they can get off to a pretty solid start, that can be a decent enough call for them to play around and That's going to open up a lot for Na'Vi Jr. Hopefully that's the case for them. We're finally seeing Kasane on something else other than his Ench Chen and Undying as well. Elder Titan coming out this time round. So let's see how proficient he is on that pick. But yeah, I completely agree with you. It really does feel like One Win have such a better draft in comparison. It's not even close.
Yeah, in terms of the ease of execution, that's definitely how I'm looking at it. But we'll see if they can just execute, because that's what it comes down to. You don't actually win the game in the draft. You can do a lot of good stuff, but we'll see how they can make it work as we get some tips back and forth. Game 3, loser goes home, does not continue here in the Western European qualifiers for the EWC.
I came a long way to see you die.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Triple S. So true.
You know what? Slada has always been a favorite hero of mine, although I will say he falls into the category of having voice lines that are so edgy that it's not even fun. You know what I mean? There's no funny way to use them. I think the closest thing you got on the Slada voice wheel Rolodex is My Deepest Sympathies, but even that has too much of a snide like undertone to it for it to be used in a funny way. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you know, some heroes are just too good. It's the real problem. Like, it's not, the Slider one's not bad. It's just a comparison. It's just like, what am I doing here?
Yeah. The voice line meta, it just makes it feel a bit less rewarding to get to those higher tiers as the Slada. You know what I mean? It's not like you're unlocking anything too crazy.
What is your best voice line that you like to use? Like, what is the hero voice line that just like?
Oh,
gives you endless
hero voice
satisfaction?
line. Hero voice line. It has to be a Veno. Okay, it's between one of the Venomancer voice lines or the Tusk Are You Okay? I feel like Are You Okay is so base.
It's very well enunciated too. I can hear it in my head just from that. As Zayats, you know, the concern, not warranted. He shows there, little blood grenade action, just jump, got the kill.
Very nicely done. I'm not sure. Maybe it was just the Bat Rider trying to get some creep wave blocking, or maybe some early harass out on the Abaddon doesn't really work out. I'm gonna start things off very nice for themselves on Na'Vi Jr.
I'm definitely a now that's more like it disruptor.
Oh right,
one of
you're a
my
disruptor
favorite
player. Oh,
That's a good
I'm
one.
surprised you say that over they're trying to kill me. I feel like that's hilarious.
that was good too, but I don't know. Something about just spamming no matter what happens now. That's more like it. It's just the way he says it is perfect.
Yeah, he has a
Couldn't be
nice
any
little
better.
curl to that tone, and it's like... I find... I'm not much of a disruptor player, but I imagine if somebody just blatantly misses a skill shot on you and you hit them with a they're trying to kill me, that's just salt in the wound.
Yeah, that's a good one too. It's true. Now, we got off lanes not playing honest Dota. As you can see, a Bat Rider running through the river and a
Dire's
Ricky
middle
running
tower
through the
is under
river. We're
attack.
just pulling creeps all over the place.
Where are my
Game is
honest
dead.
Dota players at, man? What has this come down to? Nobody want to play lanes anymore, huh?
No,
Back
no.
in the day, all these tri-lane, they just faced it straight on. You know what I mean? No
We're just gonna
crazy
make it
shit
so-
like that.
Like, what if they just couldn't leave the lane? Like, they just had a box around the creep camp, and that's as far as they could go.
That'd be crazy, though.
Well, you know, sometimes you might have to try something a little bit crazy.
That's true.
Radiant's
I'm here to
courier has
battle.
been killed.
All right, well, that is the main job of a Ricky, is killing couriers, so mission accomplished.
Yeah, he's got one down. I will
Doesn't
say
have a
that
courier
I'm
ward
glad...
even.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, he just got that pro bono, I guess. I wanted to say, I know this is forbidden topic, but I think that's kind of the difference between Dota 2 and like League of Legends, right? Because every time, I don't know much about the game, but what I do know is that every single time pros find a way to exploit something, they kind of respond on the development side by just not letting it physically happen in the game anymore. And then that just... They're like, yeah, okay, we see that you guys like push strat, so now the tower gets like a bajillion extra HP during the time that you want it to do a push in the early game. It's like... I don't know, I'm kind of glad there's still all these shenanigans as much as it's... I was just complaining about it half a second ago.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, we need the creativity. It's good. Zayats, I mean, he's abusing the fact that he has 5 armor here and has a pair of boots, so he's kind of just running around doing whatever he wants. Doesn't really care about Kasane. He knows he can't get stunned up.
Okay.
Very cheeky.
Oh, he's committing a little bit here. PMA does have to be careful. That meta pop by Munkushi means that the no fight zone still will be able to secure the Lotus for themselves, though. I think Got the Juice managed to pick the one up in the top lane.
Squawks is crushing it right now. 21-3 to the 14-1.
Dire's top tower is
Crushing
under
it on
attack.
the
Armor
Ember
of
this
the
entire
game right now.
series.
Yeah. It's more Ember.
Laning Siege has never really been a problem for him on this hero, huh? Regardless of who he's gone up against.
Oh, you want some of this?
That was lame.
Got the juice miss the last hit, so obviously it was FPS drop.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Fight these cowards. Fight these cowards.
Expectation.
Just going crazy on the voice lines. End of the day, Dota things. What can you do? Okay, so expectations for this game. Of course, we were not really liking the Na'Vi Junior draft coming into this. We were worried that it was a bit one-dimensional. Maybe somewhere down the lines. Oh, you getting some... Oh, look at them. A little cuddling action going on.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
You were saying, though? They're worried about what now?
No, sorry. I got so distracted. I started looking at them dreamily. Okay. Yeah, but I was saying you were worried that they were perhaps a bit too one-dimensional in their draft. Does this early First Blood change anything? Because I'm not too sure what else the Ricky gets done in this game, right? It's not like you can suddenly magically kill heroes on the map just because you got the First Blood.
You have been denied.
I mean, yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad that he's running around this lane seemingly unpunished, but I don't know what his end goal is. I don't see him getting a bunch of stacks for the bristle. I don't see him providing good opportunities for kills. He does get some crazy wards down. They do need really good vision this game, that's for sure.
You reckon he's gonna go more into the sort of full-on support defensive items type Ricky build where we see some Yules and stuff like that, or you think he's gonna try and scale up and be a bit of a threat himself with Diffusal down the line? Because some low mana pulls on...
sounds really good. Yeah. For a lot of reasons. Like, there's an ET in the game for dodging stuff. There's a Bat Rider in the game. There's a Slardar in the game. There's Self-Dispel. Like, there's a lot of reasons to use this. I think it's super useful.
Backing the shit up. Has to be careful though, and he just goes down to the ghoul. Very, very nicely done. I didn't expect that damage. What was that? A whole chunk of his HP?
Yeah, it's because he had the he had so many goose stacks. He took 200 from a quill spray there, and then just that one blink strike afterward did like 150 or something.
Radiant's middle tower
He
is
just had
under
so much
attack.
minus armor.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, maybe after this game I write an apology letter to Zayat because I was unfamiliar with what he could do on this hero. My goodness. Quite a bit of work already. See whether he can convert it to anything further than that though. For now, it's just less than 1k gold lead. Nothing too crazy happening in the other side lanes though. The Terrorblade is still basically free farming, so as much as you are killing Kasana, you're not really stopping the core.
Jeez, man. This mid lane is... I'm locked in watching this right now because Squawks has like 2 points in the steering chains. He's close to 6. Niku's close to 6. We're really close to someone just dying. Like, look how low he is for that slight. He's getting pinged by Squadix. They both
Radiant
know.
structures are fortified.
Oh, what's going to happen? Niku orbs.
50-50.
He
And
cannot. Oh, that's 6.
on.
Is he dead? He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Are you serious? Just off of that regen too?
What do you do?
He can't John. But there's no way you get out. Yeah.
Now.
Radiant's top
dude,
tower
that-
is under attack.
I mean, it wasn't even the regen. I think he was dead anyway. I think he was just dead by the pure levels, and then just the movement of Squadix to where he stood. Like he was trying to get 6. He was just like 14 XP away. But you go back to those
that's rough.
how many denies? 6 denies. Easy peasy.
Are fortified.
He's trying to get this wave into the tower right now.
That has to be really frustrating. Well, that's trying to TP away, but that's into a whip. I don't know whether that's ever gonna happen. Dropping very low, but the flame break gonna save him. Whoa!
In vigilance.
I missed that.
Sweden
Was that
strong?
was that a shield on
Radiant's top tower
creep
is
that
under
killed him?
No, that was a shield on the Abaddon, and Sweden strong turned around and auto attacked him, sentencing his Slada to death.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh.
He didn't
That
even
happens,
need to
dude.
auto attack him.
I
All right,
didn't see how it went
that's
down.
it. Okay, well, We get a little cheeky up here in the top lane. Don't think the starter will be too happy about that, but at least it's some EXP going the way of the bat. Sometimes sacrifices must be made. That's what Sweden Strong is telling his offlaner right now. Yeah, you want a full
I hear
reset
Riddy's
anyway,
coming
right?
through.
Level 6 available on
Start.
Mukushi though. They have a Sunder available. You watch out for these TP rotations. Sweden Strong getting up to the high ground. They turn around and focus down on him instead. No help for him. That's going to be a dead back. Nice stomp though, keeping Riddy's in place. He is burning up. PMA now in some trouble. Meta Pop got the juice through the twin gates. He's still here. Kasane trying to beat that into Zai, but another beautiful whip sends him packing.
Dire's top
Managed to
tower is under
execute a
attack.
very nice twin gate play.
What an interesting fight to bring 4 heroes like that diving under the tower and not bring your puck. Like still just sitting mid here with the coils. Mankushi tries to get in onto Zayas with all this damage, but it's not enough for the kill. And yeah, speaking of puck, he's shooting really low. He's dead.
Dude, seriously? That is so painful. Twice in a row where Squadix just gets the rune spawn top and flights him down. This is...
The orb of blight.
Yeah. Let's get him from bad to worse. Don't know what to tell you. This puck is... he needs a way back into this game, and I don't think it's going back mid.
Man, I was disappointed he didn't go monkey to get the real beatdown on this puck, but he didn't need it. He's just doing it with the Ember. And now the chickens are coming home to roost here for Triple S, and that's the stacked birds. That's what I'm talking about here.
Right.
As he has stacks, and that is something that the Bristle is sorely lacking. So he does have a great net worth right now because obviously he hasn't died in his lane and he's being able to stay in there, but he's not going to have any stacks to retreat back to.
I will say
they're
that
trying to make use of Niku.
the try... I'm not sure when the coil was thrown out. Maybe in the earlier skirmish, but... don't have that to lock down Squadix, so he'll just be able to walk this one off.
Yeah, kind of missed a bit of a window there. Like the coil's back now.
Hey, maybe he could have just waited like 10 or so seconds, but...
3 points to Tame the Beast. They have a ton of damage here.
Okay, there they go. They need to line up their spells though. Huge set of heals. It's not going to be enough. The Stomp, slightly off the mark. They dodge out. Riddy's is the one in trouble though. Still being survived on because of that Onyx and got the juice now. The last one standing. Gonna be lassoed back in. Zai is gonna try and help, but Niku's already gone down. And the crush comes through. Triple S is here, and Mukushi even TP's in. Shield trying to keep him up and running. No meta, but they want to chase.
He's cleaning up.
Zayak, yeah, he's in the back line, just slicing them down.
Radiant's
There's
bottom
Ricky.
tower
So the
is under
Abba gets
attack.
out, and he picks one up in the back.
For a
He's only level 4.
amplify.
Oh, he's so close! He was 1 XP away from level 6, and he would have gotten hit by that ulti!
That is
1
ridiculous.
XP!
That is
One!
insane.
1 singular XP! I was waiting for him to go in this after he got that kill, and then I realized he hadn't hit 6 yet.
1 EXP is crazy. And now PMA, as a result of that, sticking around a bit too long. Those kits will come through, and somehow, some way, I think the Vanguard damage block helped him out there. Survives that hit from Munkushi.
Oh, that's good stuff right there. That's just Dota.
This game has
That's
been kind of
quality.
a series of unfortunate margins, honestly, for Na'Vi Jr., especially for Niku and Zayak in that case, of course. But the few times that Squadix has managed to dog on Niku in the mid lane, it's really just down to a little bit of unfortunate EXP differences here and there. 1 or 2 denies really was the major difference
not
maker in that kill.
unfortunate. Outskilling.
Sure,
This is
okay.
outskilling.
Sure,
He's whooping up mid. Let's be clear.
No, that's fair.
Don't
that's
get it
fair.
twisted.
I can give it
He
to
has
him.
recovered very well though, because Squawks has been making some moves around and stuff, and then he got a bunch of help mid. So right now, like his net worth's fine on Niku. He just needs to not be mentally tilted.
They're very clearly targeting him. Sweden Strong's made a very active effort to target the mental of his opponent mid laners. It's very obvious that that kind of is the strat for him, at least in the games that they're playing today. Worked out for them.
Blink time for the Slardar.
Okay. Ready to rumble.
There's no Vanguard here, so he just has to look at the stack and be like, maybe later. Doesn't really have the capabilities to go for it. So we're going to smoke up with the bat. We're going to try and get a Blink, Crush into Flame Break back, Lasso Catch. A little alley-oop action here.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Zayats
under attack.
nearby.
Oh, the crush on Niku will be huge. See the orb coming out. You want to go for the bigger target. Oh, the jaunt away. Perfect. Is it going to be enough to save him though? Turns around, the coil. Zayak is here. Looking to deny that shield rune. Squadix still trying to find it. Niku will actually go over and bottle it himself. It's a full-on brawl now as Triple S chasing down Riddies. There's a lasso onto Niku, but again, like we said, the shield rune keeping him alive. Meanwhile, looks like SSS was able to chase down Riddies all the way behind the tier 1 tower. Nothing much you can do about that. The Slaughter's just a bit too quick, so there ends up being a trade of both supports. Somehow, the only casualties in this engagement. I say that, but Zayak still spying with his little eyes. A Bat Rider behind the tower. Drops a sneaky ward down, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, this is the best thing you can do to support Ricky, is just try and get as many of these wards down as you can. Oh, and leave some XP here would be fantastic. Oh, yeah.
He has to be
get all
careful
this
about that
XP.
sentry range, though. Oh. Oh, if he finds a kill into Sweden Strong, that'll be areas.
Oh, my God.
It's coming over a little bit, but it's coming over a
Well,
little
he's
bit.
looking at Triple S now. Okay, if he... Oh, he got spotted by the sentry.
He missed his opportunity.
Insane.
I wonder what he was waiting for. Because
I don't think he kills.
Okay.
Like, if he jumps the Slardar, I don't think he kills him. Like, it's just not quite enough. You know, he's
Right.
only level 7. He has no
Radiant's top
items.
tower is under attack.
Okay.
A prize.
He doesn't go the Yule's route that we were talking about. He's eyeing up a Rod of Aethos, so just a bit more catch for his team. I don't mind that too much because they're kind of lacking in that department.
Yeah, it's a very good Aethos game versus the Ember Spirit. It's always going to be annoying. They don't want to buy early dispels ever, so just catching that one root can really ruin their engagement. That engagement mid, the fight, like if Kasane had been level 6, holy moly, he had a really good stomp. That would have been an insane Earth Splitter to start with, although sometimes we see them just skipping the Earth Splitter early. But,
That fight mid was so messy as well. To be honest with you, I don't even know what happened. It felt like everybody was in their own little engagement in a separate corner of that of the screen.
yeah, it got a little ugly once they missed the first crush jump onto Niku. That's when things got a little funky for them here. Well, they're going to try and make their initiations a bit easier here. Sweden Strong picks up the Shrine as well as a Blink Dagger. So it's time for another smoke out here. We'll see if they have replaced the batteries on their smoke detectors on Na'Vi Jr. We'll silence up Squadix, but nothing to follow.
There's a lot of posturing around the mid lane, although I don't really know how this ever works out in either team's favor. It feels like you'd have to make a big misstep on either side of the cliff just to get a kill. Lasso up onto Zayak. They found him. No, I say that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The squad collapses on in. He will be found thanks to a nicely placed defensive sentry.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower
I mean,
is under
he
attack.
is doing his job, I will say. And he's 4, 2, and 3. He's made some space as they assault the tower. They've managed to get Got the Juice to the Radiance. And this is where it all comes together for the Dire.
Yeah.
It is Radiance, Abba, it is a Bristleback who's got Blade Mail Vanguard, and they just want to hit your towers. Their catch is pretty trash, but Ricky's going to try and scout, see where you guys are playing at, and then they're going to try and attack the objectives and see if they can sort of intercept you before you're fully grouped and ready to defend them.
Dire's middle tower is
Going
under
down the
attack.
checklist here, wouldn't be surprised to see Na'Vi Jr. make a rotation down to the mid lane now or up to the top lane just to clean up the rest of these tier 1s. Very difficult timing for one win to fight up into, and you can see immediately they recognize all the prior grouping in the mid lane. As soon as they see the Abba TP in, they are, okay, yeah, let's just avoid this guy.
He
We don't wanna
literally
fight.
just TP's mid. It's just like, I know what our job is, guys. This
Yeah.
draft has one plan. Just keep it moving. Get the creeps in
Radiant's
here.
middle tower is under
He
attack.
goes to check for the 16-minute rune. It's invis for Squadix. They don't know this. They had no vision on this rune. He could scout for a potential play here for the bat. They've also know that the bristle's down here. Do they have the damage?
Well, they're gonna try. Blade Mail comes out already. Mage Slayer means that a lot of those kill sprays kind of get cut into pieces. Doesn't have enough to finish off Sweden Strong, and PMA will just get slighted down. Nice little setup there from Squadix, making use of that invis rune.
Yeah, and remember, that's 40% less spell damage there. So, yeah, good thing there was a Mage Slayer. Or Bat's probably dead. He's staying a lot. Meanwhile, they also tried to kill Triple S by the looks of it, I'm guessing. And he TP'd home.
Yeah, they were chasing him towards the Twin Gate area, I think, but he managed to just get out of there. Again, the lack of lockdown between the Na'Vi
Radiant's
Junior
top
heroes
tower is under attack.
is kind of rearing its ugly head here. Until you get the
Dire's
Aethos on the
middle
Ricky,
tower
there's
is
no
under attack.
soft committal way to
Dire's
get people disabled, right? You're
structures
just
are
fully relying on the coil and maybe a
Radiant's
nasal
top
goo.
tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
walk up here. Again, trying to bully a bit with their Atos, with their Radiance Abba. ET would be a good first target. I mean, Ember's the dream, but I don't see that happening. Oh, they're going to try Sighted.
See him on the Remnant back though. Nice whip. Stomp is there, but way too much damage coming in. That's going to be Squadix going down. The Earth Splitter couldn't stop it. Now Kasane being spotted as a thank his lucky stars it's nighttime because they can't see him.
Dude, how about getting a gift on that one? He just jumps right into the 3. I was thinking, he'll probably be able to react in time if he tries to go for a play or something.
Zaya kind of took an awkward angle through that path as well, right? Because he happened to be behind some trees. Even though they had a sentry there, I don't think they actually have line of sight of him. So it didn't even actually matter. Either way, nice catch for Na'Vi Jr. That's what they really needed. Oh, what? Whoa. Is that a ward? What do you even see with that ward? Oh, it's a sentry. I'm tripping.
It's a blocker. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I thought this was some new tech. Triple S on high ground. Found out. Leg Day not gonna help into a root. And a nice little taunt. Gets it done. Ready, secures it. Meanwhile, mid lane, PMA being dragged in. One win. They're really good about making use of this Bat Rider to find opportunities even when their cores are going down somewhere else on the map. They're always looking for a lasso.
Possibly on the Zayats here as well.
Yeah, they could smell the
jump
Riki.
forward. I don't think you want to chase this. Let him go.
STP's coming in. No more. So here's the question, right? Are Na'Vi Jr. playing fast enough that their draft is getting what it wants? Because this Terrorblade is still top of the net worth, despite that very early Radiance from the Abaddon. He's keeping up. You're still finding these pickoffs. He gets Zayak this time round, thanks to the nice dust coming out from both Squadix as well as the Bat Rider. Just worry a little bit that they're going to get outscaled if they don't get something more done.
Yeah, I think that's a very realistic concern here. I mean, you can see they're trying to be cheeky with these plays, right? Like, Radies and Zayas running around and blocking these Radiant side camps with their sentries is pretty comical. They're basically trying to like reduce the farm potential that they have here on the Radiant side so that they don't, because they know they'll get out farmed in any sort of a neutral scenario. They basically have to play for this Roche and for this Tormentor. Those are the two goals right now, because in a straight up 5v5 fight, if you're planted as Na'Vi, their draft is really good at objectives. It's what they're best at. And that's why you see both teams are scanning the Tormentor right now, because they know they both want it. But it's pretty much guaranteed for Na'Vi Jr. I think it's really hard to fight this as one win. They're on the other side of the map, probably because they know Niku's here. Oh my, Niku is not going to die though?
Very important that Niku dodges this gank. There's a blink. Ob's going to reveal him now, but I think it's been a bit too long since that notification about the Tormentor being taken has popped in. Look at Na'Vi Jr. on the prowl, wrapping through the twin gates, trying to find a smoke move through. They just narrowly missed the retreating one win.
I saw that Squadix was queuing up the SNY. I'm glad he swapped to the BKB. I hope he doesn't shift back. I think he just needs BKB, because I don't want to see him just die to smoke cloud, right? Like, just get your BKB, get out. They don't have any way to deal with that right now for a long time in this game. Just ensure that you can make your moves, utilize Chain Gang, right? Chain Gang is a crazy tool for a hero like Terrorblade. Nice lasso. Again, it's an Abba.
Trying to pull back, got the juice. They got the...
Holy...
That's a lot of damage coming out from Nikushi. They're looking for more here. And he tries to hold back the Bat Rider, so no further chase. That's just an easy borrowed time for, I guess, the commitment of a meta. So both carries trading out their crucial spells. 100 seconds until the next one, so that might just be an opportunity for Na'Vi Jr. to move up in maybe 40 or 50 seconds from now.
Yeah, they really have to control the space, though, if they want to take the Roche, because they have an ET. It's one of the things this hero's best at. You see him already just throwing out the Spirit, keeping an eye on it to get the ward, but the Watcher. There is still a good Ob Sentry combo here from Na'Vi Jr. that's going to be looking up onto this cliff. And Zayats, he wants to investigate here. Radiant can't see him.
Oh, Sentry on the north side.
Nice glimmer.
Doesn't catch Zayak. The glimmer helps Kasane get out here. Are you really going to live this?
He's gonna run into our Ember. Rest of the Dire team are in the pit right now. Zayat sitting on the high ground, farming while keeping an eye on things. Jumps back down below. Sweet and strong, has blink, has force. Come on, give me an empty inventory slot. Oh, he's doing it.
Around them here. Yeah, you can't really force this. The rest of One Win are gonna start grouping around here. You need to make sure you get a pick off or something to start. There's no way you just give this over for free.
There's an arcane rune top as well, which is huge. Oil comes out though as they go to find it.
Found the TB. That is much, much bigger. Caught him with his hands down while he's farming. I think it seemed like One Win still believed that Na'Vi Jr. were backed up near the pit, but that was so far away from where they actually were. 43 seconds without your Terrorblade now means that there's no more fight to be had.
I mean, again, they can keep delaying though. Like, they have an Ember, they have a Bat, he's got a BKB. Squadix wants the game.
He's gonna try. Start the 360, silence up.
What a dodge.
Breathing strong, has that lasso, but getting the blink cancelled right now. Side of One Win. Trying to approach from all angles to catch Na'Vi Jr. in a bad way. But Squadix, he might just be the one who has to pop his BKB. There you go. Up to the high ground. Clean retreat there. Not ideal, but you've bought enough time for the Terrorblade to be back in the game. One more second until he's able to join the fray. TP into the bot tier 2 tower.
Atos here could be bad for them. He's going to hold back Zayats. Got the juices, making the space for the Bristle to go to work. Terrorblade's in, but the Roche is going to fall.
Zayak trying to survive the fix of the trade out. The Bat Rider goes in, they lose Zayak, but the Roche is going to fall. Like you said, EMA grabbing the Aegis, they're able to trade out for the Bat. And the Bristleback's the one to grab that. That's quite surprising. Still looking for more chase. In comes the Blink Crush. Nice shield there. Forgot the juice. He still has the borrowed time. Gonna pop it now. And Triple S in trouble. Up on the high ground though, Squadix doing quite a bit of damage. They don't even lose the first life of PMA. And now Munkushi's the one in trouble. Down on the low ground, Kasane there to cover with a stomp. That's beautiful. Niku, they need to do the burst damage into this Terrorblade. Stop the Sunder from coming out. The coil, everything used, and he will go down a second time. Squadix now, so much work on him to try and clean up for the second life of the Bristleback. Gonna come into play, and Squadix, Atos. Respawns are short. So is the rest of this Ember's life. What a fight from Na'Vi Jr. Making that happen. It looked like they were just getting delayed and dragged on, but great recognition from Got the Juice to just walk up to the high ground and know that the Bristleback could handle it.
Oh, there were so many tiny moments there as well. Just like the timing in terms of the silences and the Manta being used. The fact that he ran out of mana on Kasane, so he couldn't get an Earth Splitter off despite having a couple of really good opportunities where he could have zoned them back and maybe giving his TD a little more breathing room. But the mana's just running out. And Zayats, you know, I doubted the Ricky, but he's doing a great job right now. This Crush looked like it was going to be really promising. Only catches one and it's immediately shielded off. And then Munkushi, like, he's swinging, he's outside, he eventually gets on it, but it doesn't really matter. Good save early on the Aegis. That delays dying by a little bit. And there's Kasane just running around. He does the one stomp, and now he's got no mana for the ult. Could have dropped one right there onto 2 or 3. That was an Abel with no ult. Got the Juice Baby going down there. Since, you know, it is a percent-based spell. It's, what, 34% of your max HP? I think he probably dies. At least
These really small margins as well. I think one thing that I just noticed in this replay is the fact that after everyone on Na'Vi Jr. throws out their spells, that's when the Ember slides, right? He was only able to get that Mage Slayer off. You think about the slight difference it would have made. Maybe the TB could have survived through that silence and gotten the Sunder off. That would have changed everything. Riddies getting pulled in by the lasso, but Sweet and Strong's the one in trouble instead. Zayak on the hunt. TP out. He'll be fine. Riddies has to watch himself burning up to the fire, but will survive. Got the Juice meanwhile. Gets Kasane. Things are starting to spiral a bit out of control now for One Win. They need to chill out and regroup. Can't keep bleeding heroes like this.
Yeah, and Niku has recognized that they do need a little bit more damage in this game because he's got an Ava core and a Bristle core that takes a little bit of time. Like, it's not seeing red or something, so he's gone for this earlier Parasma. And it's going to work on these heroes as he's got a massive XP lead. He's almost level 18 right now. You compare to how his game started versus Squadix. Squadix just trying to crack him level 15 right now. So Niku classically doing his puck stuff here as he hits level 18 now and is a true force around this map at the moment.
You gotta remember as well that Squadix literally started the game with like 2 solo kills almost on the puck. Right? I thought he was set up for another amazing Ember performance, but this game, maybe it's a mixture of the Ricky, maybe it's a mixture of just not being able to do as much damage in these team fights as he would hope, but just not really finding these opportunities quite as much. Part of it is the airbus shield just being annoying and purging off these chains as well, right? Like,
Yeah.
feels like they are... It feels almost like
They
they were
have,
prepared for it to
Bottom
come out.
tower is under attack.
They also have like glimmers and force staffs, but this Riki has the shard, so
Radiant's
it's going to be hard
top
to actually make these saves now as we head into the more pivotal parts of
Radiant's
this game.
bottom tower
And the
has
defusal blade,
fallen.
forgot the juice, great choice because they're already having mana issues, and it can really ruin a hero like Ember. Yeah, I do. I really appreciate this. I do think this is a harder lineup to win with from Navi Jr., but they've done a great job of playing together. And this Riki is just doing everything you can need. The Atos has been clutch. I feel like it's worked every single time. Like, it's not getting dodged very often. He's able to quickly follow up after it with the smoke screen as well. Now he's going back for that Euros, which just has a crazy amount of value this game. So his itemization path is really good. Lotus on the bristleback. So now again, I do think there is some timing issues. Like
Radiant's
this is
middle
not a
tower
free win
is
still at
under
this
attack.
point. Going
No.
high ground can be pretty tricky and difficult, especially versus BT and Batrider. So they have to have some patience here on the side of Navi Jr.
I wonder what exactly... Because I can't really pinpoint it. Here we were thinking that this draft was a bit more straightforward to play with for the side of one win, but here they are struggling.
It's just,
These
he want
pickoffs.
BKB.
Yeah,
He's
the
like, I'm
Plasma.
just dead, man.
He knows. It's way too much damage.
Look at that, 2,500 damage from the puck there. That's crazy. It happens fast.
And a little smidge of an assist from the Ringmaster with like one impale blast.
Squadix.
I'm
out of
helping.
mana up here. This is terrifying. He's dead.
Silence. BKB.
Oh, he had enough?
Okay.
Oh, the wand. Okay. I actually thought he wasn't gonna have enough for BKB TP. Okay.
Yeah, that's
All
what
right.
I thought.
Whew. Game saved.
For now. God the Juice has picked himself up a Diffusal Blade, so working on that Disperser, maybe just to shrug off the Reflection or all these gooey bad stuff, and, you know, honestly, so much value for that item.
Alrighty. Ooh, what to do as the side of one win? Trust in your Terror Blade. Trying to get him towards that butterfly. You know he's going to be controlling the map. That's still going to be a pain for the Dire side.
People call you friends.
I still think they're in a case where they have to hit a lot of their spells and consistently chain stun this Ember, because when he is BKB, he's scary. But yeah, there's that Disperser all done. And yeah, just excellent choice here with Manta, Disperser, plus the Lotus over his Bristleback. Very hard to slow him down.
We'll know we're still here.
Triple S getting burnt maybe there? No, not quite.
Radiant are scanning.
Junior now. Getting the momentum. 12k gold lead for them. Starting to really ramp things up towards the base. How much can your Terrorblade do? In
Radiant's
an
top tower
endgame
is under
situation,
attack.
if we get to the point where this Terrorblade is actually, you know, a few more items maybe matching the Abaddon.
Oh, they see Triple S here.
He has a BKB and leg day, so
He
should
hits
be
the
fine.
he hits the water. The fish goes.
Radiant's middle tower
Can't
is
catch
How
him
much can
anymore.
Terrorblade do? I mean, a lot of it comes down to getting like a scythe on somebody, which is sad to say, but it feels like you do need like solid lockdown so you can actually just swing. Their reliable
Radiant's
stuns
top
are
tower is under
surprisingly limited right now. Because they're going to pick up a
Dire's
free
bottom
shard up
tower
here.
is under attack.
That's such a crazy thing to say when you have like a Slada and like a Ember as well, right? You think those disables would be good enough to threaten some kills, but it's a very different story when you have Abaddon and all these dispels on the team. They've built very
And
nicely
the
into
evasion
their
as
items.
well. So
that's
you can't depend on Slider's hits. So it's all about the consistency that Slider wants to see, and instead they're just randomly going to be a phase shift. Now there's a root, or sorry, a leash rather, on the squad X as him and Niku duke it out. They'll jump back. Zayats is looking for him. But won't find him in time.
Yeah. Tucked in the corner, no vision there.
They're on a hunt here on the Radiant side. They're going to run into Got the Juice. He's got his Abba ulti, so they're going to start off on him. Oh,
Wheel of
immediately to the
Wonder.
Ringmaster. Nice swap.
Yeah, they were just waiting for somebody else to show Riddy's the target. Can't even get into the box. Got the Juice still sticking around wanting to fight though. Is the rest of his team connecting? They're quite far away.
They're far away, yeah.
Is under
Yeah, he has
They gotta-
Blink, I guess, so he's out back to safety.
What a hero.
Radiant's top tower is under
At
attack.
least I know there's no
Looking for an
coil.
opening. Here's the rest of Navi Jr. looking to punish. Nice 4-staff away into the Manta. Dispels that business. Triple S popping the BKB to try and commit for the puck, but it's not going to be enough. He tries to TP out, but way too much physical. I guess that's the necessary sacrifice, TPing out on the rest of the heroes of one win. The buyback on Riddy is actually...
I think they're lucky that didn't go worse. Like, what if he had gotten the smoke screen down on that TV? Would have been no 4-staff save there.
That's true.
Oh yeah, and there's the big one. The Aghanim Scepter here on that puck with the Pharasma. That is a good amount of damage, even to a TV with a butterfly. You still got some options here to damage him.
Kind of insane that Niku is playing this game without defensive item. Sweden strong, good job finding a solo pick off there onto Zayak. Not sure how he actually spotted it out. Maybe just a lingering sentry around, but...
Yeah, there's no like soft disable here from one win. So like, there's not really. He doesn't need a dispel. I mean, there's the root, I guess, but you know, it doesn't really stop puck because he's got his phase shift and whatnot.
What items are we looking for? Kushiva's got complete on the Ember. I'd say that. Sweden strong gonna go down, unfortunate. Okay, butterfly on TB though. That's something.
Oh my god, he dies so fast, man. There's the coil, the little phase shift, a pew 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 pew.
Rapid fire action. They talked about machine gun carries, right? I guess puck fits that bill in this regard as well.
That's right, it's just whirlwind. Back to Winder. Roshan has roared.
This has got to be a really, really unfortunate way for one win to lose if that's what ends up happening. Just because, number one, they played so many games to get to this point, just within today alone. And honestly, at the start of today, they looked like a completely different team from the one that lost to Navi Jr., only to find themselves with the same result just because of what feels like one or two... I don't even want to say major mistakes, right? Just mistakes that were punished very effectively by Navi Jr. to get back to this point. 2 games in a row now.
Radiant
And-
are scanning.
I don't know, that's got to weigh on you a little bit.
I think it's also just this like creative drafting from Navi Jr. because I do think it's a risky one, but they're hitting their timings, they're making it work. I think it's the harder one to play, but they're performing better, so kind of just getting beat straight up right now, in my opinion.
Yeah. We didn't really make much of this draft, right? Not for Navi Jr. We didn't really think it was going to end out in a simple fashion, but they're making this look pretty straightforward. Sure, there were some struggles with the lack of catch a bit earlier on, a lot of tussling around in the mid lane with no real result, but
Dire are scanning.
I think the fact that Zayak got off to such a nice start helped him get that Atos a bit earlier than they expected and got the action going.
Yeah, smoke
think
is
the
just so
gas they
annoying as
needed.
well.
Yeah.
And he's almost at the talent as well, which gives you like a, what, 3-second downtime or something on it, I think?
Level
Oh,
15.
sorry, it's 2-second downtime, my bad.
It's disgusting. Duration 6, and then later down the line, if I'm not wrong, there's like a smokescreen AoE talent as well. Oh, he already gets it. It's the one at 10,
Radiant's
yeah.
courier has been killed.
Not the courier kill.
Still sitting outside their base. I feel like this is an inside the base game, but I'm contemplating going for something here. I mean, Sweet Strike is so cautious here. He has the BKB, but does he want to use his 9-second on this?
Surely not on PMA, the guy with the literal ages.
Radiant's top
I think that's
tower
going to be
is under
tempting.
attack.
He's going to go for it. Pulls him off to the east.
Okay.
Oh, but the save, the blink shield.
Damn, got the juice, was ready to help his buddy out. Just like that. The lasso out of the equation. You want the vision put up on the high ground, they can get straight back to pushing this wave. Now it does open up Mukushi to take away that Roche banner though, but the full initiation, Glimmercape saving Mukushi for now. Nice little disengage from both sides so far.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Playing to the outs, playing patient.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, you want some of this, eh?
Someone disconnecting here, unfortunately. Little headset issue. Happens
He'll
to
be
the
back
best
into
of
the
us.
game very soon.
Okay, so meta is still about half duration left-ish. We have BKBs up on, I think, everyone on the Radiant, right? No one has had to burn theirs, so that's good. I mean, everyone being Slardar, Bat, and Ember. What is the play?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because now you don't have lasso, right? And that's your big sort of start the fight catch situation. So you're just, what, relying on the Slada to full send it on the frontliners with Aegis and borrowed time? It can't be.
Yeah, it feels like you want to jump the puck, but then there's essentially double save with the Ricky and the Ringmaster, so you're kind of forced to jump one of those two. Maybe BKB jump Ringmaster is probably your best bet, and then you're at least taking minimal damage from Niku. You hopefully blow him up rather quickly if you get on top of him with like if it starts with like a sleep or something, but getting a Mankushi into the engagement is a big problem. You kind of want them to dive you so that it's surrounding Mankushi and he actually gets a chance to throw out his right clicks. Because if you start to go and attack and begin the fight out by the Ringmaster, the time it takes for Mankushi to get in there, he just can't really assist on any of the disables you actually have.
That's one of the awkward things. It feels like usually with a Terrorblade, you want heroes that can kind of bring the targets to you in a way, right? So you can stand your ground and deliver. But it feels like in a lot of these fights, Mankushi has had to extend very far forward just to get a few hits in, and it's kind of putting him in a very, very tough position.
Start here. Whittling down this Abba.
I just popped the ulti.
The Aegis is on the bristle, so targeting the Abba would be great. You could pop that ulti.
That is down though. Finally run out. TMA still on the front lines.
It's okay, he is Demon Dealer. He's still allowed to play Dota.
True. Looking at the Bat Rider. Nice Glimmer Cape away. These Glimmer Capes have really been so value for them.
They just ping attack radiant top melee barracks and all just run away. Guess not.
Is under attack.
Alright. Only lost of range racks. They see Puck on the bottom lane. They could smoke out and go for the kill right now. That would be the classic play. But they don't see their moment. They're just going to clean up the camps or the waves instead. Successful survival, I would say, for the Radiant on that one.
Yeah, I didn't really expect it to be that hard for Na'Vi Jr. to push high ground, but I guess this game is going to go a bit longer. Tier 4 items available now. Controls being picked up across the board. What kind of Q-Rio are you going to use? Got Kill Guard. To be nice for Zarya.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
that gem. There's that gem. So
That's
he's
a-
clearing a lot of the vision around the base, which just gonna make the map feel so much smaller for one win. What do we got? We got Giant's Maul, Niku.
Unleashed potential Giant's Maul. So 200% critical damage. Imagine the cast speed
Dude,
slow.
Unleashed Titanic Giant's Maul. His investment was so worth it. Holy shit.
It was worth it. Yeah, he bought some stock early in Apple. You know, he's feeling pretty good.
Then you get the Dayzoom Blood Right on the Ringmaster as well with the timeless debuff duration. Are you serious? Like these tier 4 items couldn't be better for the side of Na'Vi Jr.
Pyrrhic for the bristle.
Outworld Staff for Zayak. Okay, and now you just easy kill on Sweden Strong. Like you said, the machine gun damage, that's way too much. And Niku is just getting quite a bit of revenge for that game number 2 and just the bullying that he's had to endure from Sweden Strong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're on your building. You gotta come up with a plan here. Desperately needed this Bat Rider, but he's not gonna be around.
That massive side fight moves. Crush starting things out. Nice jostling wave, pulling them all back into the smoke screen. Wheel of Wonder will at least chase Mankushi away for now. Slow him up. Still on the front lines. 100 HP left on that Rax, but Na'Vi Jr. don't want to tempt fate. Gonna take a chill pill, back up. Take it slow.
Yeah, not committing for anything here. I have a off-sentry combo here, maybe hoping the Rookie was going to walk into it. Zayats was close, so he doesn't quite go into the territory. Squadix has the gem. Sees Zayats, catches them.
What's the follow-up though? Much more flying his way. And that outward staff to dodge something coming if he needed to, but 22k gold lead now, Na'Vi Jr. in a commanding position. No buybacks on anyone, as our observer is pointing out. So if they get a pick off here, it's going to be very hard. It's just Na'Vi Jr. that has Niku's buyback. Everyone else is buying out fully for the items. They understand how strong they are.
Alright, ET simply hit your ulti on 5 heroes, and then
Yeah.
there's a chance. You know, that's
No
worth
biggie.
like 22,000 gold, just cutting everyone's HP in half.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Triple S TPing back home, ready for a battle.
Radiant
Maybe if
structures
the
are
ET
fortified.
asks like really, really nicely, Navi Junior will like please and thank yous and everything.
Drop an item on the ground. Oh, there we go. Jules. Okay.
Roddick still has the BKB, holding on to it for now. Got the juice. Almost didn't get to pop that ultimate. That was scary. Lasso up though, but there's the box. Saving him for now. He's gonna get back out to safety, but he's in big trouble. Got the juice. He needs help. He's being hunted down, and Squadix gets the kill. They traded up for the bat, but that is more than worth it. Navi Junior, do you still want to stick around? You use quite a lot of resources on one win to get that. Very, very nicely done.
Yeah, now they're chasing. Squadix doesn't jump back in with these remnants though. Now he's gonna return. Doesn't have any more to use. That's his issue because he still doesn't have an Ags available. So he runs out of remnants relatively fast, and that's gonna allow them to escape on the side of Navi Junior. But that's a 5k XP swing and 2,000 gold. Half of that going towards the Ember. Mankushi though coming up far from his base. Remember, this guy doesn't have a BKB or anything. There is a coil up in 2 seconds. He can very easily die. That damage will come hard and come very fast at him if he's not careful.
Squadix. He doesn't have a BKB. He's stuck in a smoke screen, nowhere to run. Gets his way out of it. Should be able to ram them back to safety, but he wants to fight. He wants to tussle. He wants to look at Zayak and maybe punish this Ricky for staying a bit too long. Nice blink strikes back out, but the chains find him. The gem. Oh, he's gonna lose it there. The outworld staff, Navi Junior. Maybe sticking around a bit too long. Okay, one win.
Slowly.
They're doing it.
And they say there was a Ringmaster ulti to allow himself to TP away from Triple S. So nice play there from Riddies. All right, there's a Tormentor on the map. There's a potential for Roche. It is a... That's a, what, 2 minutes, 2 and a bit minutes spawn, so it is not going to be here in a while. Unfortunately for the side of one win.
I'm still wondering how they managed to get that Abaddon kill.
Dire's
Like,
bottom
did they
tower
just kind
is
of
under attack.
harass him all the way until it was low enough and lasso him right when he popped the borrowed time? Because
Kinda, yeah.
I mean, when you put it that simply, why don't they do that every single time then?
I mean, they're going to try again here. They're looking for a lasso play. There's Niku. They got him.
Okay, easy crush
Holy.
and eliminate it.
He bought out. He bought Refresher. He bought
Oh
out.
shit!
There's no
95
puck.
seconds. No.
He wanted to
puck,
GG this.
Bottom tower is under
Uh-oh.
attack.
Navi Junior.
Dire's structures
That's
In this final
25,000
hurrah.
gold if you guys want a net worth value.
Oh,
So,
jeez.
you know, one win are currently leading when you remove the puck from the equation.
How long more
Davis
until
up on
Roche
the
is like-
TB. Are we going?
Dire's bottom
Is this-
tower is
Are-
under
are they
attack.
feeling
Dire's
brave?
bottom tower has fallen.
What do they want to do now? They need to quickly decide. Their time is ticking down.
I think they're going to sit and camp for this Aegis, and it's going to spawn like as the puck spawns, unfortunately
Yeah.
for them.
What?
It's going to spawn in about 30
Dire's
seconds
bottom
ish.
tower
A little
is
under
under
30
attack.
seconds. So they'll have 25 seconds to do it.
They must not know that the puck bought out because the way that they're playing now, they're so worried about a buyback just punishing them. I mean, they still had the meta, so they could very easily at least gotten a lane of racks for themselves. I don't think Navi Junior would have been able to defend.
It's so hard to tell though. Like even if he has a refresher, like they've just been in control for so long, it could very easily be he bought refresher and still has buyback.
Yeah,
You
that's
know.
fair. That's fair. You have no idea how rich he is, but there's Roche. We'll be able to get this second life from Mumkushi. That's who they want to put it at.
That's refresher shard for them. Huge for the TB.
Damn. Okay.
Oh, really? There's so many heroes that can make good use of that. Is Ember going? No, he's got his Wind Waker to survive the puck Agnums. Or sorry, the puck 25 and Agnums really. But yeah, that's the plan. I'm gonna hold the refresher shard here on Terrorblade. Okay.
Yeah, pretty insane.
Dire
We did
holding
say
this space.
Terrorblade,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
he gets to the late game, he's going to be a real monster, and I think Munkushi has reached that point.
Okay,
As
but
long as he
Niku
can
has
stand and-
double. Yeah, he has double Dream Coil. Like this is a gross amount of damage. Mjolnir, it is. You will die.
Has to be the one to jump, though, so far. That previous engagement has been Sweden Strong getting the lassos for now. He's going to try and look for an opportunity. Found Niku again. He can't get the damage out if you're just instantly dead. The boss to save. He needs to be able to get his ultimate off. Daunting off to the sidelines now, Munkushi. Now being slowed up, PMA, all the goo coming out. And there is the coil onto Thor. They can't go anywhere. Ring around the Rosie, around the Wheel of Wonder. Nowhere to run anymore. The first life of the Terrorblade going down. They should be able to get him again. 4-star back to safety, but he can't even get the Sunder off. And Niku, what a play. It looked like he was caught, but the save coming out from Riddies turns it around for them, and the tips come through. They know this puck dealt everything for them.
It's just too much. I mean, it was 10,400 damage. Simply jump and double ult and they will all die, is what he told his team, and that's what he did. Riddy's definitely the one who deserves the clutch award on that, ensuring he doesn't straight up die to Zayat. Sweet Strong somehow finding another great lasso, as he does have another one coming in 12 seconds. They can threaten here once more.
It's not over yet. Still got a buyback on Slada if you need it. Just one Rax. Just bide your time for the next one.
Alright, here comes. There's the grab.
SO out onto Got the Juice, immediately pops the ultimate. He's not going to have that available. Nice use, triple S with a blink in. You need to watch yourself. None of the coil available yet. That's missing damage.
4 seconds though.
Having to buy back that really hurts that Slada, but mandatory. They hold on to their racks at least.
Yeah, the complete glass cannon build here from Niku. Massive save from Radies. Really cannot be overstated. Or I mean, he's the only reason they won that fight.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
save
sure.
on the puck into the double Dream Coil, or this was probably GG, because again, it would have been no buyback. Niku has now farmed into the buyback, so he's got that available if he goes down once again. They need to find a desperation plea here on the Radiant side. Something other than Sweden Strong having to hit some insane lasso, because he manages to do it once and twice, really.
How does Sweden Strong keep finding these opportunities? Because it's such a shame that his amazing lassos are just being overshadowed by Riddy's pressing box. As he has no business being able to grab Niku out from the nether regions of Navi Jr.'s lineup.
Triple
but
S.
Spotted out by what? Oh, he has no care. That's tough. BKB. That was intargetable though.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Maybe 4-step save.
Slightly off the mark with the Reel of Wonder, but Got the Juice just gonna blink in and finish the job. Slice out the Slada, that's gonna be a buyback.
Mankushi thought about it. I saw him think about the Sunder. Just.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Alright, well. There are no creeps. I don't think.
Yeah, the Ember's been pushing. Squattings up here in the tier 3.
Tower is under attack.
Alright, so we still have the range Rex bottom at 87 HP. We have a full HP melee top. We have an Ember hitting a tier 3 up in the top lane. Has TP. Has the gold for a nullifier. He's going to go back and pick it up. So Squattix not going to have buyback here. He's got his relic. He's going home. See if that's enough so they can't get these big saves from the Ringmaster anymore. So he's going to try and double that up with the lasso and see if they can get the damage in there with the Terrorblade. That's all they can do.
Could even lasso here though. Got the Juice and PMA, the only ones showing right now. You want to find Niku, you want to find maybe even Zayak or Riddies. You know you need to get rid of that save. Everything has to come out perfectly. Got the Juice, he'll beat them to the punch. Jump forward first, Remnant away. He's in a bit of trouble. Outward start to save him, and the Wind Waker. There's the lasso, but the Bat Rider gets caught. I think that was a Lotus spotting him, the lasso himself, and that is your only play. There's the Dream Coil, punching him down, and the Bat Rider has to buy back. No lasso available though, the buildings are dropping, the Ancient, the last one to stand, you don't have a glyph anymore. Got the Juice, he's in with the damage. Munkushi trying his best to stand his ground and hold on to the very last chance that one win have, but they get clocked out. Niku just way too strong on the park. The voice lines come out, they know it's over. Navi Jr., they've just done it here. Put an end to One Win's dominance of today, taking the series 2-1, and Navi Jr. will be your survivors here in the lower bracket of the Western European closed qualifiers.
Oh man, Navi Jr. It was looking a little dicey, but they pull it back. Game 2, Game 3 go their way, and they get to move on here in this lower bracket. A hard-earned couple of wins here versus One Win, and a bit of a heartbreaking day for One Win after just dominating so much in their first series, their second series, and in Game 1, they couldn't quite close it out in the last couple of matches, and that'll be
Yeah.
the end of their road here as Navi Junior, they're going to move on to face up against the loser of the current upper bracket series, I believe, which is still going on.
Yeah,
There you go.
Mouth and Avalos one apiece at the moment. The draft is just kicking off, but what
Holy
a
moly.
game! What a series! I think it really does feel bad for one win team at this juncture because of their journey up at this point, but I hope they walk away from this not beating themselves up too much, because what a performance it was throughout the day. And I think walking away from this tournament, there's probably a bit of immediate lessons you can take into the next immediate qualifiers that you're playing, the next events that you have. At the end of the day, we do need to remember as well that some of these members are completely new, right? Squadix just joining the team fresh off of VP, Kasane, of course, just switching over to position 5. It's a very commendable performance for a team that really was just put together.
Man, I am very impressed, though, from the side of Navi Junior. Hard
Yeah.
draft to execute with. They did a really good job. Niku, the confidence here with this puck, despite having a bit of a bad start there versus the Ember Spirit, he totally recovered in the middle of the game. And Zayats, I mean, the leader, the captain of this team, takes a bit of a risky pick there with that Ricky, but knows that with the goo, they can get some decent damage in the laning stage, and then he really did help scout around this map and ensure that when it was time for them to actually group up and utilize this Radiance from Gut the Juice, then the game just went their way after 20 minutes or so. Well, I guess more like 15 minutes. Like pick Radiance, but then you're getting the 20 minutes on the Tormentor, you're getting the Roche, all according to plan, and a few missteps along the way, but overall, mostly controlling this one right to the end.
Yeah, that really seems to be the trait of Navi Junior. If Zayat can get out those clutches and sort of have impact on his pick, that's when they look the most amazing. But I think where they faltered is when he's on his Magnus, he's not really finding these connections, or maybe he's dying a little bit too much on his position 4. So that might be something that the opponents look to deal with, as now Navi Junior get to take a little bit of a break, catch the rest of the upper bracket finals that's kicking off right now. You want to catch that as well, because it is two amazing teams, Avilas versus Mouse, taking it the distance at their game number 3. That's on EWC_Platinum. But for myself and Trent, or at least this leg of the Western European road to EWC, that's it for us. I'm gonna be back on Southeast Asia, I think in a couple of days. But Trent, are you doing any other regions or doing anything anytime soon?
I think I'm good. I think that's
for
it
EWC,
me, so
that's it?
Thanks, y'all. Yeah. Great
I guess
time. Very fun.
we'll probably see you at the actual EWC itself, huh?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll see. But it's been a pleasure casting together. Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you enjoyed the games as much as we did. But for now, head on over to EWC_Platinum for more Dota 2 action, and we'll see you guys next time.
Dire's bottom tower